Let's see if this works. There we go. I believe we are live.
All right.
Let me see.
Where are we live from? I wanna see this and get a link and post it in
my
my
YouTube
places.
channel, my backwards channel.
Okay.
Right. I should probably get chat up as well. Yeah, what up, Necro Veronica? Sorry for the stream being a little weird right now. I'm here chowing down pizza. But we will be debating soon, I think.
Yeah. Well, for just to set the stage, I guess. Do you want to talk about how this came about?
Sure. I'm gonna wait till more people end up in the stream first, and then I will introduce everything that's going on. Right. Okay. This should be this, and then I can have chat up here. What kind of pizza is it? It's mushroom, ham, and mascarpone. It's very delicious. It's a bit fancy for me. Fancy frozen pizza.
All right. I think
I think we might be ready to go once I swallow this slice.
Well.
Do you want to introduce yourself in the meantime?
Yeah, sure. First off, I gotta open with my customary reference to Vic and Hope. Just crack a can of soda directly into the microphone.
Oh, I've got my Red Bull. I'm sipping on it.
Yeah. Which of the channels are you looking at?
I'm streaming on the backwards one, the U0YKNAHT0N.
Yeah. I'm already there. I mean, which of the Discord channels are you looking at?
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't have the chat up. Oh, you mean? Okay, I opened your stream just to see what you were talking about, and there it is. That's ridiculous.
Is that silly, okay, or you think that's kind of amusing?
I like that.
Kind of amusing.
I mean, it is silly and amusing.
Yeah, he never showed up. I don't know what that was about. Richard Spencer, he just wouldn't show up.
Probably afraid of violence.
All right, go ahead and introduce yourself to these.
Okay, so I'm a negative Z list YouTube personality. What do I do? You might know me from the Neurotype Line. I am one of the co-hosts on a podcast about neurotyping that pop psychology nonsense that was going around about a year or 2 years ago. See, I mean, I'm into so many niche things that it's hard to give myself a concise summary.
But it's all right. You know, people will get to know you over the course of the stream, so it'll be fine.
Yeah. I have a discount DigiBros style Let's Play channel called The Arch Plays that hasn't had an episode in 18 months, Oof. 2 years.
Wow, it really is like DigiBros.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going for the authentic experience of two people talking constantly for a long time and then a large period of silence.
Great.
Uh,
Okay, so just to discuss how this debate came about, uh, there was a bunch of Twitch drama which I'm ashamed to have followed, what came out, and the streamer who was doing the best coverage of that drama was a little guy called Destiny. So I ended up watching a bunch of Destiny streams covering this drama because I needed something in the background while I was playing Euro Truck Simulator. And I ran out of streams, so I ended up watching old Destiny videos, which just put me in the mood to debate someone. First, I was going to debate Osaka, but it turns out that me and Osaka don't really disagree on anything that substantial. So we couldn't really debate on anything interesting. So I went and thought, who's the person I know who I disagree the most with? And here we are with Tarbuck Transom.
Yeah. Your level 3 overseer Tarbuck Transom, fast-talking craftsman and indestructible super god, the firebrand with inner peace, and clout chaser eternal. How do you
Can you guys hear the audio, by the way?
disagree on?
I just want to make sure the stream is all good. Can you guys hear the audio and everything?
Can
you guys hear the audio? All right, seems like it's okay. You wanna introduce the subject of this debate?
Well, the thing that you proposed to me was like 3 levels removed retelling of a non-committal opinion of mine, but sure, I can take that on.
Right, I'd only heard it from Osaka secondhand.
Turns people into Nazis.
Irony turns people into Nazis, was that?
That's the clickbait version, not my actual opinion.
Right. I'm assuming your opinion. Actually, I won't assume your opinion. That's a dumb thing to do. You should.
Well,
explain your opinion.
Now I gotta know. What do you assume my opinion?
I was going to assume your opinion is something along the lines of like making ironic jokes about Nazism is like barely even a step removed from just actually holding those beliefs, and that it's a thin line between making those jokes and then when people get offended at those jokes, you end up getting quote unquote pushed right, and it's like it's the leftists that made me a Nazi by not letting me make jokes where I imply I'm a Nazi, and then you end up embodying those beliefs. I'm assuming that that's something along the lines of what you're saying.
I mean, that's superficially similar, but I think the thing that I thought would happen has indeed happened, which is okay. So before even actually getting into the bones of the subject, I'm wondering how possibly productive the debate can be. So I'm mostly here for fun, because we disagree on so many things down to the very core.
Right.
Fundaments.
Like I'm 90% sure this is going to turn into an "Is God real?" discussion. and I knew this going in. That's why it's fun, right?
Yeah, right? Because like while I talk about this in public platforms in like Discord calls and stuff like that, I don't have a video about it or anything. Either of those opinions, whether both that irony turns people into Nazis and that God is real. See, I was initially like a little iffy on the idea of doing a debate for anything other than the lulz, because I feel like you have a really shallow interpretation of me.
Right, but that's
like
that's a lot of right, but
of what my beliefs are tends to be like way off.
Right, but that's a lot of the reason why I wanted to have this discussion with you, because I'm aware of that. Like I'm self-aware that like there's no way, like this is so like the stuff that I thought you might think is so like, you know, doesn't make any logical sense, that I wanted to have a debate with you so that you would actually have to give me
like set out my entire
exactly right, and then I can understand it, because right now, you know, I find it kind of hard to understand a lot of this stuff. So I want to understand it.
Right. Yeah, because it's very easy to think the wrong things about me if you hear any of the other beliefs that I have.
Right.
Things like like being not exactly a biblical literalist, but pretty close.
Okay.
Um, that gives you the impression of a complete lunatic for good reason. Like a lot of those people are just idiots. Um, and if they have come across the right opinion, they have done it through no credit of their own.
Hmm.
So, like, I get having the
Like you,
flanderized, cartoonified version of Tarbuck in your mind.
right? But we've had this discussion about biblical literalism with like before, and
Mm-hmm.
when you actually define your real beliefs, they are something. Just to paint a vague brushstrokes. I don't want to like put words in your mouth or anything, but something along the lines of the literal interpretation is often the symbolic interpretation, um, and also the meanings of the Bible are quite divorced from what mainstream Christianity preaches.
Yes, yeah, like by a long shot. Um, if somebody who wants to do their homework and wants to do an awful lot of homework, there's a 24-hour Bible speed run by this guy called Chuck Missler. I don't agree with everything that he says. For instance, he is anti-abortion and doesn't approve of gayness, and I approve of both of those things. And endorse them wholeheartedly. If you can, be gay while doing abortions. um, but like a lot of the things that he says in that arena are pretty similar to the things that I think.
Right.
It's not 100%, but if you wanted like a gist of it, that's he has a playlist somewhere called "The Bible in 24 Hours."
What up, avocado?
Dude, if you want to go on a wild ride, like multiple times, stop and go, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like that is the place to go. It's it's quite an experience.
I'll have to check that
But
out.
yeah, but a quote from him that basically sums that part of my life up is he used to say that he takes the Bible literally, and then somebody would like pull up some gotcha from some figure of speech, which is obviously a figure of speech. And he responds with, well, we take the Bible seriously. And since half of the people that he would argue against in public were professed to be Christians, it would make them very, very mad because they thought that he was going to say literal. And the implication then is that they don't take it seriously, which they don't. Like they bring their own I don't want to necessarily just say ideology because decrying ideology is old hat, but like they have an agenda of things that they desire to believe and then seek justification for it, which is backwards of how it ought to be.
Right. But let's wait a bit before we get into Bible studies with Tarbuck.
I mean, one of my podcast intros is the leftist Jordan Peterson and only true Christian.
I see. We're here with Tarbuck Transom, the leftist Jordan Peterson, and the only true Christian. And so yeah, do you want to set out what you actually believe about irony? What was it?
The headline is "Irony turns people into Nazis." The actual version, below the jump, is
Runelli Miram. We will definitely end up at Bible studies with Tarbuck. Anyway, this conversation goes.
Avoid.
Right. Yeah.
Because like it's not the source of my belief in objectivity and objective reality, but it is definitely highly compatible, and usually any discussion of one carries over into discussion of the other.
Okay, so this irony turns people into Nazis. Expound on this.
All right. How familiar are you with the effects, not just the concept, of cognitive dissonance?
I would say reasonably familiar, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. So the version of it that had been conveyed to me is that if you believe two contradictory things that are not okay, you have passive contradictory beliefs, things like when I'm around this group of people, these are my values, and when I'm around this group of people, these are my values. That doesn't really tend to cause problems too much for people unless those two groups of people where they have contradictory values get together, and then they freak out. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean things like active contradictory beliefs, things that should form the context of how you interact with the world and interpret the things that are going on around you, and they conflict with each other. So you're getting crosstalk in your mind from two thoughts that can't really coexist. You can imagine somebody who says that, and I've met this person, that objectivity does exist, but also everything is subjective. That
Right.
seems like a total nonsense thought. And the effect of this cognitive dissonance, as it has been conveyed to me by people who know more about it than I do, is that you will try very hard to resolve this contradiction, oftentimes by making malleable both of these ideas and yourself and your own personality. So this is the foundational principle behind the Ben Franklin effect. Have you ever run across that?
No, I'm not sure I'm aware of that.
Okay. The basic idea of that one is that if you do favors for people, it will cause them to like you.
Okay.
Or if they do favors for you, it will cause them to like you. I said it backwards.
Oh, okay.
First. So, you get them doing something nice for you, and especially when they don't have any preconceived notions that might cause them to challenge this, they're like, well, we're already doing something nice for this person, so we must like this person, and that causes them to like you.
Right. Makes
You
sense.
see the reverse of this with soldiers in wars, where they start out not having any opinion, then they commit atrocities and kill people, and then in order to resolve that immense tension in the mind, because killing people is not natural, it is not your default state. They have to think, well, if I'm killing these people must be bad. So they develop a hatred of the people that they are in war against as a justification for the things that they are already doing. That's a phrasing of it that I've come across before. The purpose of consciousness is to justify the actions you're already taking.
Right. I can see how I think I'm starting to piece together how you go from this to irony turns people into Nazis.
Yeah, because you get comedians like I think this isn't originally my opinion. This is not an original Tarbuck thought. There are original Tarbuck thoughts, but this is not one of them. The example that was used to demonstrate this was the comedian Andrew Dice Clay, who is the fake persona of some real person who was like, hey, wouldn't it be really funny if I pretended to be misogynistic? Among other things. I haven't seen any of his work. Maybe fuck that guy. I don't know. But like you do this character, or like something that somebody would have actually heard. Imitates a, let's see. Tramp Stamp says Andrew Dice Clay imitates a WAP Italian. It's incredibly funny. Yeah, that's he has more to his act than just the thing I said. I'm sure. You also get people like who's another one of these? Larry the Cable Guy, where you pretend to be somebody for long enough and it becomes who you really are.
I see. I
And
right. Okay, continue,
it,
continue.
it's a long road to get to there with being ironic and stuff like that. And I'm not even saying that, like, if you or like the original person I had this discussion with was Osaka. If you make things that are um, superficially fascistic, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to fall so far down it as someone who's watching you, because you as the creator are probably thinking more about it, whereas somebody who's passively listening is less likely to be actively engaged.
I see. It's kind of like that. I remember. I forget exactly who said this, but someone said something along the lines of PewDiePie isn't a Nazi, but Nazis think he is. It's something like similar to that, right?
Yes.
Like
And
you're courting this particular audience, and you're also, driving people. Right. I don't disagree with what you've said so far. At least, on the surface.
yeah, so while you might not be a Nazi fence sitter yourself, there are Nazi fence sitters, and some of them are watching your stuff. Maybe I'm not calling out you specifically. I'm still rehashing this conversation I had with Osaka. Some Nazi fence sitters are watching your stuff and not getting the joke. And while you may be able to reach out and deprogram some of them, um, there are others who will be like, some of them will be knocked off the fence in your direction, and some of them will be knocked off the fence in the other direction, and you can't control that.
Right.
There's no level of irony or satire that you can give um, that is so perfectly signaled that someone won't A, actually have that opinion, and B, just take you seriously.
So, if you were to surmise what you're saying, it's something. Well, if it or what ought statement would you make regarding this, right? Like what moral ought statement would you say regarding what you've said? Like, if that's true, what ought we to do or not to do?
It's very easy to make an ought statement that is too broad, but anything that you might criticize for being too broad just means that I have phrased it badly. But let's give it a shot. Um, I think people ought to um, at least reduce, yeah, engage in irony as sparingly as you can because of its corrosive nature.
Right. And this is
As
just
the old saying
irony.
goes,
This is irony in general, not specifically ironically pretending to hold right wing beliefs.
it's not just right wing beliefs. It is like, I don't like sarcasm.
I see. So
And
this is like particularly with regards to something that you would deem to be like immoral. Like if you're ironically upholding some immoral position, that's the sort of thing that we should be using very sparingly. Is that, would you say that's right? Like if I'm ironically saying something completely inane, I'm assuming that's okay by your definition.
it depends on your priorities. I personally have a put a high value on wisdom as a concept, and pretending to be a fool for something other than rhetorical effect to impart wisdom on others seems like risky business to me. um, I would I would shepherd people away from uh, acting like an idiot or like haha I'm so dumb style jokes, because you eventually just start doing that.
Right.
You may see you can see this behavior crop up in places where somebody uses a meme or piece of slang ironically, like poggers, and they're like, isn't it so dumb that someone would say poggers? Give it a month.
and then
Now
they,
you're seeing
yeah.
poggers legitimately.
This is I actually talked about that exact example in a blog post once, but it wasn't
Hmm.
as a negative. Um, I was talking about it. Well, it's not really that particularly relevant, but I think this is a legitimate process by which something goes from being ironic to unironic. Um, um, what I would respond is I think you're being, yeah, exactly, hyperstition. If I would say there's some level of truth to what you're saying. Obviously, I think sort of most of what you've said is on the surface true. What would you have to say about the song "Kill the Poor" by the Dead Kennedys? I don't. Are you aware of this song?
I think I may have heard it once around the time when it came out, but
I don't think you
I
heard it around the time it came out, because I think it came out in like the early '80s or something. But
okay,
I think it did.
definitely not.
Uh,
Definitely not. There
to
must have been a resurgence of people being into that song in like 2005-ish in
It's
the place that
possible.
I was, a little north of Chicago.
Well, the Dead Kennedys obviously sort of a punk band, right?
Mhm.
Political punk band, and they would often do this where they would. I mean, a lot of punk bands have done this. Even the Sex Pistols made that song "God Save the Queen." Right? I don't think that anyone believes they're actually monarchists. Um,
Correct. Well,
well,
we'll have to.
regardless of John Lennon's beliefs in the modern day, I don't think they were monarchists back then.
Let me tell you a story about a song called "Born in the USA." Uh,
Okay, but
by
that's a bit different. No, no, no. That's a bit different though. You can also talk about "Fortunate Son" and a lot of these like Vietnam songs where both sides of the political spectrum co-opted it, and they thought that they were talking about them. That's a little different because people weren't listening to the lyrics in that case. Like you can't misinterpret "Fortunate Son" if you're actually listening to the lyrics. You can't misinterpret "Born in the USA" if you're actually listening to the lyrics. Both clearly anti-war songs. Like the just because people, at that point you can start arguing that anything co-opted by the right is ultimately a moral failing on the creator, which I think is insane. Like as Tramp Stamp brought up, I believe it was Tramp. Yeah, as Tramp Stamp brought up in the chat, right? Like, is Taylor Swift at fault for existing because right wing people have sort of co-opted her
as the icon of the trad wife.
right, or as like the Aryan, ideal? Or if you go on like 4chan, there's this phenomenon of the Hyperborean edit. Are you familiar with this?
I've run across that term before.
Essentially,
The Hyperboreans were a fixture of interest for the Thulis Society.
right. Well, it doesn't really matter what the content of these, what it is, but it's espousing like esoteric right wing beliefs, and
Mhm.
oftentimes the theme tune to this is this song "Little Dark Age" by MGMT. Uh, it just sort of happened that way. There's also another one that they use a lot, which is a mashup of it's a mashup of fuck, what's that song called? But I didn't have to cut you off. You know that one, right?
Mm,
Like it's a mashup of that with a low Uzi beat, I think, or something like that.
that
But
sounds cool.
it's a cool
Something like
song.
that.
It's a cool song. The mashup sounds really good. But what I'm saying is those songs in the minds of people who visit these boards are like inextricably tied as the as the anthems of this phenomenon of these like esoteric right wing edits. But the creators of like those songs, on the side of Little Dark Age is explicitly like the song is about the rise of like conservative politics in the U.S. Like it's not, it's very vaguely about that, but it is about that. Uh, and the other songs aren't relevant to any politics at all. But they have this sort of association with this far right political stuff. Can you blame the creator for how their audience is going to choose to co-opt whatever they've made. I don't think so. I think that that's, entirely, I think that's entirely out of their control.
I don't think it's entirely out of their control. Like,
Okay, I think it's mostly
there's
out
a
of their
pie chart
control.
of responsibility, right? And while they don't have the plurality, they have a non-negligible uh, non-negligible fraction for and there's different versions of this, right? Like, you can make something that's more obvious or less obvious. Like, the go-to example of the highly obvious, not even ironic thing, is that I've been gearing up to reach for is Rage Against the Machine's "Killing in the Name of." Are you familiar with that song?
I am, yeah.
Are you aware that in the fascistic state of America, that they play that at cop rallies?
Interesting.
And they think that, like, they're like, yeah, this is great. Like, of course that's us.
Right. I mean, that sounds like you've already conceded, right? Like, if you're saying that even explicitly leftist political messages like killing in the name of, I don't think you can get more explicit than killing in the name of, are going to get co-opted by the right, then how is it the artist's responsibility? Like, you can't prepare for that. How can you? How can you get ahead of that? How can you know what's going to happen in the future? How can you know what's going to get co-opted and make sure it doesn't happen if they can already co-opt killing in the name of, which I can't even really think of a more like anti-cop, anti-authoritarian mainstream song than a Rage Against the Machine song, right? Like,
Well,
you're saying so
taken as a concession is actually just a nuanced opinion, which is that the amount of contribution to this thing that you can have can go up or down. Depending on what it is that you do,
right, but
that you can have for that misunderstanding can go up or down.
But let's also, if we're going to be talking about nuance here and like these sorts of like, the impact of sort of the spectrum of impact that your art or whatever can have, then like something like a cop rally, some people who have a lot of power, is very different from, let's say, the average Osaka syndrome viewer who is most likely a sort of powerless NEET or whatever, right? Like, I could see this argument having legs if you were talking about, let's say, PewDiePie writing "Kill All the Jews" or whatever. Like, yeah, he has a lot of power over a lot of very influenceable children. You probably shouldn't be doing that in that position. Like, even if I don't have any moral qualms with it, like, just as a look, it's not a good look. But on this,
I think that situation in particular, like, people always forget the second half of that story, which is if we're even talking about the same story, I don't remember how many times PewDiePie has done something like racist.
Too many to count.
Too many to count. Okay, well, the one that I heard that I feel like talking about right now is when he went on Fiverr and had some people dance around a sign that said Hitler did nothing wrong.
That's the one. The sign said "Death to all Jews."
Oh, so he did this more than once.
Maybe.
Okay. And he was like, wow, I didn't think they would actually do it. And then those people who did that sign, it turns out that they were like extremely poor rural folk from India, and they were using Fiverr as a way to inject money into their poverty-stricken town. And so when their account got revoked, this was like life-threatening to hundreds of people. And PewDiePie did, in fact, responsibly use his platform in response. He said, "I'm PewDiePie. I can bury your entire website if I feel like it. Give them their account back. It was my fault, not theirs." So he's capable of doing things responsibly at that time, but knowing that he has gone on to do this multiple times,
I think these might have both happened in the same video.
Good gesture, I think it does.
I mean, he didn't do the same thing multiple times. He's just done various different things that mostly sort of edgy jokes. Right.
Before it gets pushed off of the chat, I did want to I've been taking the long way around to get to this thing that Aura Barista said. Fake it till you make it works whether you want it to or not. That's
I think that's
a good nutshell version of my case against
right. I don't necessarily.
an irony.
This is again, we're kind of talking about two different things here at the same time, and it's a little bit confusing the argument. Because on the one hand, you're talking about influencing other people, influencing your audience, right? And on the other hand, you're talking about influencing yourself. And I think those are two very different things, right? Like, I think, as you said, there's a wide spectrum of the level of irony and how much of what you do will actually get picked up by the right. And it's kind of hard to nail down exactly where that line goes. Like, I think it is kind of inappropriate if I was to, go out and start actually espousing Nazi beliefs, which I've never done, and I don't think anyone has ever done that. I don't think Osaka's done that, is what I'm trying to get at.
Love you, Osaka.
Right, like, there is a line that I probably wouldn't cross. Again, like, I want to emphasize, just because I'm sure we'll start talking about this eventually, not necessarily for moral reasons, more so for practical reasons on like having a career and stuff like that. But
those are different things, but they're in the same ballpark.
Right, but I think that there is a valid point to be made here that, like, yeah, obviously, if you, like, there's a difference between, say, Bulls on Parade getting picked up at a cop rally and explicitly making a white supremacist song. Like, yeah, of course there's a difference between those two things. I think that the thing that I'm having a bit of a problem with is this idea that, like, you can't sort of, ironically hold positions without inevitably eventually falling into them yourself. I feel like I am a living example of this not being true. I mean, I suppose you can always make the argument that I just haven't had enough time yet. But
I don't think it's inevitable that you will always gravitate towards all of your ironic performances. But I do think that it's a selective pressure on the thoughts that you have, and eventually that selective pressure will build momentum. To quote my friend buddy Tim, you are what you do often. And I don't totally agree with that, but you kind of become what you do often in a lot of ways. And I had a second half of that thought and it just evaporated. Oh no, I need more caffeine.
Yeah, me too. I don't know. I'm inclined to somewhat agree with you, right? We are, after all, creatures of habit. But also I think that there is, like, a substantial difference between, like, what I would argue is that the difference comes essentially when you're pressed, like when you're pushed on these beliefs. So, like, take JonTron as I think a good example of when, like, the other side, like, JonTron made a few edgy jokes and was then eventually got too edgy to where people pushed him about it, right? People pushed him to be like, okay, why you think you should be allowed to make these jokes, or, like, what is the ideological basis that you're building on when you say these things? And when he was pushed, he did exactly, you know what he did, right? He doubled down and revealed his power level, that he was actually kind of a race realist, far right kind of guy, or at least, like, very anti-immigration. I wouldn't necessarily call him a Nazi, but
he's Nazi adjacent. He's on the pipeline.
He's on the far right,
far down the pipeline.
Yeah. Whereas, like, someone like me, who, I don't think I go as far with my edgy jokes, at least not in public, as JonTron does. But, I've made some pretty edgy jokes in private. But if I was ever pushed on any of my political ideas, I would never double down on those things because I don't believe them. I would talk about the stuff I actually believe, which is generally sort of liberatory, anarchisty stuff. So, like, I think what jokes you're willing to make really just reveals, a tiny portion of your ideology, i.e., the ideology related to what jokes people are allowed to make and who is allowed to make those jokes. I don't think it actually reveals anything about the underlying, you know, uh, core beliefs that you might have regarding the important issues of our day.
Um, okay, so this is one of those places where I think that natural selection or that evolution does work, which is that it's a gradual process. It's there's a difficulty that a lot of people have, including me, about things that I do think in fully conceptualizing something that is diffuse and gradual, because it's not like you suddenly change your beliefs. It's that you change the framing, and the framing being different starts to produce new beliefs. So it's a very long process, and certainly longer for people like us who are like distant anarchists. Distant in the sense of like distance from center.
Yeah.
It would be a.
I'm more distant than you, by the way, which makes me cooler than you. Just going to point that out.
Say that again.
I'm more distant than you, by the way, which makes me cooler than you. Just going to point that out.
I mean, on that axis, I might even just concede to that. Like there are possible organizations that you could call governments, such as a business, that I would be potentially willing to tolerate under certain circumstances. That makes me not as far left as you.
Tarbuck just revealed his ANPRIM, self-report as ANCAP.
I am not an ANCAP.
You just self-reported as ANCAP. You said you would allow businesses in an anarchist society. The power level reveal on stream in front of thousands of viewers.
Right here.
Thousands of viewers.
We're drilling into this one because when I say business, I mean in the case of creating an economic entity that is a group of people where you have, say, actually, definition by example is way easier. The Mondragon Corporation, which is a worker cooperative, but it's a two-class system.
To me, a business implies the profit motive. If it's not a profit motive, if it doesn't have the profit motive, it's not a business. It's just a cooperative or an organization or something. But that's different from a business, in my opinion.
That might be a difference in terms then, because when I say business, I mean any economic entity.
Right. So a charity would be a business, like ignoring the dodgy stuff that charities do. Imagine like a legit charity that is not for profit but still be a business.
Ideal of
yeah, that would be a business to you. Okay, got it. Okay, you're not actually an ANCAP. I rescind those accusations. You are a lib, though.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of those examples that I was trying to warn you about earlier of having a shallow view.
Well, I was making a joke about you being an ANCAP. I knew you weren't actually an ANCAP.
I used to be.
Interesting.
And it turns out that I was more anarchist than I was capitalist. It's the opposite of what usually happens. Normally, when somebody has some kind of split ideology like that, where they're an authoritarian leftist, they're usually more authoritarian than they are leftist. When they're libertarian,
I mean, it has to collapse one way or the other. It's right. Like you were saying about cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm. And usually the thing that happens is that they're the dominant character of their belief structure is the bad one. And
I don't think that's necessarily true. I've seen it happen both ways. Like Osaka used to be an authoritarian leftist and is now like an anarchist. It happens.
Yes. Yeah. I'm not saying that there aren't true believers out there who have the right principles, and eventually those principles will lead them to less contradictory beliefs. I think that most of the time when that happens, it's in the wrong direction, though.
Right.
People overall suck, actually. fascism keeps cropping up because fascism is really popular with dumb people, and most people are dumb.
See, I think, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. But would you say that you're, as an anarchist, I would assume you're very pro-democracy.
Yes.
Right.
Democratic, and in particular, democratic principles, not the things that masquerade as democracy in my country.
So something along the lines of direct democracy.
Yes.
Right, but you just said most people are dumb and that fascism is popular with dumb people. So surely you would believe that a direct democracy would immediately devolve into fascism.
No, because I think that the reason people are dumb is because of the pressures on them by their environment. Giving them democracy, and like real, like tangible, close to the metal democracy, suddenly removes that pressure and allows them, like, it doesn't make them suddenly the enlightened person who grew up only knowing communism type person. The flavor of new type that Marx talked about, whom we will never meet.
Yeah. I am not a Marxist, by the way.
Say again?
I'm not a Marxist, by the way.
There's wide disagreement about what Marxism gets to count as.
Okay, well, anyway, I guess I am like a little bit of a Marxist.
Yeah, I get you.
Mostly I'm not a Marxist.
A lot of people these days who identify themselves as Marxists would not consider Marx a Marxist.
There were MLs in the world. We'll just stop at that. There are Maoists out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway.
Right. I think Tramp Stamp is kind of right here. Like I agree that like fascism, or actually, I think a more accurate term here than fascism would be right-wing populism, is what you're kind of warning about, right? Like.
That is one of the risks in this particular case.
Right, but like there are... I know you might not believe this, and I highly doubt you've read any of their stuff, but there are genuinely intelligent, well-informed right-wing theorists and stuff like that out there.
Oh yeah.
On air, there are some who are just like kind of conservative, like Oakeshott or something, and there are some that are like very conservative. Nazi types, but that are actually, as much as their beliefs I might disagree with them, they're well educated and so on. They're not just stupid. I think it can be very dangerous. This is a problem I have with leftists in general, is that they have this habit of how do I put it? Always conceptualizing their political enemies, specifically the right. Always conceptualizing the right as either... they're always either stupid or dangerous. They're never anything else. They're always either stupid or they're dangerous, and there's no room for like anything else that a right-wing person could possibly be. And I think this is like just a generally bad way of looking at the world. To be fair, right-wingers do the exact same thing with leftists.
I'm trying to decide if I disagree with that. Because I would usually say, well, if they're not stupid, they're dangerous.
Yo, what the fuck just happened? Why can I hear myself? Hold on. Why can I can hear myself for some reason. Hello? No. Hello? Okay, now I can't hear myself. I think the stream should still be working. That was fucking weird. I don't know what just happened. True. No, and it was something on my setup. I actually have no fucking clue what happened. I think what happened is my audio interface. Oh, you can't hear Tarbuck? Are you sure? It's coming through on. Wait, say something, Tarbuck. Wait, keep saying stuff. Keep saying stuff. I'm trying to fix it. Just keep saying stuff, Tarbuck. Oh, what the fuck? Now you can't hear me? What is happening right now? Oh, this is a disaster. Input device. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, why can't you hear me? Hello. Hello.
What am I here?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm also trying to make some noise. I mean, my mic is working because it's picking up on the YouTube stream. Oh, you can hear me? Are you sure that you might just be hearing, I think you're just hearing me on the stream and not noticing that you're hearing me on the stream and not in person, because I can see that my audio is not going through to Discord. Restart the call. Hello? Hello? No, I don't think. Oh, wait, I saw. Can you? Are you sure you're not? Oh, you can hear me now? Okay, I think everything's fixed. Now, say stuff. Okay, we can't hear you. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Worse. Like my speech
we can hear you
is
again, I
full of
think.
JPEG artifacting. Okay, we can hear me now.
Maybe chat, guys. Sorry about the fucking technical issues, but I think everything should be good now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we were talking about something. Oh yeah, the leftists always conceptualizing
They're
everyone on the right as either stupid or dangerous and nothing else.
Yeah. Okay.
Or both
So
at the same
time. There are certainly educated rightists. There are also there's a Venn diagram of educated rightists and intelligent rightists. And those are different, and people often confuse them.
Right.
And I think the reason that they stay right is either that they have the wrong beliefs, like they think that the facts of the world are different than they are, or that they have some core principles that are bad to have, or that they have some of the right principles and haven't thought those through all the way because they're satisfied where they are in life. I think that's why they stay right a lot of the time. Now, I do think that these people are a minority. And if it's one thing rightists hate, it's minorities.
But I think, like, coming back to our original topic about, like, you know, like, I assume you would say that I ought to stop making any sort of jokes where I embody the persona of a right-wing person. I think
it's something that you ought to curtail.
Or curtail, right? I think that the fundamental, like, I know, like, what is the quote? Like analyzing comedy is like dissecting a frog. No one's that interested in the frog dies, something like that. But like the fundamental reason that the purpose behind those jokes is to satirize and make fun of the right wingers. The implication being it's so absurd that I would hold those beliefs that, like, of course I'm making fun of them. If I was, let's say, Jontron, and I start, saying right-wing things with a funny sarcasm voice, like, oh yeah, sure, it was only 6 million, right? Or it was 6 gorillion or something like that, right? Like, if I start saying that and I'm Jontron, and you push me on that, I'm gonna be like, well, the joke is that there are some discontinuities in the reporting of the Red Cross, or the jaws in Auschwitz open from the inside, or some bullshit like that, right? But if you push me on that, I'm saying I'm making fun of people who believe this. I'm not saying I'm making fun of the event. I'm saying I'm making fun of the sort of person who would be a Holocaust denier, right? Like, that's the fundamental difference. And I think that even, you know, from your moral perspective, that's perfect. That's a perfectly defensible position to make fun of Nazis. I'm sure you can defend that.
Yes, making fun of Nazis is virtuous.
Right. Like that's and that's what me and I don't want to argue too much for Osaka while they're not here to speak for themselves, but that's what Osaka was doing too. Like a lot of their, you know, I'm assuming you have some problems with their videos while they made while they were, you know, holding the AR-15s and talking about whatever they were talking about.
Those videos are what spawned this train of thought to come back up this time. Like, not that everything that they said at that time was something that I think was either unsuccessful or risky. Just that some things in those videos are what kicked it off. Yes.
Right. But the thing, and I was kind of worried about that people wouldn't necessarily have the context for this, is that like the thing is that at the time they were living with a, you know, someone who was ostensibly a libertarian, but realistically probably not really a libertarian, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think they would agree with me.
Libertarian in America just means far right, but medium on the authoritarian scale.
Right, and I do not think they were medium on the authoritarian scale. And I think they would agree with me. Honestly speaking, Kirasu, if you're here, I think, like, when pushed, you have said some stuff. Not to cancel
just to call
you
out people, like I don't know this person, but I have like an archetype of a person in my head whom I'm imagining based on the thing that you're saying, and to those people, you know what? Let me try and pick out an example. Who do I know that claims to be a libertarian and definitely isn't?
Probably Tramp Stamp in the in the comments. I don't know what Tramp Stamp claims to be.
Okay. I want to pick a real one. All right. I have almost no exposure to.
Right, and I think this is a problem. Is that, like, for me, and I also think this might end up being part of the debate, is that you don't talk to really any right-wing people. Am I correct in this?
That is not true.
It's not true? You don't
That's
talk
not
to
true.
any, like...
I talk to all of my right-wing people that I talk to are all in person. That's why.
Right.
They're not internet personalities.
I see.
Even though I'm trying to make them become internet personalities. Like,
when you say right-wing...
When
you say all of my right-wing people, by this do you mean they're sort of like, you know, bread and butter... you know, conservatives or whatever, or do you mean they're like neo-fascists or something like that, like, or do they cross the spectrum?
Okay, so the guy who's the farthest right that I know, he would definitely object to being called a fascist. But also, every time I have pointed out that something that he says aligns with fascist rhetoric, he's been like, I don't know, because that's not really what I mean exactly. And he like waffles about it, sort of. Right. And then he also admitted to me directly that despite being the American flavor of conservative, he's also like a monarchist.
You know, it's a very weird American conservatives' fascination with monarchism. It's very strange. For a country founded on, well, actually, I could debunk the Civil War, but I'm not going to. But at least the myth of the country is that it's founded on escaping a monarchy, and conservatives love, you know, that whole War of Independence thing so much. It's surprising how many of them love monarchy. You know,
yeah, well,
the God Emperor Trump imagery and stuff like that. It's definitely
I definitely think that that like people don't conceive of the president as a monarch, and he absolutely is.
Well, no, like, the president is not a monarch by definition.
I'm using a broader sense of monarch. Right. When I say the president is a monarch, I think that the chief of a board of directors is a monarch. A CEO is a monarch.
That's true. That's true, but the president is not a CEO. Some right-wingers think this is the problem, specifically neo-reactionaries. The problem is that the president is not a CEO. he is, gets 2 terms of 8 years max.
Did you watch Renegade Cut's No More Presidents video?
I did not. I don't know who that person is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think that video at least is really worth a look up. Because I don't know that you would agree with everything that this person says, and a lot of their videos are geared
what's it
towards
called? Let me take a note
developments
of
in American
this.
politics. Say again?
Could you tell me what the video is called? Let me take a note of it so I can watch it after the stream.
No More
No
Presidents
More
by
Presidents.
Renegade Cut.
Okay, cool.
I believe that's what it's called. It should at least take you there, and the channel is called Renegade
Right,
Cut,
yeah,
and it
yeah,
has
I'll find
the
it.
usual VHS vaporwave aesthetic.
Oh, I'm so fucking over that shit. It drives my head in.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad I don't make videos so that I never got into that fad. If you just get to everything too slowly, eventually embarrassing fads will pass you by.
Hey, I do make videos and I never got into that fad. Let's just put that out there. Some of us are immune.
Truly, no thank you is the Steel Man. Anyway, basically the idea that I came away with from that Renegade Cut video is that there's a lot of uses of power that a president has that are basically just monarchical. Things like, on paper, we're only supposed to be able to get into a military conflict via a declaration of war by the legislature. And that is not what happens. We just do stuff all the time.
I think that the fundamental difference between a monarch and a president, though, you can say that the president has too much power, or that like the executive branch has, comparable power to a monarch. Even though I think even that is not true, given the legislative branch. And
pick a living monarch and compare what they can do to the president of the United States.
Well, this is where I wonder, is Horrorlove here? No, I don't think Jelaine is here, but not Horrorlove. A living monarch, Kim Jong-un.
All right, I think that's
the only valid living monarch, Kim Jong-un.
I think the overlap between Kim Jong-un and Joe Biden, as far as what their capabilities are to take action,
I strongly disagree.
Hang on, let me finish the sentence at least.
Okay, but I disagree whatever your ending of the sentence is.
They have an uncomfortable level of overlap, and the trend line of presidential power towards what Kim Jong-un can do today has been going closer and closer and closer ever since the office of the president came to exist.
Right. Well, that's just not true, because the president used to have way more power. Like FDR had just like way more power than any president has in the last like 10 years. But even this, like even just talking about how much power they have, that's not what defines a monarch, right? Like a monarch is someone who's in power for life, who's not democratically voted in, and normally is hereditary. Like they're in power because their parents were in power. That's very different from a president who gets 2 terms and anyone can run for president. I know not anyone can win the presidency. It takes a lot of money, but at least theoretically anyone can, whatever.
Yeah, but I think we should dispense with the theoretically part.
Okay, there. Well, let's say in practical terms, I'm surprised you didn't make the assertion about like the Clinton dynasty and stuff like this. But that aside, I still say like if it's I mean, I think that the president is not a monarch. I think like very clearly not a monarch, right? Like that should like
I just think that you have monarchy built in, like heredity built into your idea of what a monarch is, and I don't.
Okay, well, even if you take away the hereditary part, like a monarch is still kind of definitionally monarch for life and undemocratically in power undemocratically. Now, if you're just in power undemocratically, but you're not a monarch, you can be a dictator. That's not quite the same thing.
Who was it? Somebody that I ran across suggested that monarchy is actually preferable to what we have going on right now. Was that you?
Maybe, I don't know. A lot of people have said that.
Okay,
I might have said that as a joke. I have
the
met.
assertion being the assertion that I heard was that at least with hereditary monarchy, you get a roll of the dice on
Oh, that was not me. I've
whether
not made
the
that argument. I make the joke because I once heard a monarchist say this and I found it very funny. So I often like say it in jest, which I guess is what we're arguing that I shouldn't do, right?
well, yeah, because I just took you seriously.
Well, I didn't.
I thought you
I
really
didn't say
believed
that.
that.
Whatever you said, I didn't say. You're thinking of someone else. The thing I
Okay.
say is, jokingly, is I would rather have someone who was trained from birth to be a leader than a career politician, which is what like a lot of
Gotcha.
monarchists say. But I've never said this like roll of the dice thing.
All right, all right. Just to finish the thought for the audience, at least with hereditary monarchy, you get a roll of the dice as to whether your monarch is going to be a 100% mustache twirling shitbag. Like most of the time, you're going to wind up with somebody on a spectrum from Nero to Hitler. But
Right. I actually think this is ahistorical. If you look at like
yeah, that was my follow up was going to be like that's not what happens.
yeah.
Also, you can't just like surely there have been some kings who or whatever who have done some good things, but that's not a trend line. Those are exceptions. And for them to be exceptions, that means that the thing that they're accepting to is a rule.
I disagree to some extent. Not to play too hard defense for monarchism, but monarchism is the most popular form of government in all of human history, and almost all monarchies have been fairly successful. And if you want to draw this connection between monarchy and dictatorship, then if you imagine that they're fundamentally sort of the same thing, then all of human history has been dictatorships, and only a few of them in the 20th century have been really bad. Like most of the time, most people were relatively okay under their monarch. Now, I think the reason for this is nothing to do with monarchy as a system. Is more to do with technology and
the technological capacity for violence was lower back in the day.
Yeah, and also just the rest of how the feudal system was set up. Like monarchs weren't incentivized to be particularly evil to their peasants, and there were bigger fish to fry when you don't understand farming like peasants didn't. But
yeah. And
I don't think this is actually I'm not. Again, I don't actually really hold these pro-monarchy statements. But I think, yeah, I think I don't know. I'm also very much not a progressivist. I go on about this. Like I don't really think that this meme of like, oh, the average person today lives like a king used to live. I think this is bullshit. I don't think we live in the best time for humanity or anything like this. This is like nonsense.
I think that the time that we live in and the capacities that we have access to, the benefits better align to my priorities for the most part.
Right.
Like I really like air conditioning.
Society.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's probably a causal relationship there.
If you were, let's say living in the medieval times, you wouldn't really, air conditioning is nice, but you are European. You wouldn't live in a hot country like that. If you did live in, I don't know what your
and getting hotter.
I don't know what your ancestry directly is, but even if you lived in a fairly hot part of Europe, then people have lived in hot parts of the world forever, longer than they've lived in cold parts of the world. There are ways to deal with it. The problem with America is there's a bunch of white people living in these hot places, and they're using, stuff like the city design and the design of houses, like architecture and the clothing they wear, are all stuff that was designed to work in Europe and not designed to work in a desert. If you look at how
it's even worse than that. Like where I am right now, if you look at the houses that are older than the concept of air conditioning, they're built better. They're cool to be in.
That's because you can do that because that's how it works. But anyway, we're not we're not debating hard enough. We need to get onto this debate.
Okay. So there's two major things. One of them is the hang on, before we go back to the root, there's this point that I've been holding on to for like an hour, and I keep losing it, and I just got it back, and I need to express it. Okay, when I am pro democracy, because while the majority of people are stupid, I think that is an acquired condition due to the circumstances of their life. In the same way that depression, like high suicidality and lower value of your own life, is not just endemic to the current generations. It is, I think there's a direct causal line you can draw between how much agency you have over your own life and suicidality. And I assert that because one of my partners, whom I'm not going to name because they don't want to be on YouTube.
Tarbuck is poly, by the way.
Oh yeah. I'm the polymath anarcho-syndical polyfidel. That's your boy. It's in my bio. Anyway, one of my partners went from looking at a leasing agreement saying, who should we notify in case something happens to you and you wind up in a hospital or dead, and thinking, fucking whatever, man, I don't care. That, like, it wouldn't even matter to me if that happened today. If I get hit by a bus on the way home from signing this agreement, I would just think that's good. 2 weeks afterwards, because this was after a college graduation. College is university in America, if you have international viewers. Right after a graduation, moved out of the highly coercive authoritarian space that is the schooling system, and was able to like have a modicum of agency over their own life. And suddenly they look back at that thought and are horrified that is something that they thought, and how they had no value of life just because of the pressure being taken off of them. I think that large portions of people's character can change due to their environmental circumstances.
Right. I don't think anyone would necessarily disagree with you there. I think that's fairly self-evident.
Right. And by that token, I think that democracy is good, even though people are currently dumb, because they would be less dumb if they had decision-making power.
I think the counter-argument to this, as someone who is maybe surprisingly to you, as an anarchist, slightly skeptical of democracy, more skeptical than most anarchists, that's for sure. The counter-argument to this would be that democracy is really not actually empowering. But I don't really want to get into the democracy or anti-democracy argument, because if you push me, I'll probably end up just... it's not like a super strongly held anti-democratic belief that I have or anything. I'm just slightly skeptical.
You want to do that one next week?
Maybe. I actually need to piss, so if you could entertain the crowd for a minute, that would be very helpful.
Oh, good. It is a good thing that I just pre-gamed my morning a little bit so that I am, while properly hydrated and now properly caffeinated, not feeling that particular need pressing on me just this instant. All right. I got to take a pulse of the chat. How do you think the experience of watching this is going for you? Are you getting interesting idea content out of this? And now I have to stall for a little bit. I have to stall my stalling for the chat to catch up and respond. If there's even anybody who's... Oh, I had it on top chat and not live chat. Oh, it made no difference? Cool. Okay. 6 out of 10 maybe. Yeah, we're kind of scattered right now. I wanted this to be a little less scattered, but well, we have had a lot more overlap in this conversation. We're both very distractible people. So I think it would have been better if we had been a little tighter around the subject. Not that much. I've thought about this stuff too much before. Okay. Well, hopefully we get back to the real subject and you become interested again.
Right. We're back.
I took a pulse on the chat, and for a lot of people in the chat, this is just normal.
Yeah, I think so too. You know what? Should we get more? Should we go more into like the schizo shit then? Because this is too boring.
I have not yet become a fascist, so that's a plus, or a
Right.
barista.
I think. Okay, we can. Let's get it. I think I've got a good segue into the schizo shit.
Mhm.
So, I've got a line of questioning that I think will eventually lead you into revealing your power level. So, on the topic of sort of like saying stuff that might drive you or other people towards fascism, you know, I kind of left this alone because I wanted to play by your rules in order to give you like credit in the debate, but I am now going to stop playing by your rules. I'm part of your system. So you made this ought statement. I wrote it down. People ought to engage in irony as sparingly as possible because of its corrosive nature. Now, I think, you know, to you this is a moral quandary, right?
I think most things are moral when other people do not think those things are even moral issues. I think a lot of people think that I'm making a category error when I talk about morality
But you're not.
around certain
You have a
subjects.
very broad understanding of morality
Yes,
and its
yeah.
impacts. Right. And if I were to ask you to define morality, I know this is a very big question. If I were to ask you to define morality, how would you go about doing that?
First, I would sort out what hat I want to wear for this part of the conversation. Am I wearing my theology hat? Because that one's a pretty simple one. But that's not any fun. Like it's not
Right.
hard.
You could
It's harder to
obviously
argue
just
against that.
define morality as like godliness or whatever, freedom from
Um,
sin. I don't know.
yeah. Okay. People have this corrupted idea of what sin is. I guess we're doing the theology thing
I know.
now.
I have a
Uh,
fairly good idea of what sin is.
uh, for the folks in the
For you know,
audience,
for an atheist, I'm very well. Like I find Christianity to be quite fascinating. You know, we've had discussions about this stuff before.
oh yeah, it's really cool. Just like
Yeah, right.
I,
It's cool.
as
It's
like
cool.
a biblical literalist, think that like Satan stuff is really cool. Like I'm into that stuff enough to recognize um fucking Stolas on site before he was named as being Stolas in Hell of a Boss.
I have no idea what the fuck you just talking about, but whatever.
It's a cartoon on YouTube. Don't worry about it.
A cartoon on
Uh,
YouTube.
yeah,
Now this is moral degeneracy.
I mean, all of Jesus' best friends were criminals. If you want to save people, you got to go where the sin is.
Right. And you know, funny enough, that's Osaka's exact argument, you know, right? Like Osaka says they were making right wing things to draw in a right wing viewership so that they could blue pill them or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we're not talking about
The
that anymore.
real
We're
black
talking
pill
about
is anarchism.
we're talking about virtue ethics or whatever.
Yes, I am an avowed virtue ethicist.
Right. For those laymen in the audience, what does that entail?
Okay. I think that there are qualities that you can develop in yourself and then apply via judgment that and those qualities are I can see us immediately going way bigger than I want this to be. So just like for the sake of argument, grant it for the time being. Like there are unqualified universal goods that okay, I definitely overstated that, but there are unqualified or unalloyed universal goods, and virtues are those things, and we ought to discover them because they are good and then apply them appropriately in our lives. Morality is when you do that.
Right. So these universal goods, where do they come from? How do you know one when you see them?
That's a process of discovery. Like, I really do think that morality, like mathematics, they are both discovered and not invented.
Right, but like
Although, like,
you're saying this
Well,
So then,
here's the next part. Here's the next part. I'm willing to entertain the idea that they may have been invented, but if they were invented by God.
right.
That's my full position. And so, like, things that are
Just to clarify for the audience, my position, I'm a moral anti-realist.
So while there may be some like true universal principles that exist outside of our created space, we have no ability to distinguish the created ones from the universal ones.
Right. Okay.
Wherever
So
God is, there may be some additional moral principles, and some of those must also exist here.
Right.
But we don't know if there are any that exist here that do not exist out there.
Okay. So you kind of didn't answer my question. So I said, how would you know one when you saw one? And then you sort of went on this tangent about how they exist in the real.
Yeah. They exist in the real, and so
just to guide you down a path. Like the way you said, like mathematics is objective, right? And real, discovered, not invented. But you compared it to mathematics. So we know mathematics is real. Well, some people don't agree with that. I'm on the fence, but like mathematics is able to make accurate predictions about the world. Would you say that's true about morality as well, or what qualifications would a moral truth have to meet in order for you to be convinced that it was objective or real?
This gets at a thought that I started and didn't finish, which I have a bad habit of doing, which leads to moments like this. When we were talking about, I'm just about to do it again. When we were talking about sin earlier, I brought that up because the strict definition of sin is imperfection. That is, there's a set of things that are stuff God wants, and there are neutral things, and then there are things God doesn't want.
Right, stuff like
if I'm putting on my theistic
polyamory.
If I'm putting on my theistic hat, that is usually the argument that I go with. I do have like scriptural rebuttals to those things, by the way.
Right. I'm not going to push you on that because I'm not as familiar with the Bible as you are. I don't think it's a particularly important source in the world anyway. So, I still think you didn't quite answer my question.
Yeah. I'm getting there. So that's one angle, but I don't think I have to I don't think that I have to go down in that direction.
I mean, even if you did, there's a lot of stuff that isn't directly talked about in the Bible, and you still have to like explain.
Right, you would have to.
The Bible
extract
never talks
principles.
About fascist, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
are you familiar with abductive reasoning?
Give me a reminder.
Okay, abductive reasoning is when you walk outside and the ground is wet, you think, what must be true to explain this? Well, it is possible that like there was a giant balloon full of water and somebody popped it over my house, but it's way more likely that it has recently rained, based on not just that the ground is wet, but also that the smell in the air, mm-hmm. and the fact that there are still dark clouds, but a majority of them are in the direction that the wind is blowing. And your abductive reasoning is when you look for when you're trying to guess at one of the principles that you don't necessarily have access to automatically, but that what principle would explain the most of these things.
Okay.
And that's what I think the discovery of morality is about. I think that we do have if I'm leaving my theism hat on, I think that we have a sense for this in the way that we have a sense of time. And well, you can destroy your sense of time via looking at Twitter or drugs or something. On average, you start with a sense that is like a barometer, and then can, by both scripture and reasoning, tease out what the real active principles at play are that result in moral behavior, where moral behavior is stuff you should do versus stuff that is permissible versus stuff that is not to be done.
Right.
And if we're really being strict, I call it 5-color morality. There are also categories of permissible things that are permissible but permissible to not do, but preferable to do, things like giving to charity. And then there are things that are technically permissible to do, but preferable to not do. Things like buying a famous work of art that was for sale, and then now because it is your property, destroy it because you have sovereignty over your property.
Right. More ANCAP stuff going on here, but
that's an example. That's not one that I actually believe.
I'm joking. But so you know that a moral principle is true because we have a sense for morality, just like we have a sense for time, and so
I think that you have a sense for morality, and that is an indicate like. This is not a fully articulated thing because I came to this belief set a long time ago, and since then have lost the argumentation that I used to arrive at it.
Right.
So we are currently doing the thing that I just said. We are in the process of trying to rediscover why it was that I came to think this way.
Yes.
But I think that it is. Like that framing of it is a process of discovery. One of the things that you ought to try and discover is how to what it is that you're even discovering in the first place.
Right, but we know what maths is. Like that's we understand that much. You're giving very wishy-washy answers to what morality sort of even is. It's a feeling, but it's also scripture, but it's also this objective thing that exists, as virtues in the world.
I mean, if we want to be strict, it would be, if you want to down in one word, it would be correctness.
Right, but that's also kind of a vague word, right? Like
yeah, and it's also in a way like sneaking the question back into the answer, because then the follow-up is how do you know what correctness is, right?
Yeah. So I'm having a bit of trouble understanding, like, again, like with maths, you can find out if your maths is correct by using it to make predictions and seeing if those predictions are accurate. But with morality, there isn't that feedback that you get with mathematics or something, right? Like, your maths is wrong if you build a bridge according to your calculations and the bridge collapses. But with morality, you can make a moral action and then look at the outcomes, but the only people who can judge the outcomes already have this, like, how can you know that their sense of morality is correct, right? You know what I'm saying?
Mm. All right, I keep going back to that theology hat, and I've been trying to get away from it because I feel like defaulting back to a theological answer is almost cheating. Like, it's not actually answering the question.
Right, and even then, I mean, I like, again, you can draw conclusions from the Bible, but you can't actually know what God likes and doesn't like in every single scenario.
Right, you would have to discover the principles and hope that you're discovering them correctly.
Right, and since no one can communicate from the dead, or rather even more so, you would only be able to find it out after the rapture when you figure out who goes to heaven or not, since no one is guaranteed entry into the kingdom of heaven, but whatever, except that one guy.
Okay, strictly speaking, good works do not get you into heaven, but good works are a product of the character that would lead you to accepting grace, and accepting grace is the thing that gets you into heaven. That's another one of those like severe divergences that the standard model of Christianity that everybody is familiar with is just all over wrong about.
Okay, but
that's not what we're trying to talk about.
I kind of that was my fault. I kind of went in a weird direction.
Yeah. if I'm putting my theology hat on for a second again, um, the good doctrine produces good fruit, and is like an actual Bible quote that is, if you do the right things, it there's a I wish I had read this particular passage more recently, because it goes into greater detail about what that means. Because if I just say that, then that sounds like prosperity gospel. That sounds like if you were virtuous, then good things will happen to you, and therefore you should donate to my megachurch. Because aren't I already rich? That means I must be a good person. That line of reasoning is what that's bad. Don't do that. Not what I'm trying to say. But like, to work through a practical example of this, of me trying out this idea, we know that one of the reasons that we know that the anti-trans doctrine is wrong is because it produces suffering.
Right. So this is like a utilitarianism thing, right? Where suffering is the ultimate, like negating suffering is the ultimate goal of a moral philosophy. I don't think that's what virtue ethics is all about, generally speaking.
No, it's not. It's like there's a conditional here, that if you're doing the right things, then it can produce good things. But the absence of good things doesn't necessarily mean that you did it wrong.
Right, but your this definition sucks because it uses the word good things, which is already a moral statement. So it depends on itself. So it's circular.
Yeah. Like, what we're going through right now is probably what I should have done yesterday and the day before, which is like trying to figure out a good way to phrase my thoughts at you.
Right.
Because you're on a mission of discovery right now. And, in a roundabout way, so am I. You're trying to get at what my thoughts are, and I'm trying to get at a good way to phrase my thoughts to convey them to you.
Well, yeah, that is what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, I think that's necessary to say, because in a lot of destiny-inspired debates, which this one is, there's this.
Well, I'm trying to do is I'm trying to drill down to what you actually believe, so I can form a counter argument. But so far, we don't really know what you believe, other than God probably has a good idea of what it is that's good and bad.
Yeah, and that's not useful, because
we can't know exactly.
Anytime somebody has ever made that argument to me, and I have found it insufficient, which is very often, and this is something that my rightist friend will do, is he'll just default to authority because he's an authoritarian, and say that should be sufficient. And my response to that is always, well, yeah, I have the trust that God has a good reason, but God has a reason, and I want to know what it is. Like, it's not private. It shouldn't be secret. Like, I'm not just relying on trust. There are compelling arguments, because the alternative is being arbitrary, and I don't think that's the case.
Right.
I get really fired up about this because, like, he and I were talking about that for like 2 hours, and he didn't understand what the fuck I was talking about, because he can't see things okay, that's a little uncharitable, but he can't see things outside of his framework of authoritarianism.
All right, let's get back to the question at hand here.
Okay.
Would Tarbuck say that your empathy and pity, through all loving kindness and acting on those feelings, is the highest moral standpoint?
The highest moral standpoint? Not exactly. No.
So, as far as I understand, we were going from like, I suppose, would you agree with the phrase that like moral virtuousness is tangent to godliness, something along those lines, perhaps? Do what God would do. What would Jesus do? Kind of deal.
That is true, but it's not sufficient to.
No, I agree, but at
Yeah.
least it's something.
I mean, that is true.
Okay.
I do affirm that.
We got at least one statement of affirmation on Tarbuck's beliefs. This is a good start.
Yeah, yeah. This is. Hmm. Hmm. I know I'm like falling silent here,
Right, take the time
but
you
I'm
need.
just like
It's okay.
I'm just like chewing on how do I get this? How do I untangle
I wonder
the?
if it's
How do I get to the
possible that you're
foundation?
just wrong.
I wonder if this points to presuppositionalism. That is, that what I should actually do is start with a God is real argument and then attack the whole problem backwards. But that just feels wrong.
Right, and
I don't like
even
that.
if you had a God is real argument, I could try and argue against that, which I think is going to go nowhere because neither of us are going to change our beliefs on that. So one of us would, in the end, have to just, like, for the sake of argument, hold the other's belief hypothetically. Like, well, let's just say hypothetically, if God is real, even then you're wrong. I would have to like eventually do that, which I think I probably could do, but I'd be arguing on the back foot because I would already have conceded like the big thing that I don't believe.
Mhm.
Like, I think I could make like I think I could say like, well, even if God is real, like we can't know like what would Jesus do in every scenario. All we can do is like make good guesses, and since we don't have feedback on like whether those guesses are correct or incorrect, like it's still just up to human arbitrariness to decide what God would want or wouldn't want. And also a lot of stuff that God did, especially in the Old Testament, seems like fairly antithetical to what most people would consider moral behavior.
Yeah, because most people aren't familiar with Nephilim. Watch The Bible in 24 Hours by Chuck Missler. Anyway,
Right, I don't think
um,
that Nephilim necessarily describes. I mean, okay, even still, like just like creating a world full of suffering is like, to me, like seems like anyone who believes in morality would consider that immoral, unless your
evil is
conception
the
of it.
price of free will. That my
Right.
response to that
Well,
generally is evil is the price of free will.
but well, how free really is our will in a Christian universe,
Um,
and also why give. Right. So God is moral, and I assume the opposite of moral goodness is evil. So, therefore, God created all the evil in the world, thereby being evil. But God is also all of morality, so he can't do anything evil. Therefore, all the evil in the world is actually good because it's serving God's aims of, having humans have free will. Therefore, nothing is really evil. Therefore, all morality is subjective and made by humans. Like there's, even if you concede that God is real, the logic falls apart because all theistic logic falls apart because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
there's a couple of things that in there that I object to. One that keeps sticking, or the one that stuck first at least, is I don't think that setting a standard means that you created the deviation from that standard.
Elaborate on that in
Like
specifics.
if if I if I start by establishing that um, that killing somebody without cause is
Let's
a
talk the
bad thing to
specific.
do.
Let's talk about what God did, not like a metaphor.
I mean, that is a thing that
Okay,
God
sure.
did,
All right, let's
is
go.
establish a standard that like do not murder is one of the commandments. And that's why I
Right.
picked it. Um,
Not do
if I
not
establish
rape,
a
by the way.
standard,
He's okay with rape. Or at least it's not a big enough deal to put in the Ten Commandments.
not okay with rape, and I can point to scripture about that,
Right, yeah, no,
but
but what I mean is like, the stuff
it's
in the
not one of the
Ten
commandments.
Right, it's interesting. The stuff that ends up as commandments is kind of interesting. In terms of his
Okay,
priorities, I just find that interesting.
if you want to be totally strict, I keep getting digressed by stuff like that. So I'm just gonna say.
Okay, my bad. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to brass taxes.
I'm just gonna say that I disagree with you about the importance of rape in God's eyes, and just go back to what I was saying.
Okay.
Murder. If I establish that, well, if it is established that murder is wrong, you didn't create murder by setting that standard in the first place. You like defining murder and creating murder.
Well, God could have definitely. He's all powerful. He could have made it impossible to murder.
Yes, right.
There's a lot of stuff we can't do. He made it impossible for us to fly. Why doesn't he make it impossible for us to murder? Right? If he's
Evil is the price of free will.
Right, you say this, but there's a bunch of like that. It seems fairly arbitrary, the stuff that he allows us to be free to do.
I mean, you gotta pick some stuff, right?
you gotta
pick some stuff, right, to be allowed.
But like you're saying, evil is the price of free will.
And
sorry, pizza in my throat.
All right. Well, I'll use your choking to death as a moment to go on.
Okay, go on.
Defining stuff is not the same thing as causing that thing. Making something a possible action. Basically, I'm saying that principle of game design, possible play is intended play, is just not correct.
Right.
In the case of the universe. Also, while we're on the subject of video games, I'm just going to throw it out there that there's no meaningful distinction between simulationism and creationism. And then we're just going to move along from that.
I agree with that, for sure.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, I'm glad that we can agree on that. But, okay, I'm kind of stuck on this phrase, evil is the price of free will, because it feels like something about this kind of feels like a slogan rather than like an actual effective statement. So I kind of want to pick it apart. But I'm also a little, like I'm a little confused about, well, both of the big terms in this sentence kind of have interesting or sort of complex definitions, right? Like both free will and evil, those could be interpreted in various ways. The first thing I attacked is, you say we have free will, but like how free really are we? And, I could go further on that, but also like, and I could go further on evil as well. So I'm not really sure where.
Well, for one thing, you and I have had the free will requires souls conversation that I love to trot out.
Right. Yeah. I'm not strictly a believer in free will.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. But I'm not.
Do you want me to present that case just here for shiggles?
Sure. I just want to set out because I've been thinking about this kind of recently. Like my opinions on free will is sort of I know it's kind of a cop out to talk about things being unknowable, but I think there is a little bit of that. It is a little bit unknowable. I'm not like a full on determinist, which might surprise you. I feel like you would imagine that I would be a determinist, but I'm not a determinist because I think determinism misunderstands time as a concept, and I will just leave it at that. But I'm not like super...
Conversation for another day because I'm interested.
Right, I'm not super into this idea. Into free will is definitely real, and everything we do is... I mean, even if you don't want to go on a like brains are physical objects that also have to obey the laws of physics, I'm assuming this is your like free will requires souls argument, something along these lines, right? That like if your self is contained within your body and your body is just matter obeying the laws of physics, then nothing you do is really free because it all just is following these deterministic laws. So there has to be a soul in order to have like something that isn't beholden to the laws of physics, right? Like that's how I would make that argument.
Yeah, essentially that the universe is deterministic or stochastic, and in either case, you don't have free will in the universe where that is true. In order for you to deviate from the I'm going to pick determinism because I prefer it. In order to deviate from the deterministic course of the world, you would have to act upon the world from outside because the world is
Deterministic. Right. Yeah.
deterministic.
Therefore,
So acting from outside, that action from outside to change the stream of the future and what will happen is just what a soul is. Like you've just defined a soul.
Right.
That's the way that I usually make that argument. You discovered the way that I usually phrase this.
It seems fairly obvious to me. Like that's
Yeah.
a pretty obvious example of an anti-deterministic argument.
I try not to underestimate what is obvious. And
Right.
not
Yeah.
obvious
And
to
as
people.
well you shouldn't. As well you shouldn't. But anyway. So this like free will, you know, I'm somewhat skeptical of this idea of free will. I think even ignoring this like soul, no soul, like deterministic universe type of thing, there's obviously some layer of determinism which influences our personality from the culture that we, you know, were raised in to the people we surround ourselves by. Just the circumstances of our existence have great impact on, you know, who we are. And I think a fairly good counter argument to your soul thing is, without, you know, accidentally being misinterpreted as some sort of like race realist, there is substantial evidence about how genetics affects behavior. There's a whole field, it's called behavioral genetics. You may have watched the whole Robert Sapolsky lectures on this. I watched them. I don't 100% agree with Robert Sapolsky on a lot of stuff, but I think there's some data that is undeniable about this, regarding behavioral genetics. And I think like this alone kind of brings up some interesting questions regarding like how much of any of this stuff is viable, given that not only the society you were raised in massively impacts your behavior. Of course, you know, I don't think you would be a Christian if you were born in Saudi Arabia, for example.
Yeah, I wouldn't have the opportunity to encounter the ideas or the facts that changed me from being an atheist as an adult to being a Christian,
Right.
if I grew up in Saudi Arabia.
Right. And, you know, I might not be an atheist if I grew up in Saudi Arabia. But
yeah, neither of us would have started there, probably.
Not just that, but also if you know, stuff like whether, you know, the amount of Mongol blood you have in you, the amount of Mongol DNA you have in you can be a substantial determinant on your propensity for violence in the world, or rather like whether your fight or flight instinct is heavier on the fight or heavier on the flight. Or like the impact that having various levels of Neanderthal DNA has on your behavior.
The thing that always leaps out at me about nature versus nurture, and the much fancier nature and nurture and environment and habit.
Nurture is environment.
Argument.
I'm pretty sure that's what nurture means.
Nurture, I'm using nurture here to mean like thoughts that were instilled in you, regardless of whether that pressure is still being placed upon you.
Right. Okay.
None of those factors allow for agency at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of how much agency we even have. I mean, there's even a level to which, if I were to go like, as Lakeland, listening to the schizo post here, if I were to go kind of more schizo-y on this, we can just talk about sort of instinctual imperatives that I might not necessarily actually want, like the biological drive to reproduce, or the biological drive to eat high calorie dense food, which makes me fat, right? Like if I actually had like a substantial amount of free will, if I really had like capital F free will, I wouldn't have these drives. I have the ability to, you know, affect some resistance against these drives, but they're still there, and I don't want them to be there. All I can do is like constantly oppose them. You know, there's a level to which like our entire existence is essentially a slave to this like tiny molecule called DNA so that we can continue its existence. Like we as humans are just carriers of this or slaves to this molecule that don't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wouldn't call
Well,
that being like a lot of agency or free will.
you can affect other people's agency though. Like if you have two people who have true free will, one of those people could impose their will on the other person, and that doesn't, at least for the version of free will that I'm talking about, that doesn't negate the fact that they have free will, just that their options are being infringed.
Right. But the point I'm trying to make is, if evil is the price of free will, I'm pretty sure we got a raw deal because we didn't get that much free will and we got quite a lot of evil.
Well, that quite a bit of that evil is the result of other people's choices.
Right, but also
Well,
quite a bit
like
of that evil
we
is the
are
result of
downstream.
biological imperatives, or at least like instincts, drives, one might say, if you wanted to get, maybe Nietzschean. Maybe you want to bring Nietzsche into this. I don't particularly want to bring Nietzsche into this, so I'm not going to, but maybe you do.
I haven't read enough of him.
Yeah, me too. That's why I don't want to bring him into this.
High five for illiteracy.
Well, it's just been a while. I read Nietzsche like many, many, many years ago, and I didn't read much of Nietzsche.
Yeah, back in college for me as well.
But anyway, I feel like this is the sort of question become, I could even bring up stuff that isn't necessarily human evil, just like sort of nature evil, stuff that is just unnecessary, like natural disasters, or, I mean, there's that.
Or why do animals rape?
They don't know.
Is that what you're getting at?
They don't know, right? Yeah, sure, whatever. But like the point being, there's all of this suffering in the world, and you could have, as God, created a world without all of this shit, right? You could have done it. You're all powerful, but you chose not to do that. You were like, no, actually, all of this bad shit, this needs to happen. And your original point is about free will, and even if I don't actually agree, or at least at the very least, I think it's a raw deal. And as an all-powerful God, you could probably have haggled it down to a better version of what we have. But even that aside, the stuff that fucks with humans, there isn't other humans making ostensibly free choices that fuck them over. The stuff like natural disasters, like disease, like all of this stuff, right? As God, you could have created a world where that doesn't exist. Now, the traditional Christian, like the mainstream Christian response to this is, well, this is a test, but you don't believe that this is like a moral test. Right, you're not taking that.
I mean, I think okay. So there's two responses that I have here. The first one is that leaving my Bible hat on still,
as if you could ever take it off.
As if I could ever take it off, dude. Do you know how many hats I stack on top of other hats when I'm at conventions and stuff? And I really like the aesthetic of reaching up to my hat, pulling just the crown off to reveal that wasn't the true crown of my hat, and then somebody leaves, and I like lift up my hat, and there's another hat underneath it as well. That's really what's going on here. The Bible hat is always closest to the scalp, like a proper yarmulke. The traditional, what I would consider the traditional Christian response to that is not that it is a test, although that's like the common one. It is that, well, if you read Genesis, the whole of creation fell at the fall of Adam. So this is like even things like natural disasters and some berries are poisoned is the result of a person's choice.
Right, but
that doesn't answer your actual question, which is why is that possible in the first place?
Sure.
Oh yeah. Molly Boom, the theme of this debate is, isn't it fun to disagree with each other? Our inciting incident was irony causes Nazis.
I pretty quickly dropped the irony causes Nazis thing
I
because it
want to
was,
get back to that.
well, it was kind of boring because it's kind of unprovable. Like neither of us have the large scale data that would be necessary to prove our points.
I didn't even get all the way to like articulating either of my two arguments because it does happen on two scales. We'll get back to that when I'm done with this.
Right, but I could, you know what, I can say it doesn't matter because I can just force us to have this argument anyway because I can be like, well, but you know, none of this matters anyway because morality isn't real. And then you have to argue with me about this. So I get this argument either way.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And then we get back to my Unix philosophy. Tease for the future.
I have more of a Unix philosophy than you, and I don't even know what yours is. I just know I'm already better at it than you.
Yeah.
I'll
just concede that.
The joke about this is that I keep like bigging myself up and saying like I'm better at it than you as like a nod towards debate bros. I don't know. I think I'm the only one that finds this funny.
Yeah. You're also like pushing an unfriendly image of yourself when you do that.
Right.
Hey, Urquay. Anyway, so we did the nature is bad because one guy was bad once part. I'm trying to remember what it was that I was responding to because I had two responses and it's very easy to get sidetracked onto either one, onto going deeply into either of them. I know that one of the things that I was trying, one of the responses that I had, and I'm not sure if this is what I was even responding to, was that there are external pressures on you, but that does not, the mere existence of external pressures does not negate free will as a concept. It just means that there's other stuff that is also pushing on you. By free will here, we mean changing the course of determinism or the ability to have intention. Those are the two things that I tend to mean, that people tend to mean by free will. And I mean both of them. I mean free will in the sense that you have intention. So whether time is fixed or not. Say again?
I think desire might be a better word than intention.
Maybe.
I don't know.
There are things that act automatically, and then there are things that act on purpose. When I flip a light switch, it is my intention to turn the light on. The switch does not have the intention to turn the light on, even if you might argue that it is integrating some information and thereby it is like a low level piece of universal consciousness. The switch does not have intention, but I do.
How do you know that anyone has intention if you can't see inside their brain?
Well, from the starting position, how do you know that you have intention?
I don't. I'm not 100% sure.
We're getting down to bedrock, which is like fundamental disagreements.
Yeah. Like I remember last time we talked, you asked me, do you believe in capital T truth?
Yeah.
And I said no at the time, and then like the next day I came back and said, actually, I think it's unknowable.
So does that mean that you think that cogito ergo sum is unknowable?
Yeah, pretty much. I think like well more so what I think is like if we're looking at like the separation between the external, the outside world. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, as I tend to do, that there is a
Hmm.
world that is at the very least intersubjective, that there is some external world, and we're not just brains in vats or whatever. There is an outside world. And then there's the representation of that world that we experience, right?
Hmm.
Like, can we ever know 100% that there is something that is true in that outside world? I don't think we, even if we said something that was true, like capital T true, we would have no way of finding out that fact, because we don't interact with the world. We only interact with a representation of the world.
You want total epistemic certainty that the world of sensation is also the actual world.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the world of sensation is not the actual world. It can't be. We have limited senses. It's impossible.
All right, I guess instead of is, I should say your sensations are produced by the actual world in a so as to approximate it.
I mean, I could concede that and still be right, I think.
I mean, if your goal for being wrong is me giving you epistemic certainty that I'm holding a dish of salt right now, then
What
I'll
is this
just
whole
concede
salt
that.
thing? What is with this salt thing? Is this something from that one YouTube channel that you watch? I'm gonna bet that there's a video on Today I Learned or whatever that's about how salt is actually good for you.
There is, but I've been eating salt out of a dish since way before that. I've been doing that for 15 years.
Bro, why? Be careful about your
Because
blood
it's
pressure.
delicious.
Salt is delicious. That's true.
I mean, part of it is that it's delicious. I now do it with impunity because I am confident that it doesn't have the negative effects on me that people assert that it does.
All right. Well, I'm not a nutritionist, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong about that, but I'm not going to die on that hill.
Hmm. There's also the fact that I just have a baseline higher level of health than most people. So since I have farther to fall, I might as well enjoy myself on the way down.
Right. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to judge you morally for this. Right. Well, yeah. So this, like, the capital T truth, like, there is this, like, ultimate reality, right? That like the platonic reality, or whatever you want to call it. I forget what it's actually called, but that place, right? The place. But I say, whether or not it exists or what it looks like, I would probably, just because of the fact that we're having a discussion right now, you basically have to concede that there's some intersubjective reality, or else you can't communicate with anyone ever. So I concede that there's an intersubjective reality, right? And whatever that is, I don't think we can ever, or like, if there's some objective version of that reality, you as a person, as a brain, as a you can never truly interact with it. You can only interact with a representation of it. So if there is or isn't
Well, hang
absolute
on.
truth,
By interact, do you mean
anything,
you mean anything?
observe or affect.
That's a much stranger argument that you cannot affect
I
the
mean, you
real
may or
world.
may not be able to. Because you can
Okay.
only maybe experience is the better word. You can only ever experience the representation. So even if you did affect it, you wouldn't know whether you were just affecting it or affecting the representation of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my there's this impassable problem of space time, which is the fundamental gap between the world and the representation of the world that we cannot cross, and I don't know that we'll ever cross it. And thereby, it is impossible to know if something is capital T true or not.
Are you feeling the my favorite response to this?
Go ahead. Go
Have I
ahead.
made it to you before?
Maybe.
Which is that a subjectivist is a person who uses epistemics as a replacement for metaphysics.
Right. Expand upon that.
Okay. Usually I can get somebody to concede that something exists,
Right.
and usually the subjectivist will default to the idea that, well, whether it does exist or not is irrelevant because it's not knowable, and then they'll base all of their reasoning on that. And they they act as though epistemics is superior to metaphysics, that what is knowable is the is higher in the hierarchy, or
I mean, it necessarily is because we're humans having discussions.
odd
I mean,
odd to hear
no.
that.
Otherwise, no. That's not odd. That's logical. Because if I was to say, let's have a discussion right now. Let's have a debate about what is in my
Mm-hmm.
pocket. Tell me what
Mm-hmm.
is in my pocket, and I don't check, and you don't check. Then who fucking care? Like, how is any of us supposed to make any true or false statements about that subject if neither of us know?
Let's pretend like let's establish for a moment that the if the world that we are experiencing, the interperceptual world, is the real one.
What do you mean?
If it's the real one, hang on.
But what do you mean it is the real one? Like as in when you say the world that we're experiencing, I think it evidently is not the real one, right? Because we have limited senses. Like the real world doesn't exist in just the visual spectrum of light. The real world doesn't exist in just the audible spectrum of sound. There's
Are
also
you familiar?
a bunch of other
Like
shit like
one of the ideas that I'm gesturing to over and over again without defining is correspondence theory of truth. Are you have I talked about that with you before?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Um, let's say in the actual world that there's a cam soda on my desk right now. Okay.
Okay.
And in the world of my perception, there is also a can of soda on my desk. The world of my perception is being produced by the actual world. And if I were to make a statement, all I am making the statement on is the perceptual world.
Okay.
But whether that statement is true or not
Is
is
whether it
depending on whether it.
corresponds with the real world. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Right. Quite simply, there is no can of soda on your desk. There is atoms. There is floating probability clouds. The entire idea of a can of soda comes from your perception.
And now we're gonna get back to Platonic abstracts,
Right. Which aren't.
which is where we diverged before.
Wait, you believe you're a Platonist?
I'm not a Platonist, but it's the easiest similar concept to refer to to gesture at to get my actual beliefs out.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. The collection of atoms, or however finely you want to slice it, is the thing being described when I say there's a can there. There's not a can there just because it is made of components.
I'm not saying it's made of just because it's made of components is not a can. I'm saying that not only is it made of components, but it is also questionable where the borders of canness and uncanness exist, right? And also, sorry, I think I kind of lost my train of thought there when I said also, but like the separation between objects is something that happens after it crosses into the world of perception. It's not something that exists in, you know, external reality. And there might be, you know, given our limited senses, you know, that might stretch into the fourth dimension or some nonsense like that. In which case, you might not, if you could perceive that, you might not define it as a can anymore, right? You can't know.
I think if you extend it out that way, you would have to significantly expand your vocabulary.
Right? In what way?
A cone contains circles and parabolas and ellipses.
Okay.
So if this is a weird, stretchy object,
okay, it still contains a can. I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If you look at, like, let's say, what's that string theorist guy? Steve something? Steve Carroll, I think is his name. Sean Carroll. Right. Let's say he's right, and the fundamental nature of reality is quantum probability clouds. That there is, like, even atoms aren't real, even subatomic particles aren't real. They're just like an upper layer of this fundamental layer, which is like just like clouds of quantum probability, and that you can everything else builds upon that. That we are so ill-equipped to actually experience reality that we see all of these layers above it, like atoms, like subatomic particles, like strings, but really all that's there is like probability clouds. Then can doesn't meaningfully describe anything.
I don't see why that doesn't make it.
But it only describes.
Why would you say that it doesn't meaningfully describe anything?
Because it doesn't. It only describes something that only exists within your perception. It doesn't describe anything that actually takes place in reality.
I'm trying to unbuckle from the way that I look at things to try and not see what I see as the response to what you see in this. Which is a nicer way of phrasing that I think that that's dumb and wrong, and I'm trying to become dumb and wrong so that I could, by simulation, right, so that I can believe this for a moment.
So you're saying, right, that can, like you know, whether or not reality looks anything like my perception, there's still something there which, no matter where it is or like who's looking at it, or, you know, even if like you could somehow interact with it objectively, it's still there, and it's still in the shape of a can, and it's always going to be called a can, so it's a can, right? Like, it's still just.
I wouldn't go so far as to say always going to be called a can. Okay, well, but I would always class it as a
right?
can.
Yeah, that, right? Whereas I'm saying, like, we don't know that reality isn't so separate from our perception. That's why I went with this, like, wave of quantum probability cloud wave thing, which we can't even really conceptualize as anything other than, like, when I say that, you probably get an image in your mind of like a CGI grid with waves in it or something, but that's like, it doesn't look like anything. It doesn't have light, it doesn't have visuals. Like, there's we can't even begin to perceive it or conceptualize it at all in our minds, because it's so abstracted from the way we see the world. Like, in that universe, if that's what the universe really looks like, or something similarly different from our experience, which I think is quite likely, you know, especially this quantum shit, because, you know, there's a lot of smart people like it, right? In that case, then, you know, no. You know, there's so much other shit going on that there is nothing you can point to and say, this is the can and these are the borders of the can. Like, no, that doesn't exist. Only one with all the layers of perception and scale and dimensionality and so on, and, you know, even possibly space and time, only then does this form of a can, something that we call a can and we conceptualize as an object, come into being. But on a fundamental level, it's not there.
This sounds an awful lot like if you make a sufficiently complicated shape, you can no longer find one piece of its cross section, which is a circle.
That is not
Which
what I'm
is just
saying at all, because you're comparing like a cone containing parabolas and circles to I don't even know how I would begin to come up with a comparison in that world of metaphor. Like the entire concept of the 2D plane, for example. Like, well, the 2D plane can also contain parabolas and circles. So therefore, blah, 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 right? But
what's in that blah blah blah?
okay, you know what?
Because I was going along with you.
Hold on, I've become distracted by a comment. Well, if it were like a computer simulation, what a person within it might mean with the word can does correlate to something, which is what it correlates is to. Right. Like something similar to this. Like I'm not saying it doesn't correlate to anything. It probably does, right? Like there is something out there in the objective world which constitutes can, or which you are interpreting as a can. But we can't like know what that is at all. We're not even close to being able to approximate what that stuff is.
That just doesn't seem like a problem to me.
It's not. I mean, what do you mean a problem? Like it's not
Like
a
that doesn't
problem
seem
for
like
day-to-day life.
That doesn't seem like it contradicts me. Like let me try to attack this another way. Like by going down a level. Okay. Picture a can in your mind.
I'm doing it.
All right. I would argue that for the definition of physical that I use, which I'll get to in a second, that can is physical. You can act upon that imagination. And if you were sufficiently clever, that imagination could act on you. And it has medium. It exists on the substance of your mind, in the substance of your brain. It is not the same thing as the can that is in my hand, which I muted the mic so that you wouldn't hear me crushing it. It is not the same kind of thing. It's a whole different category of object that has similarity to the one that I'm holding. But it is real, wherever it is.
I'm not sure I follow how this is relevant.
Because it's
you're saying that like just because it's quantum waveforms or whatever doesn't mean it's not real.
And it also doesn't mean that it's not what it is.
Well, that's where I disagree. I think it doesn't mean that it's not real. It is real. It could be real, right? But it does mean that because the definitions start to fall apart.
It sounds like to me that you're trying to say that I think the imaginary can and the can in my hand are the same kind of object.
Right.
And that I'm mistaken, that there is only the real can, and the can in my mind is an illusion and therefore not real. When I'm just saying that there are different categories of things.
Right. But what I'm saying is it's more like you're trying to point to the can in my mind and describe it. There's an impenetrable barrier where you can't actually directly observe that can in my mind. Same way you can't directly observe the world, only a representation of the world.
I think we got this a little backwards here.
What do you mean?
Because if I were being perfectly clear, you wouldn't have phrased it that way.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to default back to CGP Gray's Silver Bullet.
Please not CGP Gray.
Have I mentioned this concept before?
I don't know, but I'm not a big fan of CGP Grey.
I used to be a big fan of CGP Grey. Back when he made videos. It's probably not a thought that's original to him, but the way that he phrased it like burns brightly in my mind, which is it is remarkably hard to phrase another person's idea back to them in a way that they would agree with. But I think that that is a requirement for understanding.
I agree.
And so then CGP Grey's Silver Bullet is trying to do that and seeing if you're right about the thing that you think the other person thinks.
So I will do that for you right now. You think that since we both seem to make observations about the world and we seem to agree on those observations, and not just both of us, but most humans, right? About some basic things about the world. We live on a planet. There is a can on the desk, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
That there is some this is evidence that there is some external world, right? And it's out there. There is a real world.
Correct so far.
Even though there is a barrier between our sensory perception and our experience of the world compared to the actual objective world, nonetheless, the representation of the can that I see corresponds with something in reality, and that something can only be called a can.
We'd have to expand can only be called a can, but I'm choosing to read you charitably.
Because, I'm seeing something, right? And even if you want to break it down into particles or waves or whatever, it's a can. Like just because it is made of those things doesn't make it not a can. The same way just because it's made of tin doesn't make it not a can or whatever, right? Therefore, there is such thing as capital T truth because we can observe it.
You lost it at the end.
Right.
Yeah, I'm starting from the position that there is an external world. And truth is truth because it matches the world. You find out what is true by either reasoning, in which case you produce tautologies, or contradictions, as the case may be, and
I
or
believe that is. Oh God, it's been Kant.
Or
something about Kant. Someone post about Kant in the chat.
Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Or you encounter
already
things
posted about Kant in the chat.
Or you encounter things that are contingently true. They are true. They're true statements because they correspond to the real, true, actual world.
Right. Okay. I just want to clarify. This is the guy who's talking about things being true because they're logical or correspond to things in the actual world, who also believes there's an angel chained up beneath the Washington Monument or something like this.
Not the Washington Monument. If I'm remembering correctly, it's Mammoth Cave National Park.
Right, that's not the thing we're supposed to have a problem with here. But anyway.
Well, it would flow naturally from a belief in God.
I don't know about that. Lots of people believe in God. Not many people believe in an angel in national parks anyway.
Yeah, but a lot of those people are inconsistent and cowards.
Right. Am I inconsistent and a coward?
I think you're trying very hard to be consistent. You are certainly more of the things that you believe agree with the rest of what you believe than don't. And you are batting way above average for that. If you were to separate out inconsistent things as being like different pieces, you have bigger pieces. You're chopped up into fewer pieces than most people are by a wide margin. And I like that. That's why I like you.
Just interestingly enough, for the sake, like, I tried not to bring this up because it kind of makes debating it's one of those things that, like, once you it's like epistemic anti-realism. Once you establish it as like a belief that someone holds, it makes all debate impossible. So I'm not actually going to hold you to debating me on this terms, but I do believe it's possible to hold internally contradictory beliefs that are still all true.
You mean, I'm assuming you mean strict contradictions. You don't mean it in the Buddhist koan form of
No,
contradictions.
yeah. Like I think that reality itself is contradictory sometimes, but we don't have to get into that.
That seems like a black hole
It kind of
of a
is.
debate.
Yeah, and I don't think I would be able to debate it. I think it would kind of just go in circles. So we're not going to debate on those terms because whatever, it's insane. Yeah, my point being, okay, so
you did a 95% painting out of what I believe. You only dropped it at the end there. Do you remember your phrasing when you dropped it?
I said something about, I actually don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay, let's try and find another version of that. A statement is true if it corresponds to the actual world, and
Right, but then
I don't remember where you went.
yeah, right, but this is my whole problem with this, right? Is that you can't know if it corresponds to the actual world
So
because you can't interact with the actual world. So you can't know. So therefore, you can't know if
you
a statement is
can
ultimately
you
true.
can act upon.
You can know
You
if a
can act
statement is
upon.
like likely to be true, right? Like you can find out. The best way is predictions. If you can make a statement that seems to make accurate predictions consistently, then you can be pretty sure it's as close to true as you can get. Right? I'm not super like, oh, nothing's real, nothing's true, nothing's blah blah blah. Right? Right? I'm like, if you can make some sort of contention, and then that hypothesis creates accurate predictions, then whether or not it's actually true, it's at least useful, and that's about as good as you can get. And I'm honestly okay with that. Like I don't. I guess because I'm not a Christian, like I feel like that's a comfortable universe to live in. I'm not super uncomfortable with that because I'm like that's being like being able to do things that make predictions. Or on the other side of the other way you might say things is like being able to make statements that are logically consistent, right?
I'm not a coherent theory of truth guy, but go on.
I thought you just said you were.
No, correspondence theory of truth,
Sorry, I
not
got my
coherence.
words mixed up. But like
The coherence theory of truth crowd is all like validity and truth are the same concept.
right, well, I don't know about that. But I'm saying like in these two different versions of being like as close to true as you can get, which is like on the one hand being able to make accurate predictions. Those exist. That we've said things that make accurate predictions before. Those exist. Those are real. And being able to say things that are logical and internally consistent, we can do that too. Those things we can do. Like that's as much as I'm confident in saying we can do. Like yeah, we can do that, and that's good enough for me. I'm not like complaining about it. I'm comfortable in that universe. Whether or not I'm happy to say that those two, like either of those two conditions being met means that something is capital T true. I can't speak on that. It may or may not. I don't know. But it doesn't really matter that much to me because I don't, as someone who doesn't interact with the true world, which includes every person on earth, everyone.
And you include acting upon it, right?
Well, again, we would. I think it's likely that we can act upon it, but you can only make a guess as to whether it's like, or I'm not 100% sure on this, but like what I would say is when you act upon the world, you see the results of your action, right? And so that's how you know you've acted upon the world. If you can say like, I'm a cat, I'm going to knock this glass off the table or something, and then you knock the glass off the table and the glass falls off the table, you've essentially made an accurate prediction and then seen that you've made an accurate prediction. And I think that's as far as you can go. That's all you can say on that you've made an accurate prediction.
And by as far as you can say, you mean with total epistemic certainty.
Yes, yes.
Okay. But you also agree that if the perceptual world is being produced by the actual world, that they look pretty
I don't
similar,
understand
that
this.
they're pretty close.
I mean, no, I don't agree with that, and I don't. I
Like
also that they are like.
it sounds an awful lot like I keep trying to get this idea off the ground, and you like fizzle out before I finish the
Oh,
sentence.
sorry. Go ahead, get your idea off
No,
the
I mean like mentally, not in the not your signal or anything.
what's your idea that you're trying to get off the ground? Is this
Okay.
like this correspondence thing or whatever you said? No,
Yeah. I'm trying to
right. Then like
finish the thought of this correspondence thing.
right, but like it may or may not. I don't know. Is my fundamental like we can't really speak on that, not with absolute certainty. You can say
Mm-hmm.
like it seems to me pretty likely that's that, and that's fine. You can say that. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think you can prove it, but you can say that, and I'm not really gonna have a problem with it. I'm gonna say like sure, maybe, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like it seems like everyone who comes to my house and in my room points to this object on my desk and calls it a can, right? If it's that intersubjective and it like obeys the laws of physics and so on, right? It does all of the stuff that you would expect something in the real world to do, and it probably exists in the real world. And I'll say, yeah, it probably does, but I don't know.
Yeah, that in the real world part is what I'm trying to start with. So in that real world, this thing you think is likely but aren't certain about. If I try to make a statement about that real world, that statement is either true or untrue. And whether that's true or not is external to us because it's out there in the world.
Right.
The statement is true because it corresponds to the world. And I could be wrong. Like I'm not trying to argue for like epistemic certainty of perception. But I'm saying that whether or not that's true is the top level of reality, and the top level of reality is not perception.
Right, but what I'm saying is we can't like that's all well and good, but we can't interact with that level of reality, so that means we can't really speak accurately on it. Or
Chat, what do you guys think? Am I getting too stuck on the can't interact with it? Because even if we can't perceive it with accuracy, our perceptions are being, if I'm right, then our perceptions are being produced by the real world. And
but
if
this
I'm
is
right,
something I have.
then
Okay, if you're going to be a stickler on this, then I have to be a stickler on this other thing. This perceptions are being produced by the real world. What do you mean by that?
your eye,
Because you're saying two different things. You're saying our perceptions correspond with the real world, which is a fairly innocuous statement that I can that's I'm more like a sure maybe on that. I'm not a hard yes like you are, but correspond with the real world is very different from are directly produced by the real world. I mean, there are obvious
okay, I
examples where
see
it's
where you're
not.
going. I see where you're reading me wrong. Okay, I see what's happening there.
Right. I mean, Jelaine, I'm like for the sake of argument, saying that right. Like I agree with Jelaine here. I'm assuming that there is like this consensus reality that we all experience, just for the sake of argument to make the argument easier. Because if I start going on this like epistemic anti-realist stuff, it makes having any debate really hard.
Yeah. Like, and anyways, we would want to pick one and prove something in the small case before you make that bigger case.
Right.
If you're just getting caught up on produced by, then that's probably just you think that produced means different things than I do. And so when I'm using it, I'm trying to get an idea across that is different than the one you
Right,
think I'm
but
trying to get
I
across.
might disagree, right? Because I say, like, you're saying our perceptions are produced by the real world, but I say our perceptions are produced by, you know, our sensory organs and then our interpretation of those sensory inputs.
And those sensory inputs
minds.
are like
And
those organs that are producing the perception are real physical objects. That's part of what I'm saying.
We can assume they are, yeah. They're probably
Yeah.
real physical objects. We can't really interact with them. Or, sorry, observe them, I should say.
All right, I'm going to pick a case, and I'm going to pick a simple case, all right? The color green.
Okay.
If we establish that this little 5-minute timer that I'm holding, I've got a little sandglass on my desk. If we establish that the color that is green, we have the common understanding of what green is and can identify it. If those things are all green, then that green property,
green, right? It's interesting that you've chosen green.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Like, let me finish out this example before we like get into the quibbles.
Okay,
all right,
go ahead.
Okay, so there's a range of things that we're going to call green, and while there might be fuzzy edges on the far extremes, there's definitely a middle here that we're going to agree is green. And I'm going to choose this sand timer for the sake of argument. You can kind of see it in that little picture that I posted for you. My perception of green is my eyes reacting to the light coming off of some of the object, and the light coming off of that object is doing it in a particular way because of a real property of that real
is not
sand
your
glass.
Perception of green.
Let me finish. There's a real property of that object that is causing light to come off of it in a particular way, and that light is being captured by my eyes, and then that information is being converted into impulses that come up to my brain and become the perception of green. So I'm pre-settling out that the qualia of green is different from the real property that qualia is corresponding to. But if that real property in that real object were different, then it wouldn't be producing the qualia of green in my mind. You still with me?
Hello? You still here?
Yeah, I'm Well, okay, by different, I mean the red timer has a different real property. And we can check them a bunch of times.
No, you can't. You can't check them. You can never directly check them. You can only check perception.
That's what checking is.
Right, but you're not checking them. You're checking them like in a casual sort of way, in a day-by-day definitional sort of way. If you were to get a mass spectrometer or whatever and look at their molecular structures and calculate how light would be absorbed by those structures and therefore prove that this particular green or red wavelength is reflected by those, right? You could do that, but at no time did you ever look at any of that stuff with not your eyes, not through your perception. You never directly interacted with the real world, or rather you never directly perceived it. I keep saying interacted, but it's digging me into like traps. I meant to say perceived it. I think I probably could make an argument about interacted, but why force myself to make this more difficult for me than it has to be?
Mm-hmm. I keep having this feeling like I'm play along with for the joke for a minute, because the joke is that I'm being uncharitable. But I keep having this feeling like some point in the past, somebody was who was the originator of this idea was like, I saw an optical illusion and then it ruined my life.
Right, but I don't think that's the case here. I don't think that's. I think that is being fairly uncharitable.
Oh, Keyblade is here. We're having a live streamed debate, so if you don't want to be on a live streamed debate, probably nope out of this one.
Okay. Everyone become a truck driver.
Good advice.
I've been streaming Euro Truck Simulator.
Literally the only thing you can do to make money without going to college, and it's somehow working out.
Yeah.
I have my offset backing. Perfect. Anyway, I'll flow off your funky flow.
There's a link to the stream of this that is happening right now over in the Tom Fuckery channel.
Okay.
Right. I don't know if I don't know how you're not understanding this. Like,
I think we're talking past each other.
I kind of think I'm talking and you're moving out of the way so that it goes past you. Right? Like,
I have the same feeling.
You've already sort of conceded that we only interact with the representational world.
Interact with?
So we only perceive the representational world. You've already sort of conceded that. You're saying, but that representational world definitely corresponds to some real world, right? And I'm saying,
yeah,
that sounds like a reasonable proposition, but I can't say for sure whether it does or doesn't. And then you're giving examples of still interacting with the representational world. Because I'm right, obviously, because you've already conceded that you can't perceive the objective world. So, like, you're only making statements about how it seems likely, and I'm like, yeah, it does seem likely, but you can't know for sure.
To try a different tack, I think that the consistency is a good reason to trust it.
Right, and you can trust it. That's different. Trusting it is different from proving it. I also trust it. I operate in my daily life like there is an objective world, whether I really want to or not. Just in order to operate in the world, you have to kind of assume that there's some at least intersubjective reality, right? I trust it, and it's, as I said, you can make predictions that are accurate, and that's good enough for everything pretty much. That's good enough for all of human activity. But speaking on capital T truth is different, and I don't think we can necessarily do that.
Senso here in the chat says, I think Tarbuck is saying there's either true or false statements, and No is saying it's a scale of maybes. And my response to that is, I don't think those things are contradictory.
Right, and I'm saying, like, not that it's all a scale of maybes, but I'm saying whether or not there are true or false. Like, let's say, for example, that Tarbuck is completely right, as I think we both agree is quite likely, that there is, like, that the sensory world, the world of perception, corresponds very neatly with the real objective world.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, when I say I think it's quite likely, it's a little more complicated than that. But sure, let's just, like, right, whatever. I think I started off here kind of in a weird position, and now I'm gonna have to, like, say weird stuff. But
well, gather your thoughts for a second, because now it's my turn to take a biology break.
Okay. How's the chat doing? we get some one who's winning this weird ass debate where I argue who can say and Tarbuck argues I'm 100% certain. Like I feel like we're both taking weird positions here, right? Get some ones for no thank you, twos for Tarbuck. You don't actually have to do that. It is very strange debating Tarbuck, because for someone with such like, you're both 100% wrong. What do you think, Jelaine? What you said before in your comment, I agree with. Oh, oh, I see.
What's going on?
Nothing. People are making jokes in the chat, and I'm too autistic to understand them.
Okay.
Say you had some thesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the thesis is the timer is green, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have this thesis and you want to prove it. How would you go about proving it?
Inductively. More or less. After setting my terms, I would try to construct the category of green by example. I mean, I'm definitely making a leap of trust that you're not willing to, even though it's a very small step.
I think it's a huge step. It's literally the difference between
that's what I would have predicted.
There is objective truth and there isn't. Like, that's a huge step. It sounds like a minor step, but I think it's a huge step. And I'm glad, like, I think you just proved me right. Like, you just said it's a step of trust. It's a leap of faith. But your precise words were, I think it's a step of trust, right? Like, you don't know, you're just trusting it because you've been operating by this logic, you've been able to make accurate predictions about reality in the past, right? Like, it seems consistent with your experience, therefore you're willing to make that step of trust. And I say that's also how I operate on a day-to-day basis, but when it comes to being 100% epistemically certain, I'm not willing to say. So you actually agree with me.
Did you think that I was arguing for epistemic certainty of the stained glass being green?
I don't know what you're arguing for anymore.
Yeah, I'm getting that sense. I thought we kind of laid that out in the beginning, that I am not talking about epistemic certainty and never have been, and making the discussion about epistemic certainty is just like missing it.
Right. You're saying
but
that...
then
Oh, go ahead.
We both agree that there are statements that we're confident in. Things like this sandglass is green.
I mean, what do you mean by confident in?
If there was a lookup table at the end of reality where you could see all the statements that have ever been made and whether or not they were true, and you look up that statement and it was real, like it came back that statement was true, you wouldn't be surprised.
Sure, you can make statements like that, but that's already making a bunch of assumptions about reality. But let's hold on to those for the sake of argument. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a for funsies example.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So we're both we're both confident in predictions about the world. Generally, it's how we cross the street.
I never denied that you can't. I said multiple times that you can make predictions about the world,
right,
that are accurate.
And the thing that we disagree on is whether the consistency of those predictions is sufficient to convince us that our perceptions about the world are correct and not just very likely.
Or any, I wouldn't even say that. Like, I'd say, you can make predictions about the world. This is not, I'm not denying this. But that's very different from saying something is capital T true. And I say likely, right? I say it's very likely that that you're basically right about this sort of correspondence stuff, right? But that's like, once it gets into I'm pretty likely, that's purely subjective. Like, I don't actually claim to have any true knowledge on this. Like, honestly, I can't say one way or the other. I don't think really anyone can.
Yeah, your bar for how you judge things is epistemic certainty, and mine is not.
Well, I think when we're talking about something being true, that by definition requires certainty. If you're not certain, then it's not true, right? If something is not certain, then it's not true. Those are sort of interchangeable words, I think.
Okay, you changed when you corrected that statement.
Yes.
You went from I am not certain to it is not certain.
Well, yeah, because I can be certain of something. That doesn't mean that like I could be. There are flat earthers who are certain that the world is flat. That doesn't really mean anything.
Right.
Right. For something to be true with a capital T, it has to be certain.
Agree.
And I'm saying we can't really make statements about that one way or the other.
There's the you are certain crowd and the it is certain set of things, and never the twain shall meet.
Yes. And even further than that, I'm not even confident to say that the it is certain that even exists.
Well, that should, like, what I've been trying to get at is the it is certain part. I don't care about the I am certain
part. Yeah.
And like, where a lot of subjectivists trip themselves up is assuming that I'm talking about the I am certain.
No, I'm not assuming that.
Okay. Because a lot of the responses that you've given me sound like
No.
you have.
Well, what I'm saying is, you can't speak on it is certain because you are you. You can only speak on I am certain.
But whether it is certain or not is kind of up to it.
Right, and we don't know.
And
we
not
don't
up
know.
to us.
Right, I agree, and we don't know.
It's that epistemics and metaphysics thing.
No.
It always comes back to.
Hold on.
Hang on.
No.
Let me finish my thought.
I know what your thought is. You've said it 5 times already. You're saying this about like, oh, well, you're getting the order of operations wrong. Like, you should start from the fact that there is this external world that is certain, and then look at our perception of that world. But I'm saying you can't do that, because in order to make any statements regarding the external world, you're doing it from a subjective point. You're doing it from a point of consciousness, because you're making a statement. You're a conscious being making a statement within your own perception. You can only make statements within. You can't do the other thing, because as soon as you make a statement, you're self-evident, right? So actually, it does make sense to start from this place. You can't start from assuming something which you can't prove and then say, actually, look, I've started by assuming that this thing exists that I can't prove and that you can't prove me wrong. Well, that's because you started with an assumption that you can't prove. There's no mistake here. There's no like, whoops, I'm messing up the epistemics and metaphysics. I'm doing that on purpose. I'm saying, look, any discussion on the external world has to first acknowledge the fact that we don't experience it. At least not directly.
I keep trying to get across the idea that proof is downstream of what is, that if there was nothing, then you wouldn't be around to prove it in the first place.
I'm not saying that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I know. The
I just think your reasoning is flawed. Like I think you're actually the one with the order of operations backwards. Because you're starting from the presumption that we have to talk about truth first before we can talk about our perception of that truth.
Do you exist?
Probably. Actually, I think so. Yeah, I think I'm confident enough to say yes, I exist. Or well, the thing in that sentence that I have a problem that I would theoretically have a problem with is the you or the I rather than the exist. But we're not talking about the existence of the self, right? So let's just say yes.
Okay. So it is, and you exist whether that's knowable or not, or whether or not you know that.
That's a good question. It's hard for me to answer that question because I've never in memory been a person who exists and is also not aware of their own existence. I think so, yes. I'm going to say a tentative yes to that.
The truth over whether you exist or not is presuppositional to your ability to know it.
Right. Yes. Sure.
Okay. Where do you think I'm going next with that idea?
You're saying, right, that like if we can prove that at least one thing exists, which is you, right, the self, whatever. And this is true whether or not it's validated subjectively. Thereby, truth precedes epistemics.
Yes, truth precedes knowledge.
Truth precedes knowledge. Okay. Right. I agree that like if you're trying to say from an objective standpoint, from a God's eye view, right? From the perspective of God, that truth precedes knowledge. But we don't have the perspective of God. So we can never make statements that rely on that being the case because we can't operate in a world of truth without knowledge. You can't do that. Like, you just can't. So any discussion of truth has to first be couched in a discussion of knowledge, because that is the order of operations of our own perception. Whether or not it's the order of operations of objective God's eye reality, that's a different question, right? Maybe that's
Yeah,
where
but
we're
that's
getting.
been the question that I've been asking.
Oh, so that's where we've been getting wrong. See, that the difference is I don't believe in God, and it doesn't matter what God would see, because that's not relevant to any discussion.
All right, that's taking the metaphor a little too
Okay,
literally.
but it doesn't matter what God would see, because it's not relevant to any discussion, because none of us have that perspective. So any perspective or any discussion by human beings can't take that as the starting point, because none of us have that perspective. We have to start the other way around, because that's how our minds work. That's how, not minds, but that's how our experience works.
That sounds like you're making a pragmatic argument about discussing things.
It's partly pragmatic, but it's also just like there is no alternative. Like, because any alternative, you're starting to say things which you don't know. I mean, you can start talking about stuff you don't know, but again, when you start doing that, you have to acknowledge the fact that you don't know it for sure.
I think we may have hit on a language that I might be able to like get my thought across.
Right.
With this truth precedes knowledge phrasing. For any given statement that you might make, the truth of that statement precedes the knowability of that statement. Do you agree with that?
This is the whole problem that you have, right? Is you're already operating from a perspective where there is objective truth and it's self-evident. So any discussion you have, you're saying the truth of that knowledge precedes any. But I'm saying, like, as much as it might be likely that there is objective truth, there may be, there may not be. Who knows? That's the whole point. Who knows? If we live in a universe without objective truth, or at least we can't observe objective truth, we can't speak on objective truth, then of what relevance is it to even bring up this argument? It might be relevant to God, but we're not God.
So to try and rephrase what you're saying... Oh, I just had it. God damn it. Literally. Oh, come on. I just had it. How is it? I didn't want to interrupt you because that keeps sidetracking us.
Yeah.
But I think the final clear up would have happened if I had...
Truth precedes knowledge. Something is true whether you know it's true or not, right? That's the statement you're trying to make.
So are you saying that if we lived in a world where there was no top level objective reality, we wouldn't know it?
Yes.
There would be no perceptual difference between whatever we are experiencing now and if there wasn't a top level objectivity.
There, I can't say there wouldn't be, but there might not. It's possible that there wouldn't be. There might not be.
Those two worlds, a person in them would be having the same experience.
Could be.
Wait. Why are you getting hung up on could be there?
Because I can't say one way or another. I don't know if I like if I knew I live in an objective world, or like I live in an unobjective world. I live in a subjective world, like purely subjective. There is no objectivity, so therefore I can speak on it. Right? I can't speak on it. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. I can't say for sure, since I don't know which kind of world I live in. I can't say for sure what the other one might look like or what this one might look like. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's the case that if reality is completely subjective and there's no objective base layer, that actually there is no version of that, or like there are many versions of that look completely different from our world. Like that could be the case. I don't know. So when you say like these two people living in these two different worlds will have the same experience, I'm saying I don't know if they necessarily every single time will have the same experience, but I think it's possible that they might be having the same experience, and that possibility alone is enough to dissuade me from making certain comments one way or the other. Like
Do you think I disagree with the idea that those people could be having the same experience?
I don't know I don't know what you think. I feel like I'm saying I don't know a lot. At this point, I'm not sure.
Good habit.
Earlier, before this, I would have said you would think they're having a very different experience, but you could pull out some shit and be like, no, actually.
Well, okay, so the whole thing is an abstraction, but we're just like going with it. Let's say there's only two worlds that are even possible to imagine, and they're both perceptually identical, and one of them there's objective truth, and the other one there's not. With all that laid out, I think the only two people who exist, one in each of those worlds, would be having the exact same time.
Right. I think that's possible, yeah.
What gave you the impression that I didn't think that?
Because if you thought that, I would be right. Because if you thought that, I think you've just proven yourself wrong. Because if those two people are having indistinguishable experiences and we are two people, then our experience would be indistinguishable whether or not we live in a subjective or objective world. Therefore, we can't say one way or the other.
I'm trying to think back on what I would have said that would give you the impression that.
I'm sorry, am I wrong? Did I not just destroy you with facts and logic? Did you not just argue yourself into a corner there? If you think those two people would be having indistinguishable experiences, then you agree with me. You think that it's that either is possible based on experience. And you only have experience to go off.
I agree that all right, there's a very narrow statement that I came into this agreeing with. So this entire time, the whole live stream, you have thought that I have thought something other than I do.
You believe that there is that our experience definitely follows from objective reality, capital T truth.
And I also believe that if it didn't, we wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay.
In the same way
that's insane.
If you didn't have in the same way that if you didn't have free will, you wouldn't know it.
Right. That's insane. You're saying literally that argument is internally inconsistent. That's insane. You're saying I know this for sure, but no one can know this. Of course, I didn't expect that that was your beliefs, because that doesn't make any sense. That's an insane thing to believe.
You're phrasing it in a cartoonishly stupid fashion, because the way that I would phrase it is, I trust that the world is real,
Right, but that's
or
different from
etc.
knowledge. Trust is different from knowledge. Are you going to make the whole like, oh, all knowledge is ultimately based on faith, yada yada? Like, you can go. That still it doesn't matter.
I think you and I would both agree that we should strike the word faith from human memory.
Okay, sure, whatever. Trust. Say, call it trust. Whatever you want.
Why didn't you think I think that?
Because no one thinks that. Because that's an insane thing to think.
No one thinks that. No one trusts that the world is real. Is that what you're saying to me?
You've moved the goalposts massively. You said there is objective truth, and now you're saying I trust that there is objective truth.
No, there is objective truth, absolutely. Right. And I trust that the world that I'm perceiving corresponds to it.
Okay, so no wonder I didn't think that you would hold this position, because that position it's internally contradictory.
Go on.
You're saying no one can really know if there's objective truth except for me, because I trust it. That isn't really knowing.
No. You've gotten from slightly wrong to all the way wrong.
I think you're just not making any sense. Okay, here are things you've said. That the universe, with or without objective truth, would look the same to an observer, correct?
Yeah.
And that you believe there is objective truth.
Yeah.
And that you know that you justify your belief.
No, I actually have to back up a little bit.
Okay.
I wasn't I was reading something that you said in the first statement overly charitably.
I'm sorry, you literally said that. You specifically said that the two people in two different universes, one of which is objective, one of which is subjective, wouldn't be able to tell which one they were in. That they would look the same.
Yes.
Right. So that is the same thing I just said. That you couldn't tell either way.
Okay. Go on.
Right. Which is what I've been arguing this whole fucking time, by the way, is that you couldn't tell either way. Like, it's unknowable. That's been my position this entire time. Your position has been, it's unknowable, but I know because trust me, bro. Your position is literally, it's unknowable, and yet I somehow know it anyway. But through trust. That's not knowing. That's trusting. Those are different things. That's believing. That's not knowing.
Is the problem here that the subjective world that I'm imagining is more specific than the one that you're imagining?
No. The problem here is that you're not making any sense. The problem here is that your argument is completely illogical from the get-go. You have literally said two logically incompatible statements. You said, A, subjective and objective reality would be indifferentiable. Correct? You said that?
Yeah.
And
what do you think I mean by subjective?
It doesn't really matter what I think you mean. But And you said, okay, let's say, let's get more, let's make it even more obvious, okay? A world where there is objective truth and a world where there isn't objective truth would look the same to an observer. Correct or incorrect?
Oh, I see where I have misspoken here. I don't think we necessarily agree about what objective means.
What do you think it means?
I just had a very long conversation with somebody who also didn't know what I meant by objective. I'm trying to,
It sounds like you
like,
might be
that
using the
whole
word
long
objective
conversation.
wrong.
Say again?
If multiple people are getting your definition of objective wrong, then it sounds like you're using the word objective wrong.
Well, or perhaps the problem is that I'm talking to people who are really into subjectivity.
Right. I'm sorry. I feel like we've sort of backed up a lot here from you making like insane statements. Like, I'm almost struggling to even understand what's going on in your head when you say this stuff. Like, you said that the objective and subjective truth worlds look the same, or at least could look the same. You said they look the same. I said they could look the same. And then you said that we live in the however, even though they look the same, we live in the objective one. And when asked how you know that, you said that you trust that we live in the objective world, which is not the same as knowing that we live in the objective world. Those are two different concepts.
Okay, so in the subjective world that I'm imagining here, they don't, like, the law of non-contradiction is not true. This is just downstream of that observation, I guess. That because like my strong position is that subjectivity is like presupposes objectivity, because to say that something is subjectively true implies that there is a truth at all, that truth makes sense as a concept, which that results in an objective framework. And so a subjective framework never gets off the ground.
We're really getting away from this here. Like, you've stated that you agree with these things, right? That you agree with these two incompatible ideas. You've said, yes, I agree with that to both of these statements. To these two worlds are indistinguishable, and to I know which one we live in. You've said yes to both of those statements. I'm trying to like understand how you can justify this. Is this like that riddle? Like, in your mind, is it like that riddle where it's like there's two pathways guarded by two guards, one only lies, one only tells the truth, and then you have to figure out which is the correct way? Like, in your world, is it like even in that world, one of them can't possibly exist because the existence of one presupposes the other? And you know what? I almost agree with you in this like fizzy wizzy multiverse where both of those worlds exist, right? Because if there's a multiverse where one world has objective truth, then by definition, every world has objective truth because it exists somewhere, right? But that's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying there is no multiverse; it's one or the other. No one was actually arguing about there exists a multiverse where one universe has truth and one doesn't. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about it's one or the other. So, which you agreed in that situation they would be indistinguishable to an observer. It's very strange. It's a very strange position to take.
Have you ever done like a formal logic class?
No, I have not.
Okay. One of the final exercises that they had us do is suppose A, suppose not A, from this prove B. And It's been years, but so I don't remember the path that this takes exactly. But the idea that was trying to be communicated through this little problem was that if you suppose a contradiction, like I've come around on this just now. If you suppose something that is contradictory, you can use that, like extrapolate from that contradiction to prove anything. And I like connecting this idea that we're discussing right now to that idea.
So you're saying I'm supposing something that's contradictory, or you're supposing there's something that's contradictory?
I think that my making a contradictory statement here is because I was too ready to say that I do believe that a world in which did not have objective truth is even possible.
Okay,
that's the thing that I've just now come around. That I've come around.
It seemed like you were working towards that, but you didn't actually take that final step. I thought you were kind of working towards that. God, my brain is fucking breaking.
We have been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I definitely psyoped myself here. So I'm glad that you pushed me back so hard, because I guess what this results in, to be consistent to my other beliefs, is no world in which objective truth doesn't exist could be possible, because it would necessarily be contradictory.
So that's the argument you're trying to make, is what exactly? It's contradictory how?
Objective truth has to exist
for the world to exist.
Yes.
Right. We could make the same argument then about the existence or non-existence of the world. And it would still have the same results. In fact, that's kind of the argument already. If you're saying a subjective world, that is saying that there is no objective world, which is also kind of like saying there is no world.
Yeah, saying there is no objective world is saying that there is no world.
Right. But you said those would both look the same.
Yeah, that was actually a mistake on my part. I was like trying it out. I was trying it out because you proposed something that is contradictory. And I'm like, well, if I just suppose this contradiction, like that sounds like it's legit.
Right. I propose something which is contradictory, i.e. the existence of a world without objective truth.
Yes.
Right. So you're saying there can only exist worlds with objective truth. And to be fair, I never even really went as far as to say there is no objective truth. What I actually said is whether there is or isn't, we can't speak on it. Or to be even more precise, what is or isn't true, like say you make a statement, whether that statement is or isn't objectively true, we can't really say. All we can say is whether it can make predictions and whether it's logical and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. But whether it is or isn't true, one of those two cases is definitely so. Unless you're okay. I actually need to walk that one back as well, because there are statements that can't hold truth value, but that's not even what we're let's leave that one aside for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I have also read you uncharitably there, because like most of the people who I talk to about objectivity versus subjectivity will make the definitive statement that objective truth is not real.
Right. Epistemic anti-realism, I believe that is called.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't objective and subjective just a spectrum of scale, i.e. the most objective is what is true in all cases, subjective is what is true in most precisely defined case? I think that's possible.
No, I disagree with that.
I think it's an interesting definition. Yeah, I think I also rereading it. I think I also disagree with that. What up, Yui?
Yeah. If we were to take that definition seriously, then the subjective is a special case of objective. What that means is that under these conditions, this statement is true. Under these conditions, this prediction will be accurate. And if you change the conditions by changing what subjective point you're coming at it from, then you will change the outcome of the prediction or the operation.
Right.
And that just seems like a trivial thing to say. I did meet someone recently who does believe that that is what subjectivity is. And we spent like multiple hours arguing about it. Because they didn't say that. like, dude, lead with that next time.
I see. You were gonna define objectivity, I think.
Yeah. Because I've made a couple of stabs at this in the past. The person that I was talking to was like all about context. And who's this Tarbuck guy? Dude, long question.
The leftist Jordan Peterson of giving homemade abortions.
Yes, definitely true. I have done more than 40. I've actually lost count. And since we started in the don't do irony, I am being serious when I say that.
Right.
Like it's not a bit.
Tarbuck, proprietor of dangerous home-brewed abortions.
They're not dangerous.
They're more dangerous than normal abortions.
I disagree.
Well, I'm not an expert in abortions, so I'm not going to have this debate.
I've done many of them. I don't think that makes me an expert, but I certainly have experience in the field.
Right. It's actually fairly easy to give an early term abortion.
Yeah.
I don't know about later on, but babies will just die if you do anything to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you get them early enough, they just reabsorb even.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
That's the kind that I've done, by the way.
Yeah. Well, that's not too much of a big deal. I think even I've done one of those by mistake. We've all done one of those.
Everybody says always makes a stairs joke here, but the real secret is that there's a class of herbs called abortifacient. And if you just have too much of them in a short amount of time, you'll just miscarry.
You can even just overdose on vitamin C, and it will do the same thing.
Yeah, I've done that one too.
Yeah, that's the one I think I accidentally witnessed. Mm-hmm. I was not directly involved in this abortion, but anyway, we're getting kind of sidetracked on the abortion discussion.
Maximize abortions.
Let's get back to the nature of truth. Abortions aside, let's get back to the nature of truth.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a step down in the pragmatic importance these days in at least the country that I live in.
Right. I'm not sure how pragmatically important. No, you know what? I think they are pretty pragmatically important.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been pregnant, and definitely not unwillingly, so I'm not sure about that. Like, it's hard for me to get a perspective on that.
I mean, even willingly, it's still a problem if you withdraw consent, and you can always do that.
I don't know. It's an interesting conundrum. This is why you see, in my opinion, this is why.
Yeah.
This will only have sex with trans women. But
it's not a problem. uh, pregnantically important.
Bro, this fucking amorphous amalgamation guy is just like hardcore
Yeah, he's going off.
schizoposting. I don't know what he's talking
Let's read
about.
that.
No, don't even try. It's like fucking nonsense.
I want to try. This sounds fun. Is this guy getting paid to traumatize women based? They don't tend to, like, I've never given an
They
abortion to
consent to
somebody
the
who has found it
process.
traumatic.
As I
Yeah.
understand it, they consent to the process.
Right. It is like I give them the materials and they self-administer. I'm not doing anything to anybody.
Right.
I give people material. I gave past tense because it's been a while. I gave people materials and procedure, and then they just took it from there. Yeah.
So where are we? Sorry, we got a little distracted.
I want to read this amorphous.
What?
I want to read this amorphous amalgamation thing. Oh God, this goes up way longer than I thought it was going to. Okay, I'm abandoning that bit.
Right. So
if you're listening to this in the future, or
the chat will still be there,
and you're not reading the chat. Yeah, you should read the chat. This is going off.
Right. I mean, obvious. The fact of the matter is, right, that you're never going to concede on even the possibility that there is not an ultimate objective truth to reality, because that would make religion come into question, and you're never going to concede that.
Now you're assuming that I'm starting from religion is true. I mean, I'm not building everything else from there.
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, once you get, like, if you're, let's say you're starting from absolutely zero and constructing knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get something wrong, but then you continue on your wrong path until you get to religion. Suddenly, you can't really go back and undo the wrong thing without also undoing religion. And at that point, are you going to be willing to do so? I'm wondering.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Well, you say that, but I'm questioning how like that, like on a, you know, the ultimate Ubermensch might be able to do that, but I don't know how many people can actually be that logical and Vulcan about their own ideology. I don't even, you know, I definitely couldn't, I don't think.
I don't actually engage in what people imagine when they hear the word religion. Like, all of my experience of this aspect of my life is down to, can basically spin out of what I think is true and false.
Right, but the stuff you think is true is very strange.
You mean like psychic powers and shit?
Right, like the angel under the Washington Monument.
I'm willing to have that one overturned. I'm way less willing to have I'm actually less willing to have the psychic powers overturned than I am to have the religion overturned, because I have direct perceptual experience with one of those things and not the other.
Right.
Well, okay.
As far as I'm concerned,
I have direct perceptual.
I've already debunked your ESP stuff somewhat publicly. So
I mean, failing a skill test is different than saying that such a skill is impossible.
Right. It also contradicts my other experiences with reality, and you failed to provide really any proof or evidence that it was real, which kind of like that. If someone's trying to tell me something that generally contradicts all of my experience, right? Like, let's say someone was trying to tell me, actually, the sky is purple, right? I'm like, well, you know, generally, no. I've seen the sky a bunch of times. It's never been purple. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, like a clear summer sky. I know, like, clouds might be pink or whatever, but whatever. Like, the clear summer sky is purple. I mean, that doesn't really fit with my experience. You're going to need to provide me with some evidence of that. And then their evidence, you know, either they don't have any, or their evidence is like, well, I went out into the desert once and it was purple. Like, that's not going to convince me of such a thing that's, like, very contradictory. of my experience, you know. If they can
Yeah,
show, if you
but
can, yeah,
let's also remember the fact that at the time, before we even got into it, I did say, I don't want to convince you.
right. Well, I don't need to be convinced or unconvinced of that. It doesn't really matter to me. I have some fairly strange beliefs myself, so I'm not sure how much of one I am to talk on this. But I think my strange beliefs all stem from this. Well, whatever.
Yes.
I'm trying to think. I feel like I've outed you in public as being a believer in abortions and psychics or whatever.
But never psychic abortions.
Never. Don't do it.
Although
it's too
now that
risky.
you say that,
You could
I
probably
am
pull it off.
highly interested in the prospect of like impregnating someone and then like watching very closely with soul senses to see if
with soul senses.
yeah, with souls, just go with it.
Sure.
It's nonsense. I'm highly interested to see with soul senses if fetuses have souls.
Right.
Because if not, that would be really funny.
Interesting.
Right?
Well, given I don't really believe in souls, it wouldn't be that funny either way to me.
Yeah. I trust you as a person with imagination to conceive of like, if the Christians are correct, wouldn't it be funny if they were wrong about this detail? For the record, I do, just like separately from having ever not tested it, which I haven't. I do just also think that no, fetuses don't have souls.
Right.
I have scriptural basis for that, but I haven't tested it because I don't necessarily want to just go knock somebody up or to find out. That seems really risky. There are some religious claims that I want to actually try to prove, like souls enter with breath. Yeah, that was actually the one that I was referring to. Yeah.
Interesting.
I've also had somebody suggest to me that, well, can you keep someone from developing a soul by like live birthing them into water and then giving them oxygen intravenously so that they are not breathing and they never breathe?
Can you give
Would that person grow up without a
oxygen
soul?
I don't think you can give someone oxygen intravenously. Can you?
I think you can give them oxygenated blood.
Oh, I've always said so. You would prove it. He would prove it with his psychic powers.
Yeah. You just like
You just look with your
seeing
elf
souls
eyes.
is a skill you can learn. Seeing souls is a skill you can learn, and you do that, and then you look, and you see, does that person have a soul or not? That's how you would do it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, really. He's being 100% serious.
Yes.
This discussion
I'm not doing
started.
a bit.
This discussion started because he believes that irony turns people into Nazis.
That's a cartoonification.
That is
of
literally the
what I
sentence
say.
you said. I wrote it down.
Yeah. Oh, it's a correct rendering of a thing I said. But then when we actually started this, I did follow it up with my actual belief, right?
Which was something along the lines of, if you pretend to be someone for long enough, it becomes who you really are, or fake it till you make it works even when you don't want it to. Something along those lines.
Fake it till you make it works even if you don't want it to. I'm making two statements, actually. The two statements are, I'm so glad we got back to this. The two statements are, there are Nazi fence sitters in your audience, and them listening to more Nazi shit just puts it in their mind in a way that they do not challenge, and eventually it becomes their real opinions.
Okay.
You will knock them off the fence in the Nazi direction some of the time.
I don't really
Where?
my counter argument to any of this, if you were to be accusing me, I don't think I've ever.
Oh, not you.
I don't think I've ever really done this. But let's imagine I
Mhm.
made an Osaka style video where I'm like,
Mhm.
I don't know, whatever Nazis think. Let's imagine that. I don't really think whether or not a fence sitter decides to become a Nazi after seeing that is not really my responsibility. I don't really care. That's on them.
You did contribute to it, though, in that case.
But who cares if I contributed to it or not? It's still them being. Doesn't really have anything to do with me.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, I'm making an argument about the diffuse, like global responsibility of things. Like,
Right.
do
But I think on the
you
scale of like people who are
Mhm.
responsible for the rise of fascism in the West, like
Mhm.
the number one people who are responsible are, those in control
Capitalists?
of the economy, yeah, who have caused like mass economic instability, driving people to
Mhm.
political extremes in search of a solution. Popular far right talking heads and,
Mhm.
orators. What's the fucking word I'm looking for? Like confident people,
Pundits?
pundits, these sorts of people, right? Politicians who are getting people worked up into a storm. Like these are the people who are responsible for the rise of fascism. Like people like South Park or whatever, making edgy jokes, or Osaka even lower than that. Like that's like not really. That's such a small part of the whole that I don't think it even bears really mentioning. It's such a minor impact, and even if and even then, like the impact they have is only like partial responsibility. It's such a minor thing that it doesn't even bear mentioning. Like it's such an inconsequential part of the whole formula. I don't think it bears mentioning. Or at least like it's not, even if you're gonna start from a position of like everyone has this sort of moral responsibility to oppose fascism. Um, you know, it could be countered by like imagine it's like karma, right? Imagine it's like it works like carbon, like your personal carbon emissions, right? Like you could offset a flight by planting some trees. You could offset making a joke about Nazis by like doing anything. By reading one leftist book would offset your leftist karma, like it's such a minor thing in terms of the danger of fascism that it's like calling people out for it as if it's this big deal seems kind of like making a mountain out of a molehill to me.
Do you think that misogynist jokes promote sexism?
um when you say misogynist jokes, you have to be clear whether we're talking about jokes that make fun of misogynists or jokes that make sense of or that make fun of women.
I'm saying that it's the same joke, and the only thing that's changing between the delivery is context.
Right.
Your intended joke, if you were to make a sexist joke right now, would be
Okay, let's do it.
wouldn't it be
Just for the sake of
stupid if
argument, let's run a sexist joke because otherwise no one's going to know what we're talking about. Let me think
Yeah.
of one. Women drivers are bad. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
They can't drive. They
Yeah.
don't know how to do it. They crash into things.
I mean, you should at least use a good sexist joke.
Right.
Like, there are sexist jokes that are actually funny, and that's bad. It's bad that those jokes are funny.
I can't think of any.
Yeah, me either.
I'm sure they exist. Well, anyway, this theoretical sexist joke,
Mhm.
it's bad. It's morally bad because it makes people sexist. I would say, anyone who comes into that joke and is, on the fence of whether they're going to be sexist or not, like I'm not really worried about courting sexist fence sitters in the battle of ideas. Like if someone's a fence sitter on whether or not to be sexist, like it's already pretty bad.
Yeah, but you can also cause someone to become a fence sitter on it by repeated exposure. If you have somebody who starts out being a good person, believing good person things, and you have them hang out with and spend a lot of time with people who are bad and believe bad person things, like sexism, you take a non-sexist person and you have them make friends with some sexist people, and they're like, well, I don't really like that, but I'm gonna go along with it. That person is going to become a more sexist over time by repeated exposure and normalization. It changes the framing that they use to process the world.
Right.
Do you not think so?
Maybe an idiot. And as you said before, most people are idiots. But like, it wouldn't, like, I am a counterexample to this. Like,
no, thank you. Famously immune to propaganda.
I mean,
I don't
in
think
this
that's so.
sense, at least in this part, I'm not 100% immune to propaganda. I bought something what I saw on an advert the other day. But like, you know, I grew up on R9K on 4chan, the most sexist hive of scum and villainy. I was an incel before the word incel was even in popular usage. We called ourselves like MGTOWs and stuff, right? Right? Like I was a MGTOW when I was a teenager.
Man, MGTOW should have meant something other than it does.
Right. But like I was very sexist. I hated women. And nowadays, I don't really do that so much no more, right? I came to what happened is I ended up talking to women, and I was like, oh, these are just people. These are just like normal people. Right?
You mean exposure in the opposite direction de-radicalized you?
Right, but the thing is, like, none of that was. I went to R9K in the first place because I was a lonely teenager and I wanted someone to blame. I was never a sexist fence sitter. I was already the sort of person who is basically all the way there and just needs like a tiny push. And if someone had come along to me at that time and been like, actually, it wasn't like I was in school. There were girls, the women were there. I talked to them sometimes, although not very often. Right, I have the same experience fundamentally with them just being people like anyone else, right? I was just in this place in my life. My material conditions led me to believe certain things, and then when my material conditions changed, I ended up gravitating towards other types of doctrine. It doesn't really have anything to do with, you know, someone saying whatever you want to believe, no matter what you want to believe. It doesn't really matter. You know, it wasn't sexist jokes that made me at a time be like a hardcore misogynist. It was the fact that I was lonely, and in my opinion of myself was far too high. I was like, I'm perfect, why won't women date me? Which was obviously not the actual case.
That sounds
and
like...
so I was looking for someone to blame.
That sounds like I stopped having the cold, therefore no one can get the cold.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, at least in my experience, which I know is not super strong evidence, but I feel like it's at least some evidence.
Your experience is certainly evidence of something.
Right.
Go on.
But I think this also applies more broadly. Like, I think there is plenty to suggest that I'm right here. That it's like, it's not... Like, there are going to be the Nick Fuenteses of the world, the Andrew Tates of the world. They're always going to exist. You can like try and deplatform them, but they're like a hydra. You kill one and 5 more spring up in their place. And the more you deplatform them, the more they
unless we actually start killing them.
Right, but I don't think you should do that. I don't think it's a good idea to just start killing
I'm not
them.
publicly advocating for violence. I'm publicly saying that we should not do violence.
Right, I think it's much better to kill people in positions of power rather than just people who are idiots. I think that's a much better use of your violence. If you want to actually change the world, you want to take power, because you can't have any influence without power. These people like Andrew Tate or whatever, they have a lot of, like, they can say a lot of stuff. They don't actually have any political power behind them. They don't have any money power behind them. They have nothing, right? They can't
do things like they can't do things like allocate the military or
Right.
change the budget
Exactly.
or
Right.
those things.
If you want to be actually making political change, you don't target these talking heads or anything because they're basically nobodies. You want to, if you want to take power, you take power. But anyway, I digress.
Start from the top down in the same like.
I think a lot of
I share
leftists
your
don't
frustration.
understand this. There's
I
all
share your
this focus
frustration with
on
that.
like fucking internet personalities and canceling them as if it has any effect on the way the world works. And the problem is, the more you do this, like this has always been the line of the right, right? The line of the right, as someone who interacts with a lot of far right people and places, despite not being right wing at all, is they're always talking about how oppressed they are. And they're always talking about how leftists are just pretending to be oppressed and have all the power. And then they can point to, look, he said something right wing and got banned. Keffel's took a whole website down for being transphobic or whatever. Like they just have these endless array of like a black guy got shot and now there are riots in every city in the US and you're saying you have no power. You're saying you're oppressed, right? That's the right wing line. Whereas if we even say our beliefs, we get banned from every public platform. Right? Who really has the power? Who's really being oppressed? That's in their line. If that's in the entire reason the alt-right exists is because this is a powerful statement and a lot of people fall for it. Right? Banning these people just makes them more powerful. It just pushes them underground where they don't have to see conflicting opinions. Right? And it makes more talking heads spring up to replace them in the mainstream. It doesn't work. It clearly doesn't work because we've been banning them for decades.
And what do those conflicting opinions accomplish?
Well, I don't know what they accomplish, man. But my point being that you can't just get rid of desperate people. You can't just focus all of your attention on deprogramming or any. I don't know. Like this. It's just not a good strategy. Like this.
Well, I don't have to put that much attention towards it. I just have because once I break the habit of engaging in irony, it is no longer a habit.
Right, but I mean,
I only had to hear about it for a little bit.
I haven't addressed the fact that you're being like way too broad with this, but I'm just gonna not address it because I think even if I give you the most like,
we want to do this part first.
Right.
If I win on this part, then we can get to the other part, right?
Like, I just think it's very unsubstantial, the stuff that you're worried about, right? Like you're worried about people who are fence sitters on Nazism. If you're a fence sitter on Nazism, if you're like, I'm not sure who's wrong, then you're not, you're not, no one's gonna save you. You're already pretty fucking far down the rabbit hole. And if you're doing the typical leftist thing where you say Nazism and what you really mean is just like any brand of conservatism, then that's different. But I don't think that's what you're saying. Because you're saying like,
I am doing that actually.
Oh, you are doing that.
That's why it was, dude. We talked about this at the beginning of the
It's been a long debate, man.
Yeah. Do you wanna take a minute and go get a drink or something?
I think I might do that.
I kind of want to go get another soda.
All right, let's reconvene with soda.
I'll be back in like a minute because it's all the way downstairs.
Me too.
All right. Well, I'm back. Avocado, you say that as though the conversation that you're witnessing would prevent you from animation. Is that so?
We're here.
Hey. Okay, so since we're doing the irony turns you into a Nazi thing again, I should rehash the things that I opened with, the nuance that I started with, which is that actually that thing I just said is just a clickbait, and my real opinion is that engaging in irony and sarcasm, etc., results in cognitive dissonance and is a steady pressure which, when unopposed, alters the framing that someone perceives the world through, and that framing results in new beliefs that align with that framing eventually.
Right, and I disagree with this. I say like that can happen, but it's not certain. Like I'm not going to say that there's no examples where that's happened. I don't think it's such a mainstream thing that you have to be concerned about it.
That's interesting that you think that, because I see it all the time. I know.
No, I don't. This is the thing that this is the thing. I was actually talking with Osaka kind of about this. How like you've heard this was I feel bad because I'm kind of saying stuff that Osaka said, and it might feel like I'm offloading responsibility onto them so that I don't have to take the brunt of your argument. So, but whatever. Like Osaka made the assertion that you've heard from sort of popular lefty talking heads or whatever, like ContraPoints or whatever you watch, I don't know, that like there are these Nazis who like genuinely do have terrible right-wing beliefs, right? And then they couch those beliefs in sarcasm as sort of a dog whistle so they can get away with it. Like as I said, like, oh, it's right in the beginning of the conversation, they might make a joke saying like, oh yeah, sure, the 6 Gorillion, right? And then whenever you come at them, they can say, oh, it was just a joke, right? And they couch their beliefs in sarcasm. And then I said, the difference is those real Nazis, when pushed, will generally double down, or if they're not doubling down, it's because they're pretending not to double down, right? Like JonTron, when pushed on his edgy jokes, ended up revealing that he actually was a race realist. Whereas people who are actually, those people, just to clarify, aren't being ironic. They're saying their actual beliefs in the tone of a joke, so that they have plausible deniability, right? But they're not actually joking. They're just pretending they're joking for plausible deniability. So when someone actually jokes about it at the expense of the right-wingers, like me and Osaka do, that is different. Because when pushed, we will not double down on Nazi beliefs because we don't hold Nazi beliefs and we never will.
Okay, so for one thing, I'm not just taking ContraPoints' word for it to pick a name out of a hat. I have observed people who were initially joking. Like I would pull them aside in private and be like, hey, do you really think that? Because even all the way back, like 15 years ago, I was anti-sarcasm. I would pull them aside and be like, do you really think that? And they'd be like, what? No, I'm kidding. Like, no, and then they would like demonstrate all the right things.
Right.
It's possible that they were lying at the time, but it's really unlikely because they were being
might
very
not have been
sincere.
lying. They might have been, they probably weren't. Let's say they weren't.
Yeah.
Then you're putting away to, even still.
Hang on.
I know where this is going, and then eventually years down the line they reveal that they have right-wing beliefs and they're making the same jokes, but this time it's not ironic. I get it, right?
Yeah. But I've also seen it. I've seen it work that way, and valuably, I've seen it work the other way, where they ironically engage in leftist talking points and then through their own exposure, psyop themselves into becoming leftists.
And this is a thing that I'm not going to deny. There is an element to which some people use irony and jokes to explore beliefs in a sort of quote unquote safe space where they don't have to like fully believe the things, but they can what's the fucking word I'm looking for? I don't know why my word finding part of my brain is not like super on the spot today. It's not super on top of things today. What the fuck is the word that I'm looking for? When you like entertain, they can entertain a belief without like actually fully believing it. Now, like a lot of people like this is actually one of those things that's not to get like too. I don't know. This might come across kind of weird, but this is like a general predictor of intelligence is your ability to entertain a belief without actually believing it. And a lot of people find, because like a lot of people aren't very intelligent, they find it quite hard to do that just like normally. And so irony is a useful tool for those people to be able to use this useful part of cognition. And I think that's good. And if some people do it to entertain bad beliefs, then those beliefs are bad, but it's not the process which is bad. It's those beliefs which are bad, because you just said it works the other way.
Yeah, in particular, I think like this is I guess the third argument that I'm making is like if you're going to be ironic, you should only be ironic in a positive direction, which necessarily means that you yourself at the time probably wouldn't think that it was being a positive direction. But
right. I mean, there is also an aspect to this where we have I'm going to just assume, just based on what you've been talking about so far, that I think we have fundamentally different understandings of how politics works. That I think you have the general population's belief that somehow when like a critical mass of people believe one thing, that just happens in the world, and that just becomes the way that politics works. Which
no, very definitely not. We are the face
that.
upon which the boot stamps on for the rest of time.
Right. But right, I am. If I really wanted to define, like I've been trying to. I really am worried about coming across as too pretentious when I start talking about myself like this.
Oh, go ahead.
Like
I'm friendly to it.
There has been like I've had a struggle of like clearly like coming up with a phrase, like a quick elevator pitch of like what I believe, and what I ended up at was like panarcho-accelerationist. But the panarcho doesn't matter right here, but the accelerationist part does. Now I'm gonna guess you have no idea what accelerationism means besides like the meme definition of accelerating the collapse.
I've heard it in a couple of different contexts, but since I'm talking to you, I would rather hear what you have to say about it.
Right. So specifically, like Landian accelerationism is it's sort of a metamodernist ideology, where I think the best it's a way of looking at history. It's not a like we ought to do this, like you might say, like being an anarchist is, right? Being an anarchist is society ought to be arranged like this. This is not that sort of political thing. It's more like a function of like a form of analysis, maybe like I don't know, maybe like Marxist economics. I guess that's a bad example because they also believe we ought to have communism. Maybe like whatever. It's just a way of looking at the world without necessarily saying we should do this and that. And there's a reason for that, which I'll get to. So the accelerationist point is that history is mainly defined. Like if Marxists, for example, believe that history can be looked at or understood as by this like dialectical materialist process of class struggle, right? That's like the driving force of history. Accelerationists believe that the driving force of history are these like self-reinforcing positive feedback loops, generally concerning technology and economics, technomics you might call it if you wanted to make up a word for it.
Those ideas sound compatible to me.
Right, and they are for a lot of people. So this accelerationist frame point you might notice doesn't leave that much room for the human, for like personal influence over the way society goes, right? And this is something I kind of end up believing and kind of agreeing with pretty strongly, is that we sort of, after the Enlightenment, have sort of had this inflated idea of humanity's role in like long-term the long-term evolution of the way societies are organized. That like a lot of it, really the main thrust of it, is fundamentally inhuman, this kind of like stuff to do with the cycles and reinforcing feedback loops of technology and, you know, stuff like environmental disaster and so on. An example I might give is like the Industrial Revolution didn't really have anything to do with like a ideology or the class struggle or anything like that. It was mainly a function of discovering cheap ways to manufacture steel and the population collapse resulting from the Black Death. Like you can, that's just an example. So all of that being true and being my beliefs, this idea of, I mean, I'm sure you're thinking more in the short term and smaller scale than I am, but like on this grand scale, making a YouTube video with some jokes in it that might push a couple of fence sitters over to the other side when they shouldn't really be sitting on that fence in the first place is kind of inconsequential. Like it doesn't really have any impact on the world at all, you know, from anything other than the most micro lens possible. And so that's why, you know, even if I concede that you're right about that, which, you know, I think you probably are, I think that it is possible that someone could, you know, hear someone making sexist jokes or something, and if they already entertain sexist ideas, they could not realize that they are the butt of the joke and so on, right? I think it's fairly reasonable that could happen. Like from my perspective, it just doesn't really matter if that happens or not.
Hey guys, can I be in this video? I think women are dumb and that gay people are cool. Goodbye.
Bye. Simon, everybody. Say goodbye to Simon. At least they had the good grace to wait for a break. Okay, I gotta claw back the thread that I was on there. Okay. So it's generally your belief that people's beliefs are inconsequential to the course of history.
Yeah, on a bigger scale, yeah. Or
and
that the agency of people is, or how do I put it? Maybe like the rather than people's beliefs forming history, it's more so their place in history which forms their beliefs.
I think that definitely constitutes a pressure on people that leads to a lot. Like most people are just at the whims of the pressures that are placed on them. Because a lot of people don't even bother with taking agency over their own beliefs. Just, you know, whatever. They're in for the ride. As I said towards the beginning, there's this idea that consciousness is a tool to justify the things that you're already doing.
Right.
And that's its purpose. But that I do care about people's beliefs, and I think it's worth caring about people's beliefs. That's just like we're talking about something separate, I guess. I think that
I think it's worth caring about people in power's beliefs. Or actually, even that's not true. I think it's worth caring about people in power's actions. It doesn't really matter what they believe, it matters what they do.
Well, all right, not directly, but their beliefs do produce their actions.
Normally, it's just their belief in like money and power.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, correct.
Sure.
I'm not saying they have many beliefs
Right,
or even good ones.
Yeah.
This is making me think about there's a little kid who's on the beach throwing sea stars back into the ocean, and then an old man walks by and is like, "You're not gonna save them all. You're not really gonna make a difference." And he throws another sea star into the ocean and is like, "I made a difference to that one."
Right.
Yeah, I think that just because there's different scales doesn't mean that our actions on those different scales are different levels of. They're literally different levels of consequence.
Right.
But
No, I mean you're
that
not
doesn't
wrong in
mean
that.
that-
You're not wrong in that. But what I'm like, I as I said a second ago, like I think you're right that you could end up leading someone to be further right wing than they normally would be, and they might have some level of effect. They might go out and vote for Trump next election, which might have some minor effect, you know, in terms of the outcome of the election. It could happen. You know, it would be an almost imperceptibly small difference. Or let's say it's a much bigger difference. Let's say they become right wing and commit a hate crime. Like that, yeah, it could happen. My contention is your level of responsibility as someone who made a joke in that happening is so minor that it's not worth concerning yourself about.
Don't save individual sea stars because you.
No, but you're not
Can't
even
change the
saving a sea
tide?
star. You're not saving a sea star. You're like pushing a sea star 1 centimeter closer to the ocean. And you're saying, at least I tried.
If you throw it at the ocean and miss, but it does land closer, I do think that's still valuable. That still counts.
Right.
Now,
but-
that's not to say that that should be the only thing that I do, and that it should be the majority of my attention is going around like promoting people being ironic in a good direction. I don't think that. Because when you actually do the thing that I do, it doesn't consume that much energy, you know? You are incapable of throwing these sand dollar things. Okay. Do you think it's worth it to shape other people's thoughts in your close sphere?
What do you mean by worth it?
Like I have a buddy who used to be far right and rejected all of our arguments as to why he should not be, but mere exposure to us over time changed his mind in a way that arguments did not.
Right. This isn't,
He
by
changed
the way,
his-
I just want to point out, Tarbuck, that you're currently making an excellent argument against banishment and cancellation of right-wing people. That, like, they should be forced to be exposed. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
Shadow ban them, whatever.
Yeah, do whatever you have to do. What do you think about have you heard about the like super Machiavellian idea of like what you should do with bad users on social media platforms? It has a name, I forget what it's called. But the idea is if someone you sort of do this super like an ultra version of shadow banning where you shadow ban them, but is it heaven banning? Yeah, where they you shadow ban them so that they only interact with AI bots who are programmed to agree with everything they say and like treat them like they're amazing and whatever. So they experience like this amazing like social media platform but never have to bother anyone. Like everyone gets the best of both worlds, and you would never be able to tell if you were just popular or if you were heaven banned.
I think that would probably result in those people digging in And if a person was malleable before you heaven banned them, being agreed with a lot when they have a bad take would push them further.
It's super fucking dystopian. Right, it might push them further, but the thing is, the problem isn't one person getting pushed further 99% of the time, right? The problem is collective power. One person can't march on the White House, but a million can break in and kill the president. And if they never have a chance to interact with real people, and they never even realize that they're not interacting with real people, they never organize, so on. I don't think heaven banning already happens.
I
that's
don't
true,
think
true.
that either.
No, it happens in the sense that Avory Sinsa was saying. It's like the light version of it, where you get this. This is one of the reasons why in my private locked Twitter account that I will never reveal, and which I every 6 months or so delete and make a new one. And when I say delete, I delete it by getting myself permabanned from it by tweeting the N-word at like Obama or CNN or something until they permaban me. And you will never know. You will never know what account this is. I follow people from all over, like wildly across the political spectrum. Almost all of whom I disagree with. I mostly follow people I disagree with, and some of whom post really shit that I really disagree with. And then Twitter just completely breaks and has no idea what to show me, and it's very funny every time. But anyway, sorry, I got a little distracted there. What were we talking about before I went on this weird tangent?
You mean before the heaven banning thing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were talking about like even if it's a small, you had this friend who was right wing, and then just through exposure to you and your friends came to change.
Basically, I was nice to this guy, and was pleasant and civilized at a time when nobody else would be, and he stayed conservative for a long time and then he's still not as far left as I am, but he's getting there. Like we got him to say ACAB finally. like a couple months ago.
I think this is good. I agree with that. I think it's cool if you want to do that or not. But I'm not going to go out of my way to say I think that's a good thing that you've done. Like rehabilitative justice is always better than just punitive justice.
It wasn't even like something that we tried to do by intention. It was just like, well, he's got all the video games.
Well, however it happens, I think it's cool. But also, I wouldn't go as far to saying that something like that is like a moral imperative,
I'm not willing to disclaim responsibility for all of my actions, even if they're too numerous for me to keep track of. I'm going to do the best job that I can to keep them to stay as on message as I can be for that, because lots of little things do have positive effects in small scales. And part of it is changing the framing by which they evaluate something. Like my buddy and I went to a panel somewhere, and it was Winnie City PonyCon, and there was an alcohol panel, and the host said, and remember, folks, why do you tip your bartender? And he and I both simultaneously said to a silent audience, wage theft. There was a beat, and then somebody said, to get faster drinks. I think that counts. Like offering that like little bit of resistance in public. It is A, funny, and B, it is seeding people with that thought. It is changing the framing by which they evaluate the world that they inhabit, and that can long term have effects. If you get a lot of those, you are winning hearts and minds.
Right. I don't really care about hearts and minds unless they belong to machines. I think the the reason that is good is because it's funny and no other reason. That is my opinion. Are you aware of my that I'm like an egoist, that I'm not like a moralist guy, not just because I'm a subjectivist in terms of reality, but
this stream is my encountering it explicitly.
Right. Yeah. No,
I hadn't explicitly encountered it before that.
I am a generally speaking an egoist. I think that the only real ought statement is that you ought to act in your own self-interest.
That tracks.
But I think that egoism is often misrepresented. That people. Well, firstly, I think that when I say I'm an egoist, that firstly pre-entails that I believe everyone is an egoist. You're either a voluntary or an involuntary egoist. You're either acting in your own self-interest and not even really thinking about it, in which case you're not doing a very good job of it, or you're aware that you're acting in your own self-interest and able to do a better job of it, which is what I try to do. And also, just to make this clear, that empathy is a real emotion, and it feels good to do nice things for your friends and stuff like that, and it feels good to help people, and it is often in my self-interest to help people, generally speaking, right? That being an egoist doesn't mean being a selfish asshole. In fact, being a selfish asshole often makes no one like you, which is not in your self-interest at all. And helping people feels good and makes them like you, which is in your self-interest. So, there's a Max Stirner quote about how love is something, I don't know, but anyway, there's a Max Stirner quote about how love is something.
Man, that frayed out at the end there.
Yeah.
It's been how long have we been going for so far?
Let's see. We have been going for, holy shit, 4.5 hours.
4:20.
Almost.
We did it.
Yeah. Love is indeed like something. Yeah. So from that perspective, I think it's good to do what you did because it's funny. I don't really, the rest doesn't matter so much to me. But you could make the argument, which I think is a very valid argument, that okay, you're a leftist. You believe, I assume, that if the workers owned all of the means of production and class was abolished and so on, that the world would be better for everyone, including you and the people you care about. Therefore, anything which pushes leftism, is ultimately in your self-interest. So you can still make that argument, and I can say, yeah, that's perfectly valid. And by that same notion, anything which pushes right-wing politics is against your self-interest, and therefore, blah, 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 you should be an anti-fascist or whatever.
Yeah.
That, my egoism alone does not discredit your ideology or your behaviors.
Yeah, it is compatible with my belief that the head who seeks the crown deserves the basket. Right.
Sure, but less cool than that. But not close to school.
I like slogans, all right?
You're big into slogans. This is one thing I've definitely noticed about you. You have
I like
5 just about
slogans
yourself.
to people. Say again?
You have 5 just about yourself.
Oh yeah. It's my full podcast intro is very long.
Right.
I don't think I've ever done the whole thing because getting all of those little self epithets in doesn't flow nearly as well as choosing 4 or 5 of them.
Well, I think we've had a good fucking 4.5 hour long video stream here. I think I'm getting sleepy.
I don't want to leave it here because we're only halfway done.
We'll try and finish up whatever we're talking about, and then I'm gonna go to bed. But okay. I'm happy to finish up whatever we were talking about. I just want to point out that it is coming to the end. It is coming to be my bedtime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not gonna like it. No, get back here, motherfucker.
Right.
Like, I am patient. We can
Okay.
resume the other arguments later.
So push. What do you want me to what what do you
All
want me
right.
to be wrong about?
Of my three positions, there's terraforming people around you and having effects. There is terraforming the self, and then there's irony is corrosive.
Right.
Listed in increasing order of difficulty. I think that things like South Park do change people's minds, and there is definitely a world in which somebody did run across South Park and it changed their framing about something, and the change in framing set them on the pipeline. And if that pipeline terminates in them beating their spouse, and if they didn't have that initial exposure, and every other piece of exposure on the whole pipeline, they wouldn't have adopted the framing.
I think it's a very noble cause, but
Yeah.
I think let's look at like the flip side of this, and let's choose something that isn't South Park, because South Park isn't very funny. let's say something like
Standards for comedy were lower in the past,
Right.
all right?
I don't know. I personally find Louis C.K. quite funny, and he often he will say the hard R-N word. Like he's a cancelable fellow if there ever was one. I mean, he got cancelled for like jacking off in front of people or whatever. But I find his comedy.
He asked permission. Hang on. I'm digging in on this one. He asked for permission before doing anything, and it's only slightly his fault if he's too autistic to realize that would make people uncomfortable.
Right. I don't know much about the Louis C.K. case, so I can neither comment one way or the other. But I'm doing a lot of neither commenting one way nor the othering. But Louis C.K., right? His comedy rather edgy. This same logic applies, right? Someone could hear him say stuff about the N-word and commit a hate crime.
I was actually going to choose somebody who I think is a little more persuasive in that direction, who's applying more of this mental pressure, like Dick Masterson.
I know fuck all about Dick Masterson. I literally don't know anything about him, so I don't think I can.
American libertarian.
The stuff I know about him is he played a misogynist character on Dr. Phil once, and Digibro liked him for a while.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
I think they're still friends.
Right. Well, again, my argument, for the sake of my rhetorical device, it needs to be someone I like. So we're going to go with Louis C.K. for now, but I'm sure this can apply to Dick Masterson if you like Dick Masterson. The point being, this theoretical person who could commit a hate crime after listening to Louis C.K. could exist, right? But also, there exist many people such as myself who can listen to Louis C.K. say something that is obviously a joke and they don't really believe, or even further than that, listen to something that Louis C.K. really does believe and I don't agree with, and I can exercise critical thinking and analyze my own ideology at any point. Further to that, I can go on a website called unqualifiedreservations.org or whatever and read, 3 different books of like explicitly far right theory, which I have done. Right, this guy called Moldbug, who's sort of the if you've ever wondered where the spring of like the ultimate intellectual foundation of the entire alt-right movement came from, it's all Moldbug. Like it all got like telephone gamed down from Moldbug, who like he says he doesn't like anything about the internet, right? Really. Like he like most of the stuff he says isn't really the stuff they say, but they are both like far right. He like invented the term red pill, for example, although what he uses it for is quite different from what it ended up being used for. But like he invented the term red pill. He's the one that invented the idea of like the cathedral to describe what I guess most people call the deep state nowadays, but whatever. Like, although I strongly disagree with almost all of this guy's political statements, not all of them, there is like a tiny amount of stuff I agree with him on, but almost all of his ideas about how society should be run, or even how it is run right now, I completely disagree with. However, I think he's an extremely entertaining writer. Like he's really fun to read. yeah, I just really like reading his blogs because they're really entertaining. I have some friends who do, like Osaka does this with Jordan Peterson. Osaka listens to Jordan Peterson talk even though they obviously don't agree on anything. Like a lot of people do this. And I'm able to critically analyze the stuff I'm reading and not take everything as gospel, and it doesn't push me right. Because I can read
your ability to do that makes you exceptional.
right, but who cares if it makes
I
me
think it
exceptional
puts you in
or
the
not?
top 5%.
Right, it doesn't matter what it does.
I think it puts you in the.
I don't think that it should be impossible for me to do this. I don't think that my freedom to do this should be taken away because there are idiots in the world.
Are you saying that you can do something where if other people did it, it would be irresponsible for them?
Right, and that doesn't mean that it should
As
be
like
banned. It should, and also, if you were to, and I don't think you should start means testing either. Like, I think everyone should have the freedom to do stuff that might ultimately be self-destructive. Or negative for society at large, which I guess is just a more roundabout way of saying self-destructive. Because I don't think it's okay to take away the freedom of those who don't have those problems in order to...
How did this become about the freedom to do things? I'm telling, like, people clearly have the ability to do these things, and I cannot stop them.
Right,
I'm
but
telling
you're
them
making, you're
to
saying,
do something else.
right, but you're like, I'm assuming that like your moral statements somewhat translate onto political statements, right? Like that, like if you're saying people ought to do this, the pragmatic version of that, because politics is just applied philosophy, is then saying society shouldn't look like a place where this happens, right? Like I'm making that assumption about what you're saying.
If I were like writing out the rules of the world, what I would not do is make it like I would not put legal consequences on somebody for being ironic. But I would try to create a world in which being ironic was frowned upon.
Right. And then you'd have to like go through person by person and find out if someone is, well, as we've established, right, like being ironic, the people who we actually have a problem with, right, like the right wingers. Yeah, I think Jelaine is complete. That, you know what, I'm going to completely abandon my argument and steal yours, Jelaine. That is correct. I think instead, like the creators should be free to make whatever stuff they want to make and say whatever they want to say. And it's on the viewers to be more reasonable people, to be more critical in their analysis of the works they use, to have higher levels, because the levels of media literacy in the world right now are at a stunning low. Like people have no fucking clue what the things they're reading mean or anything. Like they just have no understanding of any of this. That's why they need video. They need video essays to tell them what to think, because they have no idea how to analyze the media they're watching. Like having a higher level of media literacy, or just like a general understanding of how to interpret things other people say, would solve this problem. Not telling people not to, you know, say the things in the first place that should be harmless in a perfect world.
Do you think framing ideas matters? That the way that you frame an idea affects the thoughts that people have about that idea down the road?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. So, as a corollary of that, do you think that something that results in lots of people having good framing is good and bad framing is bad?
Well, I mean, you'd have to explain how you're defining good and bad there.
It's a black box, and I know you don't like it when I do that. You have many times railed against my willingness to black box things, but like this is the thing that I was referring to when I mentioned Unix philosophy, is like we know the approximate purpose of some program in the pipeline, and what it actually contains doesn't matter. We can just set that aside for now and get back to it in the
Right.
future.
Okay. Sure.
When I talk about my utilization of Unix philosophy, that's what I'm referring to.
Right.
I'm saying flatly good things and bad things because the argument doesn't change regardless of how you define good things and bad things.
Okay. Sure. So let's say, right. Okay. So what was your argument again? Just to remind me.
Do you think that the framing of, well, do you want my argument or do you want my question?
Yeah. Give me your argument. I heard your question.
Framing things in a way that is bad causes people to themselves frame things as bad because framings are contagious. People don't know how to interact with framings. They don't know how to identify them, much less challenge them.
Right. I don't think that's my problem if people fuck up. I don't think that's my responsibility. Sure, I think it's some people's responsibility. If you're someone with a lot of power, if you're like a celebrity or something, and you have the ability to influence a mass amount of people, and you say something really unclear that makes people misinterpret things in a dangerous way, then you have a level of responsibility. And especially like if you do something like, let's say you're a popular YouTuber, harass someone, right? And then you go, oh, I was just joking. Like that is your responsibility clearly. But if you're someone who's like doesn't have any power, who, you know, has a very small circle of influence, then no, I don't think you have much responsibility if some idiot decides to take what you said out of context and act in a weird way. Like no, it doesn't matter, right? And in the same way, if even if you're a big YouTuber, right? If someone decides, if you say something like completely inane and some schizo in your audience completely misinterprets it and acts in a weird way, killing someone, then that's not your responsibility either, right?
I want to start with the non-ironic case and then work towards the ironic case. I'm going to use J.K. Rowling. When J.K. Rowling says anti-trans things, it's not just that she's saying anti-trans things. It's not just that she's saying anti-gay things. It's that her framing of the things that she is saying causes people to like have her assumptions snuck into their mind in a way that they don't identify or challenge. And so if you hear somebody say, sleep with anyone who will have you, but don't claim that you are something other than you are, the framing that's being snuck in there is the sleep with anyone who will have you, the like not believing that you are what you say you are. Fundamentally, it's not the sleep with anyone who will have you is doing all the heavy lifting of getting people to accept the framing, and that will result in policy.
Right. Sure. What's your point here?
Well, you agree that framing thing does happen, right?
It could happen, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure about this example of J.K. Rowling, given that, like, my experience with J.K. Rowling is always people saying everyone agrees with her, but then only ever seeing people who disagree with her, no matter who I follow. Like, to me, it seems pretty clear that she is vastly disliked, at least her opinions, and the people who buy her books and stuff aren't the people who follow her on Twitter and know that she's a transphobe or whatever.
I definitely know people who bought extra copies of Harry Potter when they found out she was a transphobe.
Right, they may exist. I'm not saying they don't.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't know about them.
I'm generally willing to give you a better benefit of the doubt than most people that there's a reduced chance of there being some selection bias there, although I'm not going to eliminate it as a possibility.
No, it definitely exists just by the nature of it being on Twitter, which like Twitter is actually like a tiny proportion of the population.
I'm
I
not even
concede that
sampling
100%.
Twitter for that kind of stuff.
I 100% concede that. I agree that J.K. Rowling is an influential figure and is has a high responsibility of what she says.
And that the way that she frames
especially
the things
in public,
that she says.
is also important.
Yeah.
There's also something I want to bring up that's very important that I feel like leftists just completely ignore. That there is a fundamental difference between the public speech and private speech, and that they should not be held to the same sort of standards.
I don't think I'm doing anything wrong by holding myself or even other people to the standard of public speech in our private speech.
I do think you're doing something wrong by doing that. I think that
we'll get back to that probably another day, because
right.
I think this one, the point that I'm trying to make is already taking a long time.
Okay, go ahead.
There's an insidious way of talking that she does where she sneaks her framing in so that you, even if you disagree with the thing that she's saying, you might implicitly accept her framing because you're not media literate and you aren't used to catching framing in the first place and then challenging it. I think that describes the majority of people. And that is my broad case example of this thing that I'm talking about, where the narrow case is all jokes contain philosophical content. There's always a set of assumptions that are made there. And generally speaking, people will sort of passively accept your framing unless it is sufficiently repugnant to them in an obvious way. And even if it's sufficiently repugnant to them, you have to make it in an obvious way, because if you can always find ways to sneak that framing in where they just accept one of your assumptions uncritically.
Right. But I think there's an interesting weird thing going on here where you're the whole point of the framing in a joke is that the framing is often not true or for the purposes of a joke, right? And you're in order for a joke to be funny, you have to already know that the framing isn't true, because if you thought the framing was true, it wouldn't be a joke, it would just be a statement of fact.
I definitely know. I'm even going to go ahead and say that the majority of conservatives I have ever met don't look at humor that way. When they do think it is funny because it is true.
Right. If I was to okay, let's take the most basic anti-fascist joke I can think of, right? Mm-hmm. Which is still a joke about fascism. So by your definition, it's still bad because it's still kind of ironic, right? Which is, you know the song "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball"? You know that song?
I've heard the title before.
Right.
Go on.
The lyrics go, "Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall." I don't remember the rest of them. Something about how the other members of the Nazi Party also have strange genital deformities. But so this joke, I feel like fucking Zizek now analyzing the political connotations of a joke, but
never feel like Zizek. It's always a mistake.
I always feel like Zizek. It's horrible.
My heart goes out to you, buddy.
I'm always eating from the trash can of ideology, but obviously Hitler's ball is not in the Albert Hall. This is obviously not true. The framing of the joke is stating that that's true when everyone in the audience knows it's not true. The problem comes when media literacy is so low that you can't make that assumption about people anymore, right? If everyone was so stupid that they genuinely believed that somewhere in the Albert Hall was Hitler's other ball, then you couldn't really make that joke because no one would really interpret it as a joke. This is not like an inherent... This is the problem here is clearly that people are that stupid, because that's obviously not true. Like, it could never be true. And if it was a widely held belief, then there's a problem with those people's widely held beliefs, not a problem with the joke itself. And
with this specific example, that's just not an example of what I'm talking about.
okay, what's an example of what you're talking about? J.K. Rowling.
When somebody says women drivers, am I right? Women can't drive. Haha.
Right. Or let's say something that I might actually say. Right. If I was to ironically say that's gay in a disparaging manner, okay, like the servers are offline. That's gay, right? I was alive. I'm sure we were both alive when people said that unironically.
Yeah. Yeah. As I hear it, people still say that now, although it's much less.
Right. But when I say that, I'm obviously not homophobic. The joke, I would never say that to a stranger. This is again goes into my like public and private speech thing. That like I would never.
Yeah, because when you're in public, you have no reason to expect. I'm a stranger to you, and you have no reason to expect that I am your ally.
Right.
So you are likely to just take me literally.
I probably wouldn't say it to a stranger, but I would say it to, you know, a friend who knows I'm not homophobic. That's a different thing, right? And the joke being, haha, this guy's not homophobic. He's making fun of homophobes who say stuff like this. That is the joke. Even though the contents of what I said is the same as the thing that the homophobes say, the difference is the context that everyone knows that these people know about me, right? The point then being, obviously maybe for something less subtle, but if you're a public figure who everyone knows doesn't actually hold those beliefs, or you don't even have to, it doesn't even have to be pre-known, you just have to be open, to clarifying it at a later date. If you make an edgy joke and someone says, do you really believe this? You say no, that's also okay, right?
Yeah.
I think this is all I'm arguing for, is that then at that point, if someone misinterprets you, that's on them.
Remember way back at the beginning when I said 5-color morality?
Sure. Yeah. I remember that.
There's obligate things, there's forbidden things, and then there's 3 classes of permissible things.
Sure.
I am saying that irony is permissible, but not preferable.
Okay.
It would be like buying a work of art and then destroying it because it is your sovereign property. Technically, you can do that, but it's a dick move and don't do it. Does that change at all how you're calculating what I'm saying? Because it sounded like you were arguing as though I believe that it is a forbidden thing.
Okay. I mean, you're saying it's a dick move to ever make an ironic joke. Well, I disagree with that, but this is kind of a subjective thing. At that point, it's kind of it's very low level, you know, and kind of subjective. Even as a moral objectivist, I think it's kind of nitty gritty, you know.
It's pretty nitty gritty. All right, so there's the 2 forms of terraforming that you can do via changing framing and applying these pressures upon your mind. There's the thing that you do to yourself, which is changing your own mind by pretending to do something long enough that you become the mask, and that just becomes the way that you think about things. That will only not happen if you are either able to see the trend line of your own mind by self-analysis and then arrest that process and countermand it, or if the total sum of the pressures upon you are just enough to push back on it so that it doesn't happen. With me so far?
Yeah, sure.
If the pressure is high enough that it would slowly push somebody in a bad way over a long period of time, then while no individual one of those pressures is the prime responsibility, there's no camel that broke the straw's back, is what I almost said there. There's no straw that broke the camel's back. But all of those things should be not, they should all individually not be doing that. That pressure shouldn't be there. It's bad that that pressure is there. And so
and it's
if
also
you have the
bad,
opportunity,
don't also, like, it's also bad to be a sort of person who is uncritical of their own beliefs and susceptible to these sorts of pressures.
yes, I'm making both of those statements.
Yes, I just want to clarify that that's a part of it.
Yeah, you do in fact have to say it for the people in the back. So some of these pressures are within my control. And while I am not the straw that broke the camel's back, and even if I were, one straw should not break a camel's back. There's a collective responsibility because of how diffuse this pressure has been. But it's within my power to stop one of the pressures from being in this direction and to push the pressures in a different direction. And I should do that.
You can do that. I think it's up to you. I mean, if someone wants to do that, then sure, that's all good. But if they don't want to do that, I'm not going to call. And this is basically agreeing with what you said about the morality of it, right? That the sort of level of. I'm pretty sure that you know, we fundamentally kind of agree on this. That we just like have these sort of minor levels of how moral it is. Like, I'm not going to... I think it's kind of weird to go out of your way to stop someone from doing something which is permissible, you know?
I would rather they do the thing that is preferable.
Sure.
If it is preferable not to do, but is technically permissible to do, then that also means that I'm not doing anything wrong by criticizing them for it, or like stopping hanging out with them if they keep doing it.
Well, I think that's a little strange. I think it's a little bit of an overreaction, one might say, right? Like, there's a difference. Like, again, what I'm actually very surprised that I haven't heard you bring this up, because I feel like this would be the obvious argument to make, is like, if someone keeps making like racist jokes, and they're not racist, right? This guy is like, you know, maybe donates to the NAACP or whatever, like a completely not racist guy, but he occasionally makes racist jokes, and he hangs out with black people. If those black people get uncomfortable and want to stop hanging out with him, like, that's their prerogative. They're perfectly valid to do that. If it's like, you keep making these racist jokes, that is making me uncomfortable. That's one thing, you know. If there's an abuse victim and you're making jokes about rape, like, that's a different thing. And at that level, it becomes, you know, the person making those jokes should be conscious of their audience, and that some things are inappropriate like that. Sure, I agree. When it comes to a broader topic of like a YouTube video where you can't be sure like what your audience is, or you know, a joke between friends who are quite familiar, then I think that's a different thing. I don't think there is really any imperative to do it, to act it one way or the other. But
I'm willing to make statements about.
I'm not making the argument jokes can't make people uncomfortable. Or irony can't make people uncomfortable. Not making that argument. Also not making the argument that some people use irony as a tool to explore beliefs that they're not sure whether they're ready to like fully engage with or not yet, and they're using it as a tool. And like some of those people, that indicates that they're already weirdly willing to entertain these beliefs that they probably shouldn't be entertaining. Right, but all of these things are the kind of problems with communication, problems with media literacy, or just inherent problems with these like people, and they don't really have anything to do with the broad subject of irony. Like, don't make racist jokes around black people if those black people have said they're uncomfortable about it and have told you just stop. That should be self-evident. Don't do that, you idiot. Of course, right? And also don't be a fascist. If you're like getting to the point where you're thinking, maybe this Hitler bloke wasn't so bad, you're already pretty fucking far gone. Okay, you should stop. And also, if you have a very big audience or a lot of power, don't say irresponsible things and then try to claim you have no responsibility over people's actions. Those things are bad. However, none of those previously stated circumstances apply in the situation that you're trying to bring this up.
Yeah, I'm trying to say don't inception people.
What do you mean?
When you sneak an assumption into somebody's head by presenting something with that contains that assumption, where that assumption is hidden, and you get them to accept it, and you expose them to a lot. Don't inception people.
Sure.
With bad things.
I mean, you can do it if you want to, but I'll notice and I'll stop talking to you. That's my opinion on that.
Yeah.
If you think you can get away with it, then, that's up to you.
There's during talking about it as on the racist context, I think that when you like apply that pressure on people, when you're making an ironic racist joke, whether it's ironic or not, you are still doing racism. Ironic shitposting is still shitposting. Oh no, I quoted Jeff Thu. But ironic shitposting is still shitposting.
And shitposting is fun. 90% of the internet is shitposting.
You can have fun irresponsibly. People die drunk driving all the time.
Right, and I believe in your individual right to drive drunk. Driving is boring. Of course you'd want to get drunk. This is a joke, by the way.
I'm criticizing people who would do that.
Right. Okay, if we're using this metaphor, then irony is like drinking. And there are responsible and irresponsible ways to drink. And you're saying, well, drinking at all is harmful, right? Which is true. Drinking it, like a person who doesn't drink at all is probably healthier than a person who does drink it, all other things being equal. Drinking is harmful. There are some versions of drinking, like drunk driving, which are extremely harmful, or drinking and beating your wife. Extremely harmful, very bad, we don't like those. But I still think people should be allowed to drink because a lot of people are perfectly responsible drinking. And if they want to do some very minor health damage to themselves, then that's their prerogative. That's up to them. It's not my place to decide what someone should or shouldn't do with their own body. Applying that to irony, I think it matches actually pretty. I'm glad you brought up the metaphor because I think it actually matches pretty one-to-one. Like, yeah, there are some times when these jokes can be very harmful and those are bad. But I think saying that the entire thing is bad is a little bit of an overreaction to the point where it's kind of limiting people's personal freedoms, which I'm not such a big fan of.
There is an anarchist slant to the way that I look at it. Like, there shouldn't be legal force stopping you from drinking. But my ideal world is one in which there is no legal force stopping you from drinking, and also no one does it.
Why? What's wrong with drinking? It's fun. Are you like a weird anti-drug? Oh, yeah, you're like a weird anti-drug
Yeah, I am a
guy,
weird anti-drug guy.
You're like, only things that come from the earth are good for you, like weed and mushrooms.
Hold on.
Right? That's what you believe?
That is not what I
You're
said.
like, it has to be natural.
I am, for instance, in favor of LSD. That's a good one.
I see. But not in favor
There's a
of...
pragmatic reason. There's a pragmatic reason why I'm in favor of natural things, and that's because when I find the good stuff that is natural, the ability of the state to take it away from me is vastly mitigated.
Well, alcohol is very natural.
Alcohol is pretty natural. That is true.
There's a reason
I am
it was
not against
like the first drug. It's easier.
I'm not against.
It's easier to make alcohol than it is to not make alcohol.
It's even easier to make psilocybin.
That's true.
You don't have to do anything.
Make it.
You can just walk by and find it.
If you pick up an apple that's fallen off of a tree and it's been sitting there for a while, you're gonna get drunk.
Yeah, there's monkeys that do that.
Yeah.
Lemurs, I think. There's a species of lemur in not Morocco, other side of Africa. Madagascar.
They're probably time traveling as well. This is the thing about lemurs. You know about lemurs? They're time traveling bastards. But I won't get into that right now.
This sounds like a Tarbuck take. Okay. So I am anti-drug. Yes, that is generally true. I'm not saying that nobody can get anything positive out of drugs. Most of my anti-drug rhetoric comes from thinking that pharmaceutical drugs are much, much more harmful because they are created with reckless abandon and without regard for its real effects on people in a long-term fashion, even in a short-term fashion. And it is based on a bunch of presuppositions that are just bullshit and unquestioned
if we're having
nonsense.
The drug, we need to get Osaka in on this if we're having the drug argument.
Bro, it's just some belladonna. It's just a plant, bro. Yeah, that's the cartoonification that I was worried about.
Sadness.
I am not a pro nature for the fact that it is natural kind of person. Belladonna is natural. Arsenic is natural. There are natural bad things.
You can get high on belladonna. You just have to do a really small amount.
Yeah, you can get safely high on belladonna. I don't think you should because you might need your liver in the future. Every little bit counts. But if you feel like it, I'm not going to stop you.
The liver is highly overvalued in our society.
Yeah, it's like all it does is the thing that it's named for.
I have this
makes you live.
I have this kind of this very silly joke logic. You won't like it because it's an ironic joke. But I have this silly ironic joke about the liver and alcoholism and stuff. That here's why alcohol is actually secretly the best drug. Psychedelics, they affect your brain. And if you fuck up your brain, you're just fucked. Amphetamines, cardiotoxic. They fuck up your heart. Your heart can't really heal itself. It's fucked. Ketamine gives you bladder cancer. You get bladder cancer, your bladder's fucked. Cocaine has all sorts of effects in terms of your brain, in terms of your heart, etc. But your liver is the only organ which can completely regrow itself. So if you're going to damage any organ, the liver is the best one to pick. Therefore, alcohol is the best drug.
See, that joke goes down like sugar in that I like it and I don't want it. For the folks in the audience who are unaware, which is all of you, I'm a keto boy.
I see.
I'm
least surprising revelation.
Sugar is delicious and I love it. Bread is delicious and I love it, but I don't want it, at least until I stop being fat.
I love bread.
I don't. All right. Other people do not think that I'm fat, and I think that the way that I am is sufficient to be called fat. I think everybody else's standards for what is and isn't fat has been ruined by a past century of decadence.
This may or may not be true. I think it's probably true. I'm also fat. I actually have the same problem. People are like,
all
"You're
right,
not
all right.
fat."
You want
And
the
I'm like,
you
"You're
want
not
a
fat
life
for an
hack? You want a
American."
Tarbuck fatness test?
Right.
The spot that is 2 inches below your belt and the spot that is 2 inches above your belt should feel the same when you poke them. If they don't feel the same, they're probably fat.
2 inches below my belt? That's my penis.
2 inches? Your dick is not 2 inches from your belt line unless you
Where's
wear
my
like
belt
low
line?
rise jeans.
Wait, oh, you're talking about like the way old people wear jeans, where like the belt is like above the hips?
No, my belt right now is going across my hips.
Okay, hold on. It's because I'm
Okay.
sitting down. I'm actually retarded. Let me stand up. 2 inches below my belt line.
Yeah,
Right.
approximately
inch?
halfway between your. What's up?
How big is an inch? I'm not American. Okay, I think I've got right.
It's the width of your
Goes
thumb.
like that. Okay, it's not super different. It's not super similar either.
Yeah, they should generally be more similar than
Right.
they are.
Interesting.
My original test for this was if I'm wearing pants with a belt and I am not wearing a shirt, if I look down, there shouldn't be fat in the way of seeing the top edge of my belt.
The way to figure out how fat you are is to take off all your clothes, right? And then see how far back you have to lean before you can no longer look down and see your penis.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. I haven't done that test myself, but so I don't know.
Folks with vaginas at home may want to put a strap-on on before they attempt this.
You can just
Did they make flaccid strap-ons?
You can just use your toes. You don't have to buy a strap-on. You just look for your toes instead of a penis.
No, but you should.
Sure, you can if you want.
I'm saying it's a life improving implement.
No one with a vagina watches my stream. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the personal liberty vehicle here, where I'm just like, it's not my position to say what someone should or shouldn't do with their own body.
I think you should be allowed to, and then make the choice that I want you to, is an inflammatory way of saying that.
I mean, I have sometimes had the same opinion, where I'm like becoming right, but I also think a lot of the harms are very overstated by like a few decades of like hysteria, drug hysteria. That like, for example, if I were to ask you, like, what class of drugs causes the most like dangerous addiction?
I'm probably gonna say alcohol.
Okay, illicit drugs, not including alcohol.
Causes the most dangerous addictions. I don't have an intuition about that.
I imagine you might say like heroin, like opiates, right? Like heroin addicts.
That's a common opinion, but
right. That's what I'm just assuming that because it's a common.
I know that the like dangerous addiction crowd is only about 30% of heroin users, so it can't be that bad.
Right, and
30% is not odds I would take on a bullet, but
right, and even it's probably less. I mean, I'm assuming you're saying like people who are like doing opiates versus people who are addicted to opiates. I don't know the 30% stat. I don't know where that comes from.
No, I'm talking about heroin.
Right, heroin. Like you're saying 30% of heroin users are addicts, the rest are just casual users. Is that what the statistic you're saying? I'm not aware of the statistic.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm remembering this from a decade ago, so the literature may have changed.
Like the point being, even if you're an addict, most addicts of most drugs end up quitting those drugs, or at least no longer having a problem. And even being an addict to a drug is fine. Like I'm addicted to nicotine and caffeine, and
caffeine here.
I have no qualms with it. It would be a problem if I couldn't afford nicotine or caffeine all of a sudden. But I have zero. Like I really enjoy being addicted to nicotine. I like vaping and smoking and chewing nicotine gum and any other route of administration I can get my hands on. I love nicotine. I'm super chronically addicted to nicotine. I vape like the highest strength you can legally buy in the UK. Like I am super addicted. I'm the #1 nicotine fan. It does me wonders with everything. And
Man, I really wish they still had water vaporizers, because like it's never the nicotine that causes the problem. It is not nicotine that gives people lung cancer or anything like that. If you were to switch from cigarettes to like a nicotine patch or something like that, I don't think that would have any negative effect on you. I think that
it basically doesn't. And funny enough, it's kind of the same with opiates, like including heroin. Like if you do heroin all your life and then stop, you'll get like a flu for like 3 weeks and then you'll be fine. And there's very few long-term effects, like negative health effects. Like the main ones is it has some negative effects on your like bone density, but if you work out, that's basically completely mitigated, and that's pretty much it. Like opiates aren't like bad for your heart like a lot of stimulants are. They're not bad for your lungs as long as you're smoking them. Like they're fairly benign. They just cause this like addiction, and they also, because they're illegal, there's a lot of like incentive for adulterants to be added during the process of distribution. And that's often where the danger comes. Like people don't really know what they're taking, and they don't really know what doses they're taking because they don't, or they're using unclean, unsafe equipment because it's not freely available. And even if you do overdose, like opiates are like, there's a miracle drug for opiates called Narcan, which can completely reverse an opiate overdose. Like they're as much as there's like a lot of hysteria around them, on the scale of drugs, like they're actually really safe, and they're also really old. Like people have been smoking opium for thousands and thousands of years, and been basically fine. In fact, there's some evidence about like the differences between smoked opium and like injected heroin. You'd have to talk to Osaka about this. I don't know the details.
If it were me gonna try opiates, like I've been prescribed some opiates before, and I don't really get anything out of it. But I'm also immune to anxiety, so maybe it's just a particular robustness, and I don't have some vulnerability.
The dosages they'll give you in prescription are normally not like psychoactive dosages.
Yeah, I figure.
Unless you have.
But if I were gonna try something like that, I would probably try laudanum. A, because it's easier to get. You can just buy unprocessed poppy seeds.
Yeah. That is a bad idea, by the way. I know people who it's a bad idea. You buy unwashed poppy seeds, you don't know how much. You don't know what you're getting. You're taking a unknown dose of a substance, which is always a bad idea. Do not take unknown doses of substances. You might overdose.
Correct. Do not take unknown doses of anything.
Yeah.
And
you can do that safely, but it really sucks and is boring, because the safe way to do poppy seed tea is to make poppy seed tea and then like consume it so slowly that you know exactly how high you are at all times. The problem is it's really boring to do that and sucks.
Yeah. I guess if you wanted to, I don't know why I'm strategizing about this. I'm never going to do this, but I guess if you wanted to, you could make a giant batch of it, and so that it's all homogenized and everything, and take a small amount of it.
But you don't know how much was on the exterior of the poppy seeds to begin with.
Yeah. By giant batch, I mean like buy 5 pounds of poppy seeds and tea all of it. And then
I mean the best way to do it would be to just make the poppy seed tea and then continue with the chemical process to separate the useful opiates from the water, so that you actually have an accurate dose of what you're getting, and you can weigh it and know what you're getting. But I don't know the process to which you would do that. Maybe you could just boil it. I don't know.
That's not knowledge that benefits me in any way, so I haven't decided. I have no inclination to seek it out.
Right.
Maybe ask Osaka, lol.
Yeah, Osaka knows probably. I think, I think, so like in that case, you know, I'm assuming just because there is like a risk at all, even if you know, even given all of the things I've just said, you would still say opiates are really bad and no one should ever do them, even though they should be legal.
No, because remember, I'm pro caffeine.
Right.
It sounds like that's on the level.
It can be.
It sounds.
Yeah. Okay.
It
now what
sounds
about?
like the risk
Okay, so
is.
that's good.
It sounds like it. From what you're telling me, it sounds like opiates are not. Using them at all is damage in different doses.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's another thing, is that like it takes a long time to get addicted to opiates. No one does opiates for the first time and is instantly addicted, like the sort of cartoon version of how it works. Like I've done opiates many times and never even come close to being addicted. Like if you want to worry about that, worry about benzos. I think it's much harder to make a pro benzo argument than it is to make a pro opiate argument.
Yeah. I will say that practically the reason that I have stayed away from opiates, other than the fact that the one time I tried them and they didn't do anything for me, is because I have an overdosing personality. You should see how much fucking Diet Coke I drink.
Right. Yeah.
It's so much.
You got to be careful with that stuff. It gives you cancer.
I'm told. I really want. Do you know of any like cancer giving rating system or something like that?
The strange thing is, it actually doesn't give you cancer. It turns out. Those studies have been discredited, although the studies discrediting them, you always have to keep in mind that, like, obviously a lot of the money that goes into nutritional research comes from
interested parties.
Right. So how much can you trust those studies? Who knows? But it doesn't seem like the cancer risk is like as high as it might have been made out to be from these like artificial
If I
sweeteners.
recall correctly, they were also testing aspartame that was given intravenously.
Yeah, in like
and in staggering
yeah, it's a bit of a study. So we've gotten you to concede opiates, at least in some circumstances.
I don't see it as a concession.
Okay, well,
now
it's still consistent with the rest of your beliefs. I would be interested to know what you think about coca leaf tea. Are you aware of this?
Oh, you mean like the weak version of cocaine, the unrefined?
That's a bit of an unflattering way to put it. It's more like cocaine is the like super refined steroids version of coca leaf tea, which has been used for like thousands of years in South America.
So if I were going to draw a comparison to sugar, it would be coca leaf tea is to cocaine as or well, let's reverse that. Cocaine is to coca leaf tea as white sugar crystals that you buy at the store are to carrots.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that's a pretty good metaphor.
Yeah, go nuts on those carrots, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care.
It's slightly more powerful stimulant than caffeine. It's also more like caffeine is very much sort of a practical stimulant. It doesn't give you any euphoria, whereas coca leaf tea does give you euphoria.
My interest in caffeine is due to well, nowadays it's a couple more things, but it used to just be concentration and memory.
Right. Yeah, that's also.
I feel sharper when I'm on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is why I haven't come down for more than 10 days outside of a 1 month experiment where somebody was like, I bet you can't go a month without drinking anything caffeinated. And I was like, sure, I'll switch to caffeine-free Diet Coke. I did that for a month, and at the end of it, I was like, this sucks. I'm going back. Outside of that, I haven't really come down for more than a 5-day stretch from caffeine since I was 5.
No, the whole stream is not about substances. We talked first about how irony, according to Tarbuck, irony turns people into Nazis. That's the clickbait version. And then we decided.
Yeah, we're coming back to that one, by the way.
Apparently,
in a future stream.
Then we started talking about like the nature of reality, and that went on for a really long time.
That's most of this video, I imagine.
I think so. We were just talking about like Tarbuck's position is that now Tarbuck's position is that no universe without objective truth can exist, therefore objective truth must exist. Whereas my position was whether or not there is a capital T truth objective version of the universe outside of our representational version that we experience is unknowable. Like it may be true, it may not be true. I don't know. We can say things, that we can make predictions, we can make logical statements, etc. But we can't necessarily speak on absolute truth. That was my position anyway. And then we went back to talking about how irony may or may not turn people into Nazis for a bit. And now we're talking about drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's this perception that Tarbuck believes that natural equals good and stuff. And Osaka had this too about me. Like, well, the idea that I would be pro mushroom but anti LSD, when in fact I am pro LSD. Now that I know that there's no meaningful side effects to it.
Yeah, but LSD is arguably safer than mushrooms, actually.
I would imagine so, but it's also harder to get.
I guess it depends where you live.
Yeah, I live in a state that is surrounded by cows, so if I were to develop an eye for it, I could just go find some.
Sure.
I'm
Don't
not going to
without
do
a
that
guide.
because that's a lot of homework.
Well, you don't need homework. You just need someone to show you.
I don't
go mushroom picking unless you have a physical guide to tell you what mushrooms are good and what's not. You are not smart enough to tell from a book, and you will die if you eat the wrong mushroom.
Right. And you won't die immediately. That's the more dangerous part. There's a lot of mushrooms that make you
just because I think this is a funny thing to point out, Jelaine, I take pure caffeine in the mornings. I do not drink coffee or energy drinks or whatever in the mornings because it's cheaper. You can buy bulk caffeine pills on eBay or Amazon for super cheap. And then you could. That's what I do. When I wake up, I take a caffeine pill, and it wakes me up.
I prefer a half of a pill because most of my caffeine comes in the form of soda, and it's something
I don't drink soda, so I don't get any external caffeine unless I particularly am targeting that.
A can of Coke is somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 to 80 milligrams of caffeine per can. A cup of coffee is about 170, and a caffeine pill is usually 200. So I generally take a caffeine pill and cut it in half whenever I'm in a place that doesn't have soda.
Okay, here's some interesting stuff. I'm gonna push you. I'm just gonna ask you more of your opinions. So your opinion on drugs is that you don't have anything against people using drugs as long as they don't cause any health negative side effects, and that I assume there is some level of negative side effects that are probably negligible enough for you not to care.
Yeah, in the same way that I still grill my burgers in such a way that they form a crust, even though that I know that crust is carcinogenic.
Oh, but it's so good.
Partly because, yeah, it's so good. Partly because I don't know. Normally I would say I don't know how cancer causing it is. But now, in this case, I actually do have a little bit of a scale for it in my head. My usual question when somebody says that causes cancer is, okay, but does it cause cancer the way that char on your burger causes cancer? Does it cause cancer the way that smoking causes cancer? Or does it cause cancer the way that radium causes cancer? Because we're talking about different things.
Right. I think you could have I don't know if this is your actual perspective on drugs, but I'm making something up that would be funny if you, or not funny, but fun if you did believe that doing any harmful drugs is bad because the Bible says suicide is bad and harming yourself is
The Bible doesn't say suicide is bad.
It doesn't?
It doesn't.
This is news to me.
Yeah, a lot of people have these kinds of misconceptions.
I mean, one of the things I think that's interesting about the Bible says suicide is bad is this interesting random factoid that I know. In medieval Europe, there were sometimes infighting between the knightly class and the church, because the church made the argument that willingly going to war as a profession is kind of like killing yourself, which is therefore against God.
That's a really clever argument. I don't buy it. I'm not convinced by it. But if it were true that suicide is forbidden, then I can see where you would get with that, and I would only gently argue against you.
Yeah, I just think it's a fun little historical fact.
Yeah. Suicide is not actually unbiblical. The judge Samson, the guy who had the super strength, he had his eyes cut out, and he was tied to a pillar that was holding up a big stone building in which were partying the Philistines for having captured Samson, the champion of the Israelites. And they were like, haha, we got this guy, dumbass motherfucker. We're going to throw rocks at you. I wasn't actually throwing rocks. And then he was like, okay, so I know I fucked up by like disobeying you and like telling people what my weakness was. And that allowed them to take it from me, take my strength from me. But if you give me my strength back, I'll kill all these fools for you. And then that happened. He got his strength back. And then like, because he was tied to a load-bearing pillar, he pulled up the pillar and the building collapsed on the Philistines and killed them all. And necessarily that means that if suicide were bad, he wouldn't have been able to do that.
I see.
Other thoughts like this. God does abortions, therefore abortions are okay. Also, there's additional rules about abortions that make it out like just some kind of injury, and it's not considered the loss of human life. What are some other things that are cool like that? Bible says whatever you want to, a bit like Marx maybe. Lol.
That is funny.
I don't think it does say whatever you want it to, but I think that sufficiently motivated people can lie to themselves about what a text says.
Anyone who believes that is going to twist the Bible to say what they want it to is going to say they don't think it says whatever you want it to.
Yeah. I have tried to approach this subject with curiosity, trying to find what I ought to believe rather than the other way around. Like that's also why there's no hell.
Yeah, this idea seems to be spreading. I saw
annihilationism. You mean?
I don't know what the official word is for it, but there is no hell.
Souls are not indestructible. That was a piece of pagan mythology that was imported by the church to try and sell Christianity to pagans, because they already believed that the soul existed and was immortal. And they were like, well, we agree that the soul exists, so let's just go with it. No, souls are destructible.
I am way more sympathetic to pagan beliefs than I am to monotheistic beliefs. To be fair, it's not just pagan beliefs. I am way more sympathetic to pantheistic or animist beliefs than I am to monotheistic beliefs. Like, I think all religion is wrong, but monotheism is uniquely bad.
I would say that the church is uniquely bad, and things that look like it are bad due to how they resemble it. And in terms of like, the things that they do.
You know, there's a lot of hidden pantheism in the Bible that you probably haven't picked up on, but it's there because I hate to tell you, but a lot of Jewish stuff originates from a Canaanite pantheistic religion. You know how like Christianity has always picked stuff up from local pagan beliefs wherever it's evolved in order to like embed itself, right? It turns out... I
don't believe that is true, but go on.
Like the mainstream of Christianity has always picked up little elements. I mean, you just described one.
Yeah, like Easter or the existence of hell.
Yeah, or the Christmas tree, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that stuff.
It turns out that even right at the beginning, before they even really finished making Judaism, it was already kind of picking stuff up from the Canaanite religions in the area.
You're talking about guys like Baal and Asherah and Moloch.
A little bit. I haven't. It's been a while since I've looked super into this, so I can't name the gods.
I mean,
I'm talking
I
about
can
how,
because they're like in the Bible.
You know the word Elohim?
Yeah,
It's like a name for God, right?
kind of. It's not exactly a name for God. It means the best translation that I'm equipped to give you is something like powerful ones.
Right. So how that word was actually used by the people who used it, the Canaanites, they had a pantheistic religion, similar to like the Romans or Greeks or Egyptians. They had a bunch of different gods of different things. But just like any pantheistic society, there were certain people who chose to focus in on one particular god as their sort of main god, for whatever reason, right? Like maybe if you're a soldier, you mainly pray to the god of war, or if you're a fisherman, you mainly pray to the god of the seas, stuff like this. Pretty normal stuff for pantheistic. And when you had this sort of personal god, that was your Elohim. That's what that word means. And the assertion goes that during some warlike times, people were saying to take the god of war as their Elohim, and that he was actually the one true God, and that's the origins of
I've
Judaism.
encountered you asserting this in the past. Yeah. So I'm familiar with it. I don't believe that, but I want to look into it anyway, just so that I can talk about it with you from an educated place.
Yeah. I also it comes from this book, and I haven't actually read the book. I've just like read about the book. It's not like just it comes from this book, but like I heard about it because of people talking about this book. It's and apparently that book has some inaccuracies in it too that are like were like there's like people are trying to decide who wrote the Old Testament, right? There's like a bunch of different authors that are identifiable.
There's several different authors.
Yeah.
Like we also don't know the name to whom belongs the hand that wrote the Book of Job, which is the oldest one.
Right, and like apparently in the book that I'm referencing, like he said some stuff in the book that was like somewhat accepted at the time, but like further research has shown that like it's basically no longer the academic consensus that like who he says wrote certain parts of the Old Testament actually wrote it, but like his broad strokes are still generally accepted through what's the word I'm looking for? Secular Bible historians. Tarbuck does not know Moldbug, but I did a little bit of introducing Moldbug in this stream earlier, which I thought was kind of funny.
To answer a question from a little further up, yes, I do play tabletop RPGs quite frequently. The last one that I played was called Dungeon World. I got into that because of a podcast called Friends of the Table. It's really good. Please start with Twilight Mirage.
I've listened to some of Friends of the Table.
I misspoke. Not Twilight Mirage. Start with Counterweight and then watch Twilight Mirage. If you can't jive with the like low fidelity-ness of the very first season, then that's the track you should take.
I only
really like
listened to the first season, and I kind of enjoyed it, and then I kind of fell off of the second season.
You must have fallen off before a certain point, because there's a moment that I'm thinking of where if you get to that point, you're hooked for life.
When I say the second season, I'm talking about the sci-fi shit.
Yeah. The second season is the sci-fi one called Counterweight.
Right. The reason that like what was happening is it was a really fucking weird thing. My IRL friend was like telling me to go through a bunch of old games from his childhood, for like PS1 and PS2 games, and so I was like playing through this game. I don't remember. It's a Toy Story game. It's like a Toy Story game for the PS1 or PS. I think it's PS1. It might be PS2. I don't remember, but it's a Toy Story game. It's a Toy Story. It's called Toy Story Racers. I was gonna say it's a Toy Story racing game, and then that made me remember it's Toy Story Racers, and it's this racing game that is. I'm just gonna be honest. It's fucking awful, but for some reason I just kept playing it, and it's like way too long and way too difficult. The actual racing portions of the game are pretty good, but too much of the game is like driving challenges that are clearly just sort of padding for the game that the controls do not work very well for. So I was listening to like Friends of the Table as I was playing through this game, and then I finished the game, and then I didn't really have anything to do to listen to the podcast anymore, so I just sort of stopped listening to it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I understand that. No harshes. I think it's rewarding and worth going back to, especially Counterweight and beyond. But like, it's not required media or anything. Anyway, we were talking about.
No, The Good Student. We did not agree on that, by the way.
Nah. That one's kind of still in progress. We backburnered it for a while.
And I'm still trying vaguely to like bring the stream to an end because we've been talking for like 5.5 hours.
Yeah. You wanted to run another thought by me about drugs, is that right? And that was going to close it out?
I wanted to ask you about like some other drugs, but then I realized like I can just understand your philosophy and you would probably know what you think. But like I don't know. I think you like it seems like your philosophy is that like the level of you shouldn't do this goes up at the same time with the level of it's possible to for this substance to cause you harm, right?
To cause you harm or to impair you, which I would cast as being harm.
Right, and you don't think like being on 10 grams of mushrooms is impairment?
I don't know what dosages are like. I do know that some amount of mushrooms is going to like send you on a little journey and you will be impaired for that period of time.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying.
It causes a cascade of high dimensionality simplicial complexes in your brain that can shift the ratios of your gray matter to white matter back in the favor of the kind that makes you learn stuff. And so it is useful to have to prevent the hardening of your ability to learn.
Right, that's an interesting way to phrase. That's not actually how neuroplasticity works, but
no, it definitely okay. So,
but I get what you're saying. It doesn't. The specifics aren't important, but yeah, psychedelics do increase neuroplasticity. However, you know what else increases neuroplasticity? Any novel experience. All novel experiences increase neuroplasticity, and I imagine. Changes in your state of consciousness are very novel experiences. And,
I'm a chaser of novelty for that reason.
That's fine.
I live in constant mortal terror of becoming stubborn. I even have a murder pact with some friends of mine to where if any one of the three of us thinks that one of the others has become stubborn, and then we talk to that person about it, and they don't do anything to rectify this problem, we are morally obligated to kill that person.
I see.
Yes. If I ever become stubborn, and it is known that I become stubborn, my buddies Mask and Jen are both required to kill me in order to make good on their promise to my past self.
Right. So about impairment, it's about harm and impairment. I don't necessarily think you mean like long-term impairment, like if something just gets you high and you're kind of high for a while and can't really do shit, but then you come down and you're back to normal, that's fine.
It is a warning sign. It bears looking into. Like,
but you said
what you just said does describe mushrooms. Yeah. There's a way to use mushrooms that doesn't get you high, but it does have an effect on you. Microdosing, is that?
Microdosing isn't.
You ever
real.
microdose?
Microdosing isn't.
Microdosing isn't real.
It's not real.
I've gotten effects from it.
Yeah, well, if you got effects, then you haven't microdosed.
Okay. What happened was the effect was that I was able to have a different category of dream after like a couple of days after having a microdose, which is the first time I've ever had that in my entire life.
Right, because you were doing a lot of psychedelics, so it made you have weird dreams. That's normal.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do with microdosing.
And like I was clearly having enough of it that was taking some kind of effect, but I didn't get any sensory anything. I was
Right.
not altered.
You were just taking a very low dose.
Yeah,
Uh,
I was.
Right. But like there's this idea that like microdosing has like novel effects is unscientific. It's not backed up by any actual research. Like any for it to have any effects, you must, but definitionally, be doing enough for it to have an effect. Therefore, it's just a dose. And if it's not having any effect, then it's just a dose that doesn't have any effect. It's just a subactive dose. There's not really such thing as microdosing. Anyway.
Yeah, when I refer to microdosing, I mean enough to do something, but not enough to impair my perception.
Right.
I don't want to hallucinate. I don't want to even like feel weird in my body. When I had my case of microdosing, and because I travel a lot, I happened to be in a place where it was legal, so I got some. I took that, and then I just sort of felt myself out for a little while, and I wasn't impaired. No effects that were noticeable to me took place, and then I slept, and I felt more rested than I had in like 3 years.
Can I recommend you a weird and interesting drug? I think
Please
you might
do.
be interested in. I wish I could remember the actual name for this drug, but I remember the colloquial name for this drug. Hold on, I can actually look it up. But the colloquial name is the Mexican dream herb.
Interesting.
It is a drug.
You don't mean ayahuasca.
I do not
take
mean
it.
ayahuasca. It is Kalia Zagadachichi. Kalia Zagadachichi.
What is it?
It's a plant, and you ingest it, either smoked or in a tea, which apparently the tea tastes really bad. And it doesn't have any waking effects on you. It does not get you high or anything, but you have extremely vivid dreams, and it massively increases your chances of lucid dreaming. It's sort of like a shortcut to having very vivid lucid dreams if you want that.
That sounds like something I want.
In a trade-off for this, it does decrease the quality of your sleep, so you'll wake up the next day not quite as well rested as you would have been having not taken the dream herb.
Do you know how regulated it is?
It's to my knowledge, it's not regulated anywhere because it doesn't get you high.
Okay.
It just makes you dream weird.
Could you perhaps do me a favor and drop the name of that in the voice text channel Language of the Unheard, so that I have the name to like see if they sell it on Amazon or something?
They do. I have purchased it. I purchased it for a friend though. I didn't actually, and I gave it to my friend for his birthday, and he never did anything with it.
Awesome. Oh,
That was a waste of money.
it changed the view on the stream for a second there.
Yeah, it should be back now.
All right. That's
right.
cool.
I think this feels like a natural sort of conclusion since we're not really debating anything anymore.
Yeah, we are currently not debating. My final point was impairment and damage is things that I want to avoid.
Right.
It pretty much scales linearly with how impaired or damaged you are versus whether or not I think you should do it.
Right. My point is simply, if someone else, like, I think it's very important to be educated and responsible with your use. But if you are educated and you know what you're doing and you're choosing to take a risk, because life is just a series of risks. If I want to, eat a raw egg for some reason, I can do that, even though it's a little risky. Or rather, let's say I want to make a dish which includes raw egg, right? Like, as far as I know, Americans generally
Hollandaise
avoid,
sauce.
yeah, like that, for example. Americans try and avoid this because American eggs are really low quality for whatever reason. But like here in the
It's
UK,
because we strip off the coating. It makes them not shelf stable.
I actually know about this.
Yeah, I fucking hate that, by the way.
It is very stupid. But yeah, like if I want, like even here, like there is some risk of foodborne illness from raw eggs, or raw fish, for example, or anything like that. There is some risk, but I'm aware of the risk, and I'm taking a calculated risk for calculated benefits. I think as long as you're aware of it and you're doing it with like good like a good understanding of the risk you're taking, then you should be allowed to take whatever risk you want with your health.
I'm sympathetic to that. I would have to like go through some cases and stuff in order to see if that's like 100% my opinion, because I do definitely think that there's some things that you should just not do.
Yeah, I mean, no one's really arguing. I mean, obviously there's some element of like you know, if you want to like, do people have the right to suicide? Can you just kill yourself if you're not feeling?
Yeah,
not
I'm
feeling nervous?
100% pro suicide, by the way.
Right. In that case, I don't really see how that's compatible with with any of this.
Because it seems like servicing contradictory goals. Like, if you're trying to not kill yourself, then doing something that would kill you or cripple you for life or something like that seems like you're making a bad decision to service your own goals.
It kind of reminds me of this old story, semi-mythical story. You know, I don't know how true this actually is, but this semi-mythical story of the guy who was going to kill himself, so he went on one last blowout. He went down to Mexico and spent all of his money on cocaine and hookers. And after like a few weeks of cocaine and hookers, he ran out of money, but decided he didn't want to kill himself because he'd had so much fun with all the cocaine and hookers. It reinvigorated his life.
Yeah, I used to make that same argument about like, or not that same argument exactly, but I used to say something similar about MMORPGs, like World of Warcraft, where like you get into a state where your life sucks and you quit your job and you play some World of Warcraft, and at the end of it, when you get to a certain thing, you're gonna kill yourself, and then you're like, hey man, I really like this World of Warcraft thing. So then you just go on living the minimum viable lifestyle that you need to perpetuate your World of Warcraft addiction.
Mm-hmm. Someone asked if you Mullyboom asked if you believe in
God. Yes.
Tarbuck very much believes in God.
If you want a like
Tarbuck believes
80%,
in the most God.
I believe in the most God, yeah. If you want like an 80% accurate to my beliefs view of theology, look up Chuck Missler's The Bible in 24 Hours playlist. I agree with most of the things that he says. Like, obviously, I don't hate gay people. I'm pro-abortion. There's no hell, that kind of thing. Although in going through his The Bible in 24 Hours thing, it sounds like he doesn't believe in hell either.
Yo, Osaka's finally here.
Osaka's finally here. What do I think of the Gnostics? Incorrect. Gnostics are incorrect. In fact, that's the reason why I prefer, like, if you want a Bible recommendation from me, my partially educated opinion here is Green's literal translation from 1986, I think.
Well, I think it's funny because you're like by a very loose definition, you are a Gnostic. But anyway. Now that Osaka's here, I kind of want to keep talking about drugs, but I think we kind of reached a conclusion about drugs, which was you think it's okay for people to eat raw eggs.
Yeah, I think it's okay for people to eat raw eggs. And if a suicidal person was going to be like, I'm going to commit suicide by alcohol, then like, I'm not going to stop you. I think that's a bad goal to have. But if you've already made that decision,
right.
I'm pro suicide. So like, whatever, man.
Well, I think we sort of agree on the subject of drugs then. I think your opinions aren't as unreasonable as I was led to believe.
Yeah, yeah.
I think you're a little. I think your opinions mostly come from overestimating the harm that most drugs cause. Like most drugs really aren't that harmful if you use them responsibly, and even if you like, even in that case, like if you're aware of, I mean, you can. I'm going to sleep. We've been talking for like
Yeah.
5.5 hours.
If you feel like live streaming, I will continue. Do you want to do that? Osaka, if you want to host a live stream like this on your channel, you have 20 minutes to do it, because as soon as one of my partners gets home, I'm getting off of the call.
Tarbuck is also on Element if you're more comfortable on Element than Discord, by the way, if you're
Yeah. To people who want lots and lots of my voice and opinions, the place to go is a channel called The Arch Plays. You can find it by looking for the very, very well-named video. The very well-named video, The Venn Diagram of Why We Can't Be Friends. I think Tarbuck banned me from the Digibro archive server. If I banned you from the Digibro archive server, you deserve it.
I went in there the other day. I can't find this video.
Here, let me see if I can find it with just a search. When I searched the Venn diagram,
okay,
yeah.
The Arch Plays.
Yeah.
We got it.
Oh,
We're linking
fuck,
it in
that was
chat.
2 years ago. Yeah, if you want to hear me and my partner, Not a Vampire, talk for a very, very, very long time, you can. I have over 100 episodes on this channel. They banned you because you're 16. Maybe. I don't know. I've been known to... I have a reputation for being a groomer because I treat people who are younger than me like people. If I banned you, you were probably being a dick or something.
No one calls me a groomer because I don't talk to children because they're not very interesting.
They are often not interesting. I'm just willing to give them the dignity of a response while I disengage with them.
Right. Okay. I think we've shielded your. What have we done? We shielded your channel. We've come to a conclusion about drugs. We've got the maybe follow up.
Yeah.
With Osaka, which you two can organize if you want to do that. I think I am going to go off to bed then. It has been a fun discussion. I think everyone can agree I won the debate. Since I got Tarbuck to completely concede their entire argument about the universe being subjective or whatever.
The only thing that you have ever done is either stalemate or reveal that you had a misconception about my beliefs.
No. Hold on. That is not what happened at all. What happened
There was a period of time where you argued me into accepting a contradiction, and then after a little while I was like, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, and then that's called shifting the goalposts when you changed your argument to something completely different. You had made one argument. We got into a stalemate until I forced you to contradict yourself because I knew your opinion was self-contradictory. And then you kept trying to figure out, like, how have I contradicted myself? You realized you contradicted yourself and then decided, oh, actually, I never believed that in the first place, and changed to a completely different argument, right? Your original argument was, I wrote it down. You said, these facts are true, that two different people living, one of them who lives in a universe with objective truth and one of them that doesn't, would have similar, indistinguishable experiences. And then your second argument was, I know for a fact that we live in a universe with objective truth. And then when pushed on that, you said you know why, because of trust. Those things are obviously incompatible. You eventually conceded that they were incompatible, thought for a second, and changed your mind to you disagree with the premise of my questioning because a universe without objective truth can't exist.
I didn't come into the debate thinking the one thing. There was a contradiction, like when you said that I said that thing that you wrote down, that was after I had already accepted your proposed contradiction. And then I teased it out and fixed it, which I must have done at some point in the past. Otherwise, I would think the thing that you think.
Right.
Because I used to think the thing that you think, anti-realism.
I'm not. I'm a moral anti-realist, not an epistemic anti-realist. They're different things.
Yeah, I used to be on the hardcore subjectivity side, possibly more even than you have said so far.
My argument has only been that it's not knowable whether true objective truth exists. That has been the only position I've ever effectively argued for.
Okay. Then maybe it was like you asserting something or like gesturing at some other idea, and I just misread you. But subjectivism is by nature self-defeating. Yeah, that's what I said.
You don't even believe this, Osaka. Stop. Osaka's come into my chat to schizo post immediately. But should I read some of these messages out loud? Osaka syndrome. Why is there only one crime that we aren't allowed to view on video? Every other. Okay, I'll leave this alone and end stream before Osaka incriminates themselves.
Yeah.
All right, catch